Oh, oh, it's going. Okay. Well, hello. I got thrown off because usually you press start streaming and it just goes, but there was a long delay this time. Jupiter, you rat. We're gonna do the replays today. You all know the drill. We're gonna start with one of my friends. Actually, I've been meaning to take a look at his game. We were talking about helping him out, and I just keep forgetting to do it. So we're gonna start today's stream with it. Bayomuff actually came from StarCraft. Some of you guys might know him. He started to transition full time to Dota since StarCraft's kind of dropping. Maybe one day that'll be us in Dota. But he's trying to like focus up on Dota a bit more. So I'm gonna help him out a little here. Yeah, isn't that right, Jupiter? Yeah, this is StarCraft gameplay. This is Dota gameplay. Ooh, occasionally, click, click, click. StarCraft. Maybe that's the trick. I have to bother him more than he bothers me, and then he'll be like, God, it sucks in here. I'm out. All right, let's take a look at Bayo's game. Slardar. He's been talking about, we were briefly talking about how to like consistently hit a good net worth. It looks like this game he did fine. So maybe this game is not like the key example to that. But then eventually it did end up being a loss. So we can take a look and start. I gotta get my timestamps. Where are we? 0-0. I realized my timestamps were off by a couple seconds because I was going off my recording time, which was starting a couple seconds ahead of the stream time. Hopefully the timestamps are a little bit more accurate now because of that. Realizing I was doing something wrong. Offlane, ancient. Okay. Let's take a look at how he can consistently improve his net worth post lane, and then also whatever else we end up seeing. Hey Helix. Yeah, he's pretty cute. I'll have to, we got a little Halloween costume. It's a little like hot dog outfit. I don't have the pictures available right now, but I'll get them ready so I can show you guys sometime in a future stream. Oh, Helix, you know, actually, I do remember reading it, but then I got distracted and I didn't respond to it. You mentioned, Trent uses Spectral, right? I think that's what you were saying. I will take a deeper look at Spectral. It does seem to be what several other, I've heard other casters use it. Some tournaments even, like, use it to work with stuff. So yeah, I think I probably should just, like, take a look. Double down a little bit more. Okay. Came over hoping to like get here. Yeah, I like the idea. If you, I don't think you're fast enough. Like, if you get this rune, I don't think you can make it here in time to do this, unless you, like, beeline it with boots, which maybe Slardar could if you, like, make it to the water. I think there was, like, some hesitation while you're trying to gather information, but that's kind of exactly why it's usually like you have to hesitate. So probably just like come here for the trick. This should be a good lane for you, Slardar versus Anti-Mage, where you just like do this. Yeah. You just do that. You could, so I mean, it's fine. There's nothing like wrong with this. You probably won't finish a wand very quickly in this matchup. Lion and Anti-Mage are going to burn all your mana, but that's actually kind of okay because 10 stick charges will be enough to use Crush, even if they like burn some mana. And then really what we need to do is just be able to stand still and hit Anti-Mage, which is actually true versus most melee carries. So if you wanted to go like the Ether Gauntlets first, rather than these Iron Branches, just for like slot efficiency to finish like Bracer and then get the Soul Ring. You don't even have to go for the Soul Ring right away. It's just like cheap upfront stats to be really bulky very quickly, and then like you can go for the Power Treads and then get the Bracer later, or sorry, the Soul Ring later. It's kind of minor. I'm not going to worry about it. But essentially, you need to stay healthy enough in this lane to keep bashing this guy. And in fact, I think you are playing a little timid here because we did get that initial good trade on the Anti-Mage. I know Lion's kind of annoying, but if you actually look at it, your current health, even though it's low, is actually still about the same as Lion. So anytime you get close to him, you will kind of wreck him. So like right here, you're kind of like pulling the lane back, but I don't even know if you need to. I think you can kind of like stay here, hit this creep, keep threatening the Anti-Mage. I think you're trying to get the lane back, which is not bad in general, but I actually think you're stronger than him right now. Yeah, we're trying to pull the lane back, but I think you should just be bashing him in the face. Yeah, kind of like that. Like, as soon as you start, he runs away. You know? So, a lot of these where he was being able to walk up and go, that's like where we have some missed opportunity. And then, mainly it's like, oh, well, what if Lion pokes me down enough? That is true, but he got boots to avoid you, so his auto attacks are actually not that powerful compared to like a more stat-heavy start. So that's why like finishing the bracer early helps, and why the extra gauntlets to give you a lot of health. You know, maybe buy another set of tangos as necessary. I think they... oh, not yours. Yeah, you should get another set of tangos so we can stay up here. And like right now, so now we're in a very good spot. You shouldn't even worry about creep aggro at this point. You should just like not allow him to walk up to creeps without taking a bash to the face.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
And at this point, we don't have mana, you know? When he mana drains and when he attacks, it doesn't matter at this point. Like some heroes, it's okay to like try to break it. At this point, NS Slardar, I just don't care. You know, if he starts mana draining, you should actually walk to him to bash him in the face, and he will stop the mana drain because he's like, holy shit, I can't get bashed in the face. I'm gonna die. So like here, this is like, okay, I'm scared. I'm respecting it to some degree. Okay, my support's off. You know, like I get it. We are also, though, mostly full health, and Anti-Mage is, like, right here. I actually do think you can walk up and hit this. You do need to be careful of, like, Lion stun hitting you from under the tower, but I'm not hitting Anti-Mage or Lion, and I have 3 creeps here. So you actually can walk under here, hit this. If they fight you a little bit, like, you'll take some damage, but I think you'll be okay. There are times to be careful, and there are times I would probably tell offlaners, like, hey, don't worry about this, you know, just do this. Pull the lane back. If you want to go for that, you can. This is just a case where I feel powerful. So like, you can come up here and do this. Anti-Mage can't come up here and do this. As he tries to walk past you, we forget the range creep and then we just hit Anti-Mage, right? So then his other options like blink past you, then we like chase him because now he's out of the tower without blink. So now we can like run at him. He's gonna have to like go here and then we come back and then we do this. So you'll end up in like a similar situation, but with more chance for like aggressive opportunities. All right, we get the Lotus. I'd probably get boots here. You can go another bracer if you really want. I think this lane is probably okay to go Soul Ring instead. Not right away, but like because we're not getting the bracer. Okay, just like run at Anti-Mage. Yeah. Run. You could have maybe used the Lotus on him, on the Jakiro to get the dual breath in. You can keep fighting here. You actually have Crush again. I think you will kill Anti-Mage, or it'll be really close. This is still a level 1 blink, unless he did like level 2 blink, which would really be really weird. But either way, I'm pretty sure you still have at least 5 seconds to keep running at this guy. And I think if you Lotus Crush him and keep attacking, the best situation is that Lion will, like the best for them is that Lion will stun you. He'll keep fighting and then they'll run away. But you won't die. I don't think you can die here. Famous last words, but I actually think you're a lot stronger than them right now. And then over time, as Lion keeps whittling you down, then it's different. And now that this guy has like the, you should bash him right there. Now that Lion has Or, sorry, Anti-Mage has blink again. Now we can't punish him. But like right here, this guy's like walking up. You get the last hit, you're at 3, just bash him in the face. I think you like started to try and then you got like, I have Alliance here, like, just bash him in the face, then back out. Because you always, anytime they go on you, you have Lotus into Crush. Like, you'll be okay. And then same when you have like 10 stick charges, or when you have the Soul Ring. And the way I can tell, like, we missed some aggressive opportunities is that Anti-Mage, in the end, even if it's not more than us, but it's equivalent, you should already be ahead of him with this. Like, Slardar into Anti-Mage is pretty good. So that's how I can tell. There's, like, a couple cases where you're playing more like a typical offlaner of, like, I'm not that strong, or I need to become strong. But Slardar is strong, like level 1, level 2 into certain melee matchups, like Anti-Mage, like Juggernaut's a little scarier, but like you do something similar, double bracer, just like bash him in the face, and then you want to be pulling a lead at this point already. I know by 10 minutes you will have a bigger lead because we like looked at the graph, so it improves, but you can start it sooner, and you don't have to worry so much about pulling this lane back like a typical off-lane matchup would. Not that it's bad on Slardar, but like we don't want to sacrifice too much aggressive potential for it either. Okay, so like right here, if I'm scared offlaner, I'm laning like back here, Anti-Mage is here, the creeps are between us, we're both doing like equilibrium stuff, trying to like keep it on our sides, whatever, right? And it's like respect, I'm keeping my distance, you're keeping your distance. But when you're the stronger matchup, we move closer into the creep wave like you're doing, and then like on this side is super aggressive, because then Anti-Mage can't even like walk up to here to hit creeps and creep aggro. He has to be like back here, because if he walks up here and you're standing here, then and he tries to walk up to draw creep aggro, then you bash him in the face and you crush him, you know? Or maybe you don't even crush, you just like hit him a couple times, threaten the bash. At this point, we have no mana, so like whatever, if he hits us, whatever. Lion will pelt us a little bit for free. That is true. That's where the 4 support should also be doing something similar, either getting you good creep equilibrium or harassing. We're not going to worry too much about it, because even without Jakiro, you can still do a lot of this, because we're quite strong already. Seems like such a despair lane, never have mana. That is true for other offlaners, but Slardar does not need mana. This is 100 damage, no mana required. So for example, here's another case. I'm back here, he's over here. This is like, I am respecting the carry is respecting me, we're doing our things, neither of us are strong right now. I'm trying to think of like a matchup for like a Juggernaut versus a weaker off lane. I don't know, Sand King or something who struggles into Juggernaut, right? Then we're playing like this. I am Slardar with 400 more health than Anti-Mage, right? Even accounting for the 10 wand charges, you have 8 and the Lotus. So I'm not standing back here, I'm standing on these creeps, and I'm either denying in front of Anti-Mage's face or I'm bashing Anti-Mage. So these are the moments where we're missing some aggressive potential. See, that one, okay. He still ran from us. We did that on our own without the Jakiro into a whole shit ton of creeps without any of ours, and it was like 2v1, right? And Anti-Mage still ran away from us at the end of the day, and you still have more health than this Lion, even though you're just like, oh, I'm less than half. Lion has so much less health than you. So here, though, is like the wrong time to do it, right? Like when we have creeps here, the creeps help keep the enemy creeps away from us, and Anti-Mage is split, where it's like, oh, I kind of want these creeps, kind of need to hit Slardar. So he is stuck in this decision-making where if he goes for the last hit, which he wants to, like this banner creep, for example, he wants to get this so he can't hit you, so you get a hit on him for free. If he does decide to hit you or avoid being hit, then he's missing the last hits, right? By the time we choose to be aggressive, so for example, You were going for this range deny as well. But what we can do instead, especially if we have creeps available, we like stand here, and you can still do it because your full health right now is 750. He's at 370. I know there are some more creeps here, but you are strong enough to tank a couple of them right here. So I know Anti-Mage wants this range creep. He's not trying to fight me. He's trying to get this range creep. So you position like here, and you just start hitting Anti-Mage until this creep dies. And when he backs away, you can turn around and get the deny. If he runs through you, you just keep hitting him the entire time. We're giving him a range creep and trying to kill him or get him so low he can't approach another creep wave. So then it's not worth it, right? It's one range creep and then you lose the next 4 while he waits for like a tango or a south to come out. It doesn't make any sense. So he has to give up this range creep to respect you if you position this way, the way I'm talking about. If you don't position this way, then he does this, right? Like he's walking up. This is where you should be here already hitting him. So he would already be in a tough spot of like, do I go for this? Do I not? Because we're backing up here, he is now free to walk up and then go for this. See, he's still kind of like respecting you a little bit, trying to get the timing, and you're doing the same. But this whole time where he's like, I gotta wait for the creep to get low, right? But I need to be nearby. This is time where you're punching him in the face. And like, as long as you want to stay here for this range creep, like I will be damaging you. And you can fight me, but I'm way stronger than you. Like I'm Slardar, you're Anti-Mage, right? This is really easy for me. So the longer he stays here, which has been like 2 seconds at this point, we are at, even if we had no bashes, right? We're at least at 2 bashes at this point, right? One more auto attack, pop one of these, crush, 4th bash comes in, he's maybe dead, or he's like at the very edge of health, and then that's the cost, right? Like I get the range creep, maybe, and I've died. I'm gonna miss every other creep now because I have no health. But we come a little too late, and that's why he's able to get it and then run away, and then also Lion's back from doing whatever he was doing. Easy peasy. See, bash, bash, whack. And now we pull the lane back. You can connect it into here. You can bring it here to get this and then like come back. Or it might just end up being in like some weird laning. Hey, Esteban. How are you? Okay, we're working towards our soul ring. So things are now speeding up. So that's good. I think we can just start to... You gotta try to do that a little sooner. See, like okay, I don't mean to bash it, like send it home, but like every time you run at him, he will run away. So that's what we want to start learning how to push even sooner. At like level 2, level 3, it's doable. Level 1, there's some respect of like, I gotta get my bracer, I gotta get the bash. And around level 2, I am stronger. Right here. This is another like micro example of it. If I'm scared of the carry, I'm keeping creeps between us and I'm backing up, and we will both contest the creeps and we'll hope our timing and our mechanics are better. When I am stronger, I am the wall between us and the creeps. So you move this way, there's a world where Anti-Mage feels brave enough to walk up and go for this. Should he? Maybe not. But certain carries who, especially ranged carries, who might have the ability to go for this from a distance, or people, melee heroes with ranged spells, right? It is up to you to determine, like, is this worth it or not? But usually big creeps are worth it if you have enough health to work with. Where you stand here, again, to zone the melee heroes and the ranged heroes, because like the ranged heroes still have to get up to about here, and if they come that close going for this, then we start walking at them. And if they decide, okay, I'm not going to get it, but I'm going to hit the Slardar a little bit, we kind of decide, like, is that worth it? Okay, it is, because I'm going to tank a couple auto attacks to make sure I get this hard creep, which is worth a lot, and then I'll back off. And I'm pretty healthy, so I can, you know, I can go for it. Where you're at 800 health, again, like 500 health on the Anti-Mage, you know? Like, we have plenty of auto attacks. Like, he could hit us about 4 times, and then we're still on even footing in terms of health. So I can afford to tank 1 or 2 auto attacks and then secure that.
Get him.
Nice. Yeah, you probably could have gone to kill that line a little sooner, but that's okay. Jakiro got the job done on his own. What were your options? Chipped vest. Guess we don't have the mana to use some of this. Attack speed though, right? Yeah, okay. I kind of think because you're getting this Soul Ring, you might want to do the Polywog Charm, because the Polywog Charm kind of makes this free. And anytime we're low, we're unable to use the Soul Ring. That's kind of like here, right? Where I can't really use the Soul Ring. Ah, so close. Almost had this off. But okay, wait. Just to one last time of like, I am powerful Slardar man, right? I know we do have a gold lead here, so I know this is a little bit more of an extreme example. But his items are not bad in terms of like trying to deal with Slardar. He got the armor, he has the power treads. Okay, we are at 350 health when this fight starts, and he is full health, 750, you know, just rounding. I know we have some here to work with, right? Which is, okay, I bash him once, auto attack. Look how little damage he's starting to do at this point. That's why you're able to Lotus. Unfortunately, the Lotus timed with, like, not... Lotus stick, I think, would give you enough for the crush, and then you would get it. But, like, look how low you got him in that time. I mean, Anti-Mage helped a little bit. Or, not Anti-Mage, Ancient Apparition, but... That's why when you had the health advantage, it's like, there's no way this guy can walk up. Okay, anyways, we did still technically win our lane, so let's move forward from here. Supports are powerful. Holy. Their supports are powerful. Yeah, here we're just trying to get the blink. Oh, stacked camp. Oh. Scary. Alright, you can get yourself a smoke. Okay, I didn't really talk about our plan in the game. I mostly focused in on the laning stage. Oh, Bayo, what's up? Yeah. I was gonna say, talking about the... I decided to start with yours. I forgot to message you, actually. I should have. Oh, well. No, I just started with it to begin the game. Because we'd been talking about it, and then I kept forgetting to take a look at your game, so I decided to just start with yours today. Talked about the early lane aggression, which I don't know how long you were here for, if you saw it. I actually don't mind if you take 2 more points in Bash. I think it works versus Anti-Mage in the lane, because you're not going to have mana for Crush that often. I don't know if you have to max it. I think you can probably just keep it at like 2 points. Or, well, I don't play enough Slardar to know, actually. I don't mind. In theory, I don't mind more points in Bash versus the Anti-Mage to, like, crush him in the lane. But I do think going back for Crush could also be good. Okay, past, ignoring lane stuff we talked about. Long term, I do think Sven should be able to beat Anti-Mage NPL. The issue for him is Omni Knight and Guardian Angel that he is currently skipping. And then Lich Frost Shield is also very good versus Sven. So we need to take these guys out. We can be the nullifier builder that Sven does not like to be. So you could probably go like Blink, 1 or 2 items into nullifier. You could also try the Orchid build. So you could go Blink, Orchid. That would give you some extra mana and intelligence to work with versus all this mana burn. It would also let you isolate like the supports on your own. These guys will probably have Dispels by the time we get to Orchid, but if they don't, you know, it'll still be very good versus them. So I like the idea of the Orchid. We probably need a BKB after that, and then like Nullifier. Oh, and you can get the Shard, of course, because the Shard's like super good farming speed. So you could go like Blink, Shard, Orchid. At the same time, I don't know if your job is farming. I think your job might be control. So if you went Orchid first into Shard, I think that could be okay, but I don't play enough. I don't know, play enough Slardar to know how bad that feels. Oops. No one look. We didn't see that. You and Ancient Apparition should be able to kill most people if you just like Blink Crush into the blast. So this is where we need to ask him to like stick with us. Yeah, unfortunately our Blink was on cooldown from earlier. Okay, we got the Blink, but we haven't found too many fights with it. If you know you want to farm up to a certain point, I actually think you could have opened with Orchid as well and then get the Blink later. But if you're gonna get the Blink, that means we need to fight. So you have to ask like the supports to go with you. Or you need to be winning enough that you can do it on your own, which with some laning adjustments you could be at least enough to threaten the Anti-Mage. Farm some more. Yeah, this is where the Blink won't really matter. If you know you want to play this way, that's okay. Like, I'm open to that. But then we would just skip Blink for now. Whoa. Alright, we are with the team. It looks like a mid-fight's brewing. Batrider didn't go Blink, so we are the only initiator. Yeah, stuff like that. Almost. The PL hits you at the last second. Yeah, this fight ends up a little bit deep. It was a good idea. If you guys managed to connect on that PL, that would have been a quick kill and then you get out. I think once he gets away, you have to just call the retreat. Otherwise, it's a fight next to their tier 2. And actually, I realized you guys never even finished the tier 1. I thought you guys finished that. It's all the more. Yeah, we don't want to buy into the team's insanity, but you do want to lead it. You want to control the insanity. And to me, this game... so ideally, we play the lane. We adjust some of the aggression we talked about. In the end, you were still pretty ahead of the Anti-Mage, so you get the blink. You should mostly try to keep playing down here and ask the supports to come with you. And even if they don't, you still play down here on your own. Because in theory, the carry that you beat in lane should not be able to stand up against you. So even without your teammates nearby, you should still be able to slow down the Anti-Mage from farming on your own, especially if you like ward for yourself on one of these sides. And then use that, hopefully, see them low jungling because you beat them in the lane, they're struggling to jungle, they're low health, you prime 3 bashes, so then you blink, bash, ult, crush, and like hope that's enough to finish the job, or at least get them even lower that they have to then run away. Or from like Fog of War, you can try to haze first if you think you can do that. But versus someone like Anti-Mage, it might be tough because he might blink instantly. Yeah, so we would try to do that, and then that makes use of the Blink Dagger. Like, even if you're farming here, we can at least use the Blink Dagger to threaten the enemy. I think this game ended up a lot of like farming in the back. Yeah, Sven had a rougher time in lane, but some of it also goes back to like, so if we go back here, so Sven was losing his lane to this Omni Knight pretty hard. I still think if we control the Omni Knight and like Lasso controls the Omni Knight, Sven it will be okay versus this like Anti-Mage and PL over time. I actually think he has some good tools versus them if he can get close. So then back here we get the blink. So here's where I want to come back here with these guys and then just start like controlling this part of the map. Let's close with this. So we do come down here. See Lion back here. We could kill him. Omni Knight still kind of running at the Sven. But Sven is just going to like shove this lane and then try to jungle as best he can. If you think you can gank this Omni Knight, you can go for that. Otherwise, we just keep like controlling this area ourselves. And we're spending like a lot of time running here trying to get this PL. I think it did. Like, we jumped, but then it was like too soon. They need to be a lot closer because Bat Rider doesn't have blink. And you can try to Ice Blast, but it'll be really tough. Crush is not a lot of time for Ice Blast to like fly through against a hero like PL. So I think this is a really tough kill. And I'd rather just like continue to farm here, especially if we're thinking like, oh, I want the shard because this improves farming speed. If we're saying like Orchid's good, right? Then we do just need to be farming more. I know I said like we should look for plays, but this one happens to be like pretty tough. At least with where he was positioned relative to your team. So here's where, like, this is what we're hoping to see. As we continue to farm down here as the Slardar, and we have our blink, I see an Anti-Mage show into lane like this while I'm in the jungle, and then I run over, and then I kill him with the blink. And then you ended up going top, but this is where you want to just, like, go back this way. Because I still want to be in this part of the map. This is part of why Sven's going to have less farm, because this is where Sven needs to be. Sven can't be up here pushing. That's, like, our job. So if we're up here, and then Bat Rider's up here too, right? So this is part of where Sven will have nowhere convenient to farm. So now we're kind of swapped. Like, you and Bat Rider should be the ones on, like, this half of the map, and Sven should be back here. Even if Sven wants to be over here, then we should still try to be up here. in the past, if this tower died, the carry would transition over here, and that was a lot more common. But now the map is a lot bigger. Because before, when you lost your lane and this tower's down, all the enemy needs to do is like check this area and they will prevent the carry from farming. So that's why they would leave. But now the carry can go top. Now the carry can go bottom. The carry through top can go through the twin gate, along with like any TPs out. And they could always just end up running out as well. So there's way more options for the carry to stay top longer. And way more possibilities for him to be punished down here as well. Like, even if you did swap and he came down here to shove this out, now they can also TP in, they can twin gate, they can do whatever. So nowadays you'll see the carry stay in this area a lot longer and you guys move out the off lane and the support and the mid, like, play this area more. Because you need to be doing, if you compare, so Omni Knight is kind of crushing it, right? But Omni Knight doesn't have chasing tools, really. He has like this Radiance and like Phase Boots. You have the Blink. So for you guys, it's actually, if we also compare the farming speed of Anti-Mage versus Sven, so we camp down here. Let's just say it's us and Omni Knight. I camp down here as Slardar, Omni Knight camps top. So he can keep pushing in lanes, but Sven is also fast. So Sven will keep running away from Omni Knight and then naturally has Cleave to help him like jungle faster than an Anti-Mage can. You have Blink to surprise the Anti-Mage, and he doesn't even have the Battle Fury finish. So his jungle speed is actually really bad. So when you sit down here and Omni Knight sits top, I would say your team is winning because we can't fight into this Omni Knight who's super rich, but he can't really chase us down with his build. And Sven can jungle faster than this Anti-Mage can, so we are catching up in the gold over time by avoiding the Omni Knight and mirroring the movements. And I think you actually have better potential of getting kills than the Omni Knight. It's only by like going to the Omni Knight that he has the easiest time making use of the Radiance. It's partially to, like, keep Anti-Mage down, but it's also for yourself. Like, Slardar is a good scaling hero. We want the Shard. We went through a list of items that are good this game. So you also want a bunch of farm. And by taking farm from their map, we are farming. But then we can always just TP back for fights. Right? Like when Sven gets dove back here by the Omni Knight, it's much easier for us to TP back and Batrider to join in to fight this than for us to be up here, Sven's up here, and then Sven is not going to help you guys. Like when Sven, like when he sees you guys get dove, he's going to go, well, I'm the carry. I should just keep farming. He's not going to help you when you're getting dove unless it's super convenient for him. And if Sven gets in trouble here, you guys literally can't get to, I guess Batrider can with the Boots of Travel. But most of the time, you can't help the Sven here when you guys are up here. So that's why it also, that's like another reason it makes sense to swap, because more consistently, you guys can come back here. And when you get into a bad fight down here, Sven goes, well, I couldn't join anyways, and I just wanted to farm. So like, it just fits better for him to be up here. You can try to stabilize, but it's like, can you stabilize, right? Can we actually stop Omni Knight? And the answer is not until we have Dispels, which is the Nullifier. It's maybe a Yules from someone, if that makes sense. You guys actually are not very good at dealing with the Omni Knight. If you did have a much better matchup, like let's say there's a Brood taking over top lane, and you have a hero with really good wave clear, then it does make sense to swap because you can deal with the Brood Mother, and the guy will do his best here. And even though things we said earlier still won't apply, like the guy won't TP back, whatever, it's like, well, we can at least deal with a Brood Mother who is like getting out of control, top spot, but she can't hurt us because I have like the wave clear and all that. But in this case, like, I can't actually do anything about Omni Knight because I too am weak to Guardian Angel. Like, we also can't stop that. So that's where we have to avoid him and try to do other things. Yeah, and it's like these areas when we're back here with the blink that feel bad. And I would rather be trying to be up here with the supports. We do have like some team issue where like we're constantly split up, but this is where you just have to try to make the call and be like, hey, I want to play here with these heroes. And you just have to try, you have to like hope that happens. But like when we come back here, it becomes a lot harder, right? Like we are passing the point where it's easy for you to solo kill people. And we TP'd away from these guys, so now they're gonna have to come up here. Really, if anyone was gonna go back, I would say Sven should have gone back here to deal with this, and then jungle, or Bat Rider with his Boots of Travels can go back. But you're the only... Bat Rider's kind of a playmaker, but from the mid lane, they tend to get Boots of Travels and stuff, so they're more follow-up than initiator. As the only initiator in this game, we have to try to be towards the enemy's half of the map a lot more than anywhere else. Exactly. No one wants to deal with Hammer of Purity right now. It's a lot of damage. We just got to get out. Lion players, press Hex. All right, let's I think that covers some things to work on. So we can start getting submissions for the next one, guys. If you'd like to type your match ID, let me know who you're playing, what you're up to, any stuff like that. Stuff like this is good. The mid lane's hardest. We're kind of lucky Omni Knight didn't come in here, but it's this general type of play that we want to make. And then just not go too far that this play ended up happening. Also, to our point earlier of like, didn't we slow down Anti-Mage enough? But we do see when Anti-Mage couldn't be stopped by the other heroes, like he caught up to the Sven over time because he had a little bit more freedom. So we have to keep him down by staying over here. Big Dog Sammy, yo, thank you for the prime set. Thank you very much. Let me see what you guys are submitting. I guess I could have let that keep playing while I read submissions, but... Yeah, there's not a lot of mana in that game. But that's almost all the more reason we have to look to start stuff, because we have to crush first before losing all our mana. And if we take like the small pickoffs, it'll work out. Let's do... Let's start this one. Not gonna lie, I try to understand these coachings, but in my game, everything feels way too random. Like, none of these things will actually occur. So there's definitely... There are gonna be cases like that. I'm not gonna lie, right? Where we try to lay out this general game plan, and then, oh, but this, like, wacky shit happened, right? It is impossible to cover every situation, I think that's actually what's fun about Dota, is that you get into some weird stuff and it's like, okay, how do I adapt to this? But I do think you have to start somewhere in terms of pattern recognition. Like, okay, here's what ideally happens if everyone does their job. Do we understand this? Okay. So now something wacky happens. Well, how do I line this up, right? If we don't have that initial idea of like, this is the theoretical correct thing, then I don't think you have anything to like adjust to. So I do try to cover first the standard thing. If you have examples of, hey, this is really wacky, like, what am I supposed to do? Then that's perfect. Bring it in here to this, and I will try to give you advice. I'm like, okay, this is kind of weird. Here's how we can adjust. But also, a lot of times when people feel things are too crazy and all that, it's because they don't know how to, like, take control for themselves of what can I individually do as so much wacky stuff. What can I do to try to keep it on this like set path rather than getting all over? And many times people just don't know their options. And so then they feel drawn into all this crazy stuff and they don't know how to adjust. So if you've got a game like that, that's actually perfect. Bring it in. Possibly because this one does not seem to want to load. Cthulhu, I was trying to grab yours. Did I copy and paste it wrong? Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes Dota is weird and just like doesn't load games that exist. Let me try to... Okay, we'll go to like this one so we can restart. Yeah, see, second time's the charm. Don't know why that sometimes happens. So potentially, here is one such example of what we were just saying where like, oh, maybe some weird shit happens. I actually don't know. I don't think that's what you said. For this particular game. But there's things like... Well, hold on. Before I start rambling about random bullshit, let me... It's a full perspective thing. I came from League. Your boyfriend, who's an Immortal, dragged me in. I play 4 and 5, and I managed to get to Crusader on my own. Very nice. But I can't tell the difference almost any rank outside of straight mechanical difference. Yeah, I mean, I would... It's definitely harder. Especially when you are the one playing. From the outside, now that I have looked at a bunch of different replays, I can kind of tell different trends of different ranks. But to some degree, especially for where you're at, like if you've hit Crusader... here's my break. I have an old video on this. Guardian and Herald are like the who knows what's happening. These are like the newest players, especially Herald. You have people who don't know the heroes, don't know what roles, so you have the craziest shit there, and it's all about just learning mechanics. Crusader, you'll see some of that, but you start to enter the point where people kind of know what's going on, but everyone has really different skill sets. From Crusader to Archon and into the Edge of Legend, one guy will have godly laning and absolutely no map awareness, and that balances out to keep him in Crusader. Someone else will have like really bad laning but have an amazing understanding of team fights and late game movements, and that balances out them to like Archon. Even though the Crusader plays against them, like, how can this guy be Archon? He's like a shit laner, and he is a shit laner, but he's got other skills. But there's so much randomness here in this rank. That I'm not surprised you are feeling that way, because actually that's how I characterize Crusader to Archon, is like this wild pit of varying skill sets, and you need to, like, as you go into the game, you have to figure out what your teammates are good at, what your opponents are good at, and like how you individually can capitalize on that, and why it's tough. Okay, for this game, you are playing position 4 Spirit Breaker. Otherwise, you play like Hoodwink and Witch Doctor. My problem is mostly when we get run over early, and then the mid position 1 is farming, trying not to fight and when to actually be ready and what to do to join fights and all that stuff. Okay, great question. So I think with that, it should be like we're losing the early game, right? Yeah. Okay, not quite the early game, actually. Because it looks like the gold lead doesn't start to shift till like 15 minutes. and then we are losing. Okay, so let's see what you as Spirit Breaker. I would say Spirit Breaker can start to get active pretty early. That's the nice thing about this hero in this window. So you can start trying to tip things in your favor ahead of time, depending on the matchups. And that's maybe what we're looking at here. But then also, okay, we do end up losing. What can we do from this point? I'll still try to answer your original question. Where are you? Spirit Breaker. Okay. So you got Boots, Observer, Sentry. You guys ended up in a pretty defensive spot. Though I would say the advantage of starting Boots, you have 340 move speed. So if we look at everyone else's, 280, 300, 330 for Pugna because he's super fast, 290, 310. So you're pretty much faster than everyone whenever you buy Boots on a hero. So usually you can be the one like sprinting out here and taking more aggressive positions. And even if you do run into heroes, you run away. So you could have like ran out, placed an observer or something like that, rather than do it now. And if you had came here a little faster, could have body blocked this. You block the camp. They should know you do this because Pugna, Anti-Mage caught side of you here. If they check your inventory and then he checks it again, you don't have a sentry. So it only makes sense to have either unblocked this or blocked this, and this would be a lot more common. Okay, I actually don't mind if you keep Pugna distracted because Wraith King, for our lane, our goal here is to just get the lane to come back and let Wraith King farm. That's actually the goal for most Spirit Breaker lanes because you're not that strong of a laner. You're very good at roaming though. So you want to threaten multiple lanes just by being off of the map. And the only way to really do that is if this lane is back here. So that's our number one goal. And then also because of the matchup of like Wraith King is going to have a really hard time using Wraithfire Blast on Anti-Mage unless you start with a bash. But also his farming speed and the bones, the Bone Boys, will be what help you actually get kills or just boost the farming speed. So step one, try to get the lane back. That's where body blocking this could have been good. And then also because in this one-on-one, it's like acceptable. If Pugna's distracted, that's okay. 2v2, Pugna will poke you guys for free. So it's not that fun to play a 2v2. But you'll try to do this where you're just like bully the Anti-Mage. So that's good up to there. Nice. Actually killed Anti-Mage level 1. Amazing. Okay, right here, you are good to go. They have a bunch of creeps. This lane is pushing no matter what. We're kind of low health. So here, we are spending time tangoing up, and we're just making sure pulls don't happen. So you just hang around this area. We are so early. You don't usually do this, but Spirit Breaker could. You could consider ganking another lane because this lane is in such a good spot for you. You've already blocked this with a sentry, and so nothing is here. If you leave this lane, there's actually nothing Pugna could do to stop this from pushing up to the Wraith King farming here. So right now is a great time to either stack a camp, one camp because we're melee, but whatever, or to walk through the back here. And if Necrophos were to walk to the low ground, and if we get lucky and his observer's top, you can probably charge through here, bash him, and kill him with an Arc Warden. Or you could go for like the water rune. That would be a pretty early rotation. That's kind of like pro level, but it's doable for Spirit Breaker, and I would keep it in mind if you like playing Spirit Breaker. See, like this kind of thing. You kind of just let Pugna do that. He could have just fixed equilibrium, even though you could have easily... I see him walking up. So you should just stay here. Keep sight of this. There's a cat hair in my mouth. I guess it could be any kind of dust. Who knows? When you see him hit this... Well, okay, hold on. Let's switch to perspective so we can actually see him do this. His timing was poor. He needed to hit this a little bit sooner and then drag it this way rather than straight down. But you should have been standing here, and when you see the auto attack come over, you walk in, and then you draw aggro by either attacking the heroes near this camp or by hitting the camp and then pull it up. Because this is still a really good position to be in, and you almost let him fix it just to like stand back here. But that's our job. We gotta like make sure he doesn't do this. Fortunately, he missed the timing, so nothing happened to us. But you can also see why, even if he had pulled this, I know I said we could roam and they couldn't do anything. if he had done the hard pull, this creep wave would have gone here. This creep wave would be meeting here. So while you're gone, Wraith King could just be like in this area, absorbing both, and then you would be charging back. So Wraith King kind of keeps careful, and then let's say you go for the Lion. Like Wraith King's on this side, Lion's like pushing him away from the camp. You charge the Lion, and then Wraith King, who's been like keeping his distance, then he goes in on the Lion, and you guys like kill the Lion. And you can only do that because you're Spirit Breaker and you have charge. That's why you can leave the lane so early compared to most other heroes. Oh, I'm sorry, Pugna. I don't know why I suddenly switched to Lion. I guess I saw Lion on here. Pugna is who we're playing against. Right, I'm totally watching. I'm watching the replay. I'm here. All right, we kill this, and then we're good. We're good again, right? We could have left there if we wanted to. You could probably just fight to the death there, but I think it's okay to step away as well. It would have been real luck based. If you get one more bash there, I think you guys could kill Anti-Mage. Okay, maybe you wanted to heal this guy. I would just charge out. That's one of the greatest strengths of Spirit Breaker, is that you don't have to TP back to lane. And this is what'll allow you to make faster moves. So you charge back, which is slower than teleporting, but upon being here and then doing whatever we need to, right? We pretend the threat of being off site of Spirit Breaker that I'm mentioning, right? We do our stuff, we get them low, we step back. I usually don't recommend a salve, but if you do get a salve, what this allows you to do is play really fast because you heal up. They think you're low, that you can't do something, but you're already salved up, ready to go. And then because you're Spirit Breaker, you TP to another lane, charge a guy, and they're never expecting that because they're like, oh, he just showed here, and then in 3 seconds, he's already charging another lane. And then it's like, oh, well, now I've abandoned my guy. That's okay. We charge like all the way across the map back to him, or we twin gate, whatever, right? This is how we make use of Charge of Darkness and be in multiple places at once. Or not like at once, but quickly. You just removed the sentry here. You put a sentry. You killed his sentry. He's gonna put another sentry. You're gonna lose his observer. And he should have seen you. You're approaching the rank. It's gonna be random who you run into, who does this. He should click you and see you had a sentry observer. See you killed it. He should click you. It's like, there's an observer. He should check you later. Like, there's no observer now. It can only be in this area. This should be a free D ward for anyone paying attention. And anyone not paying attention, there's also a very high chance you lose it because he'll just put another sentry here out of habit. Never do this again. And your observers will last way more. We're at about 4 minutes. Notice you don't have much to do right there. Okay, let's think about what we are showing the enemy as opposed to what we are doing. This is very important to play roaming heroes. And Spirit Breaker is one of the best for this. All right, you are out of sight. I actually don't know the exact amount of time. Let's say 10 to 15 seconds to charge mid. I actually think it's probably about 10 seconds. So if you are out of sight for 5 seconds, you could already be halfway to finishing the charge mid. You could also just be waiting in these trees ready to charge here in like 1 second. So if they don't know where we are, after about 5 seconds, Necrophos starts getting nervous that he could be charged at any moment, or you could have just been walking here and like waiting to charge. So now Necrophos starts like, I'm going to miss a couple of creeps to like play safe. Up here, they're like, is he coming top? I don't know. He could be twin-gated. He could have TP'd here. So they start playing safe. These guys are like, what's Spirit Breaker up to? You know, they start playing safe, except they're like right by the tower, so they don't have to play that much safe. But then you like walk in and they know, oh, Spirit Breaker's right here. So he's not going anywhere. Everyone else gets to start playing aggressively again. Now, of course, that's okay to do to some degree as long as we're doing something. So now, let's ask that. What are we doing in the lane now that I'm showing myself here? I'm standing here. I'm watching Wraith King. I'm not even in front of Wraith King to tank things for him, to like let him last hit freely. I'm like watching him work for last hits while getting hit by Pugna, and I'm just like sitting back here, right? We should at least go for denies. We should at least be like running at Pugna so that Pugna hits us a couple times and then we like lose him in the trees, right? We should do something. I'm literally just watching Wraith King right now, and I am giving the enemy team information. So Necrophos now feels like, oh, maybe I'll dive this Arc Warden with these creeps, right? But if I'm out of sight, as he gets here, he'll be like, well, what if I get up to here and then Spirit Breaker is actually waiting here and he charges me and I'm under the tower and I'm getting bashed, right? That would actually be really bad. So I have to kind of like wait further back until I know where Spirit Breaker is. If he doesn't have perfect map awareness, then he will go too far. But because we are playing better and we're not showing here, and I am recognizing I have nothing to do, so I am standing in between here, ready to go mid, ready to go bottom, and I see him step too far even though I'm off the map, that's my opportunity, and now I charge mid. Or these guys think, oh, Wraith King's on his own because we haven't seen Spirit Breaker, he must be going somewhere else. I've actually just been waiting behind these trees this whole time. Then they go too far forward, and then I charge through and hit two people. Or as they move forward, I like catch the next creep wave and I creep drag if it's like that kind of matchup, whatever. But all this comes off of I am out of sight, so I have these potential opportunities coming up. I don't know, you should have been able to get that charge without your observer, by the way. So if he didn't know it was real, he should. All right, we kill Anti-Mage. Let's finish this fight, actually. Kill Anti-Mage. Oh, chase a little too far. Oof, ouch, owie. Oh, we live. So here is where you make the really fast play that I was talking about. If you had TP, if you had charged to the lane rather than teleport, I am out of sight. Okay, wait, let me go to their perspective. When do you think Pugna will ping missing? Does he ping it right now? Holy shit, I can't see Spirit Breaker, guys. Everyone be careful. Spirit Breaker's missing. Oh my god, he's missing. He doesn't do this yet. You've only exited his vision. So he's gonna wait a little bit. He's gonna wait a few seconds before he pings missing. Everyone does this, right? You don't ping it the second someone shows off the map, even though maybe you should. Because right now, you could do the funniest thing. You could salve, you could tango, and you could TP top in this tree line. And by the time this guy thinks about pinging missing, you are charging through here already. And then Slardar goes, you piece of shit. You didn't ping missing. You're the worst player I've ever seen. You're like, he literally walked behind a tree. He just walked behind a tree. And I didn't think I had to ping missing yet, right? And most people wouldn't, because like you just walked behind a tree. But that is something roaming heroes can do. And especially anyone with these gap closers really early in the game, like Charge of Darkness, Earth Spirit with the roll, these kind of heroes who, as soon as they go, they can immediately start. They don't have to like wait for the right position, awkwardly walk up, whatever. Like they're just click and go. Granted, this is not the easiest to land a charge against, but if you like time it with Rubik Lift or something, right, you could do it. For 517, you can pull this way. 517 straight through around like 520, then you start pulling through here. I mean, in the end, you connect it. It doesn't matter that much, but just to like give you some timings to work with. All right, right now, let's think about the lane. What if I left right now? Pugna successfully prevented our pull, but you still lost the range creep and the catapult's up here. Do we want to fight when Wraith King is missing some health? Maybe. It's not the end of the world, but you know, he could use some healing time and time to build up some skeleton charges. This amount of creeps will push this way, especially as these are already low. So this creep wave is pushing up. Wraith King, if he just sat AFK, will eventually get farm. So as a roaming hero, it's approaching 6 minutes. It's a really good time to come mid. Depending on the rank, I don't mind if people sit in their lanes a little bit longer, but you are at Legend, and you are playing one of the best early roaming heroes in the game, and so far, we've only been bottom, right? So I do want to challenge you, if you play Spirit Breaker, to be looking for plays in the mid lane, in the top lane. I want you to try to make, like, at least one play by 6 minutes. Or at least, like, try. You know, you, like, stand over here and you're kind of like, is the opportunity showing up or not? Maybe. But you're off-site, right? So there's at least the mental pressure from the enemy. I haven't seen you do it. I know there's, like, a one-game example. Maybe you do it other games. But I've seen you have the opportunity to do it a couple times already in your lane, and we didn't. So that's kind of what I want to push you on. Same deal. If I'm a roaming hero, I want this guy to be okay when I'm gone. I look at this, I can tell instantly. If I'm not in the lane, Wraith King will eventually be okay because of how many creeps are here. This lane is pushing into Wraith King. For better or for worse, I put an observer here. He never got it, but Wraith King should have enough information to play down here without me. Offlane players, that's your job with roaming heroes. You just sit and farm. You don't drag creep waves under the tower when no one is pressuring you. You hold them outside. You extend as much time as possible that you are okay to be left alone, and that is how you enable roaming supports to do things. If you're garbage at creep equilibrium, your support will always have to sit here. And then they should have picked a laning support, but they didn't pick a laning support, they picked a roaming support. And you know how I know? Because support players always have to pick first. So make sure you play the way that enables the support that already had to pick before you. Wraith King is actually a good, I think it's fine to pair with the Spirit Breaker, but he's got to not do stuff like this. Oh no, our Wisdom Shrine. All right, 8 minutes, another chance to head over. Wraith King, okay, Wraith King players. Had 6 charges. Wraith King should actually walk here because it's almost 8 minutes. So Spirit Breaker should be coming here to stack into the rune. Wraith King, this equilibrium is not the greatest for Wraith King to play on his own. Wraith King is one of the best jungling heroes, and he has 6 charges. So Wraith King players, walk over here and use your skeletons, and then walk through here. Keep an eye on the lane, what Anti-Mage is doing, and how soon Spirit Breaker is going to think to come back. If you think it's fast, then you just leave, walk through, let the skeletons finish the thing. They'll come here, they'll do this one, and then eventually push into lane. Oh, the lane is staying here. In fact, it's pushing further. They must have done a pull. Okay, just stay here, jungle this, walk, give vision, let them see this, then walk over here, get them vision of this. This is Wraith King farming while Spirit Breaker is off doing stuff. And then you come back to lane, and your mid laner got a power rune thanks to the help of Spirit Breaker. And so then he comes and helps you. So we gave Anti-Mage some farm, and then we killed Anti-Mage because we have the power rune, and we have a mid hero free to come over here. Ooh, charging all the way top. I guess it was bugged. I couldn't see the charge in the replay. Part of the strength of playing offsite is the charges will be a little sooner the more we're like hanging in the jungles. If you have the teleport, don't be afraid to like teleport charge because it's just faster. And then also, if you do think you want to go top, the twin gate into the charge is actually faster. Like, let's say you were standing here because the lane was further up. Twin gating and then charging is faster than just charging. And it will also have the benefit of being less likely to be spotted because, I mean, you're charging across the whole map, right? Roche might get you, but also an observer in the mid lane is very likely to see you. The amount of time you're off the map should also warn them to be careful. And then You will save mana. I'll admit that, right? Going through the Twin Gate costs mana, but I'd pay a little bit more mana if I knew my gank would succeed. Also, sometimes you bait teammates. That's not your fault, but like you charge and they think you're close, but you're actually miles away. Sometimes I'll give time estimates. Be like, I'll be there in 10 seconds. Let them know. They see the charge and they're like, let's start. And they're dead before you get there. Oh, Bash Lord! Wasn't someone TPing here? Where'd they go? Alright, this is good though. I don't know who is TPing. It's kind of close. By the way, you were super bare bones in your build. I would consider buying like blood grenades are nice. Just to like fill up the slots. Buy a couple iron branches is nice. Your mana pool is real small, as you've noticed. So just a couple iron branches is actually a very significant increase to your mana pool. You gotta stop warding in front of people. They never got this one, so I guess it's fine. But I actually really hate these observer spots. With love, I hate these observer spots. They're very common to kill. When the enemy like does any blocking or unblocking, it's extremely common to lose observers in this area. It would generally be good for you if you stopped using these. Like, if you never put another one in here again, it would be 99% of the time the right play. There's a couple cases you can argue for it, especially versus Pudges. But there's very few reasons to actually need observers in this area. For the risk of losing them, for the high risk of losing them. The reward they give is not typically worth it. It's working, and I know a lot of you are probably like, I use it all the time and it lives all the time, but like, it's really not supposed to, guys. It's not supposed to. It's a winning off of bad habits, off of like bad enemy habits. So that's not good. It's also gonna hurt your ability to know how to play without vision in this area, which is more useful as you climb. Like, you should know how to play respecting that someone is out of sight and like where you should position because of that. My laning wards are the worst. Just feels like it takes 1 century. Exactly. Okay. Let me show you. Let me give you a couple other spots. Let me not just complain. Okay, I want Wraith King to be alone. If you're worried about enemy mid-rotations, they are a Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Puck, Queen of Pain, who grabs the rune and runs down here. One, your mid laner may have already warded on the bottom side, in which case this is kind of covered. But sometimes they ward on the top side. So you can put yours. There's a spot here that's really good. There's a spot here that's really good. Both these spots are... This spot's actually a lot more common to check for, but it's still a lot better than something in here, which naturally gets killed a lot. Look, Pugna's doing it. There tend to be a lot of sentries around both pull camps, so you lose a lot of stuff here all the time, just randomly. So at least putting it here, which is out of sight, even if they put sentries in this area, you can't see this spot without having to like walk all the way over here, and it's really bizarre. So this gets away a lot of the time. This has to be intentionally checked for with a sentry like over here, and then they have to like walk all the way around to go look in that spot. So these two are really good spots. You could also just put it in the river. Safe laners, you can put it in this spot up here. It's pretty out of sight. Anywhere over here can also work. Do it from the tree lines. Off laners, if you're worried more about teleports coming in to get your teammates, then come down here, like in the tree line, and just plant it like over here. This'll work. Up here to see Twin Gate rotations, very good, but in most pub games, a lot of people don't even use the Twin Gate, so you actually don't need it until you reach higher ranks. But you can do it if you want to be like next level. If you want to see heroes like Pudge, and you're like, it's really helpful to know when a hero is in here for me. I don't disagree, but let's not put the observer in here. Put it out here. Do this either at the start of the game at night, run down here and just put it You see how the default terrain has this path, like right here? So anything on the far edge of the path where it starts meeting the grass line, that will be safe from any sentries that people tend to put like in this area. Now, sometimes people put sentries like over here. It doesn't actually make sense unless you're playing versus an Invis hero. This is another bad. This is the Guardian Ward. Because so many people put observers here, people then develop the habit of putting sentries in this area as well to check all this, which as you go higher, you would never see like higher ranked players do it, but it's very common in the mid ranks. So you can put it even further to the right if you need to, but usually anything here, for anyone following the typical sentry patterns, anything on this far edge of the road is good, and it will see into this area, so you can see like glimpses of the Pudge and the Clockworks and all them going through that area, and this will probably survive the full duration compared to anything in this area. Again, you may run into some weird stuff, but that's technically the better spot. On the top side, same deal. Sentries along this edge and down here are extremely common. So same path on the far side are quite safe. Safe laners looking to see into this area, an observer here will catch a glimpse of like this section here. So you can see people moving in and out. Off laners, same deal. Run through this tree line, stick it like here from behind the trees. You'll see the teleports. If you need to see the mid laners coming over, this stuff all tends to die really easily. Like even this cliff, because again, those same sentries that you're putting all the time in this area kill this stuff. So further down, anywhere over here works out. Try to do it in the nighttime rather than the daytime, because a lot of people stand in this area will accidentally see you, or because you're low ground, you don't know they're here. So nighttime is the safest to do it. If it's daytime, try to like take a wide path and then peek your head up to see if anyone sees you, and then drop it and then walk away. You can also do like in the river here. Things along here, if it's early enough, tend to be safe, though as the game progresses, people check this a lot. But in the first 10 minutes, people don't usually check this area. Over here is also good. And then this far side, if you are the safe lane wanting to see like stuff back here, you can put it like over here early enough and it's usually okay. Can you just put it on outside of lane and it peeks into the trees behind the tower? Like here? You can do stuff like this. On the Dire, this one's okay. Observer's a little closer because the camp is a little further away. Though you never know where people will put their sentries. And sentries in this entire, like any sentry along the edge will cover the whole box. So you never really know where someone put their sentry. And there's a chance that they put it on the top side, especially in brackets where the Guardian Ward, this area is really common. Like, if you're blocking or unblocking this camp, why wouldn't you put your sentry here to double up on dealing with this camp and then also checking this area where everyone loves to put observers even though they die really easily? So then it does become really common to put stuff in this area. So that's why I would recommend like further out. If you meant a different spot, let me know. Okay, kind of talk enough about Spirit Breaker early game and like how to set yourself up for rotations. So let's jump to where you're losing, and then I think you were asking like, how do I deal with that? So we are now 8K behind. Yeah, this guy is not having a great game. Oh, Orchid, interesting. Okay, well, this is a good place to start, I guess. You can always have a better shot under your own tower because your team can teleport to defend. So this is let's come back, right? We avoid aggressively pushing into the enemy where they have the advantage of teleports and all that stuff, and we kind of avoid them until they push up to a place, and then we as a team have to be like, get them. So we see a bunch of them running in, and your team can all start teleporting to try to do this, which you have. You can charge the person in the back so that you charge through all your opponents. You can even next level like charge somewhere else if you need to like line something up in a way that you're like, oh, this angle's good, but I can't charge anything there. Keep in mind, you can always charge something somewhere else on the map and then just stop your charge. But anyways, because everyone TP's in, this is actually a 5-on-3 under the tower. And when we look at the values, Lion is not in the fight yet, so take out 4.6k. And then, who's the other guy who's not here? The other support. Pugna is not here. Pugna's mid. Oh yeah, he's literally here. So this 9k lead is gone because the supports are not here. So it's a 5-on-3 with equal net worths, which you guys then also land some really nice AoE spells on top of each other. And then look how much money you made back. You guys got like 3,000 gold. So defensive fights are perfect. And otherwise, we try to avoid the enemy and just like split push the map. It is scary depending on who you're playing against. You happen to be the guy who threatens a lot of that split push potential. Anti-Mage is pretty good at threatening it, so it is scary. But it is kind of necessary to drag the game out. You're a support, so you did the dewarding. That's fine with me. You even have the charge to like come back in as necessary. If the rest of your team pushes a tower, that's typically good, which it looks like they were doing, and then Rubik stuck around too long. I'm not going to worry about that. Ooh, this is very scary. You know they're in this area. I would not recommend going through the bottom there. This is actually what probably gets you killed here. Yeah, if we go back to positioning, I want to go bottom. I have to go around like this. The reasons. Anyone standing in this area can see down here, and I can't see them if I'm on the low ground. Observers in this area are very common. So I'm going through enemy vision into several heroes who have mobility spells. So you got to be real respectful, move all the way around. When you are the stronger team, then you can do this, and it's like not as big of a deal. But you should still be careful because they might also jump you there. So for example, when you were high ground to low ground, Slardar going to the low ground, if he doesn't have observers or teammates here, he had no idea you were here, but you would see him. So this could be a chance where your team would jump the Slardar if you had enough heroes here. Or in this case where we're losing, 6k at this point is not that bad, but like, you know, like he sees us because I took this path. And even if he wasn't here, but he was here, he would have seen me. If they had an observer here, they would have seen me. So it's all risk. I think you could have left a little faster and you might have been okay, especially if you like charge out. Maybe you didn't think you were in that much danger. But if you are worried about losing, we should play with that danger sense. Okay, so right here, can we defend? What will I, as a Spirit Breaker, do? Your charge through creeps actually does kill a lot of them, but as you charge through the creeps, you're going to get crowd controlled and then killed. So I actually can't defend, and as they push up, what I'm probably going to do is just like stand in this area and maybe try to creep aggro things back if I think I'm safe to do so. If someone split pushes like this, you could maybe charge through and try to take like a 2v1 fight, get someone, but that often is not the case. So right here, you should actually be running out of the last area you don't think they're at, which I see 3 heroes here, 1 hero here. So I'm just hoping the last hero is somewhere here and not here. If I'm super scared, I'm running around here. And you have to run because we need to teleport back when the fight does break out in about 12 seconds. You have charge, so you could, from the lane, just like charge down here. Most other supports have to just like run down. And the goal is that we need to get this lane pushing wherever it is to threaten some tower damage and try to bait one of them to TP home. And then I TP home and we take like a 5-on-4. And that's part of our hoping to recover because one of the cores, right, Necrophos with Boots of Travel, couldn't help himself, TP'd home because he saw money. And now 13,000 net worth is out of the fight. And we actually have a small gold lead as opposed to trying to take a high ground defense 11k down, which is at least the high ground defense, but it's still not the easiest. So you kind of see what I mean, right? We stand here. So this is okay. I didn't talk about this. we die. That's the worst case scenario. We need our full team alive to fight. We're pretty close. So when I stand here, I might accidentally move too far and they might be willing to dive. Sometimes it'll backfire on them. Sometimes it'll be us just losing even more. And now if I die, they can't, now we can't take a 5-on-4. In this case, they do kill us, but we get the Slardar and the... Actually, we got a lot out of that. That worked out quite well. Real risky, though, right? Like, it should not have... Not that it... I don't know. I don't think any of us could have looked at the Slardar jump and been like, yeah, I think we're going to get, like, a triple here. You know, it's really risky, and I'm glad it worked out for you in this case. But it's a risk I wouldn't recommend you guys take. We want consistent good plays. That's the safest way and most consistent way to gain MMR rather than like, I hope this works. It didn't work. We lose, you know, like whatever it ends up being. So that's where I think like running down, trying to bait someone out is your best bet. And then you charge back or TP back, whatever, whoever you are. All right, move, guys. Oh, move! Your team won the fight, but no one's pushing very fast. Oh no, not capitalizing on the win. Bring out your couriers anytime you guys win a fight like this, and you need to de-ward your own half of the map. Rubik ended up like, I guess I'll put my observer here. But if he just brought his courier out, he could have saved that observer for a better place. He will probably now lose his observer. When the enemy team comes up and they go, oh, we lost our observer on this cliff. Let's check that cliff again. He's going to lose this. Same way when like we de-warded their sentry and then put an observer there, there was a very high chance Pugna comes back and puts his own sentry to kill it, and then he finds an observer. He didn't, but I'd say that's one of the rarer cases where that happened. Let's go back. So we won the fight. Didn't really get the lanes out that fast. That's not you, that's your team. You then start doing some dewarding, but right now we're showing in multiple lanes, and they actually know, because these two were in the creep wave and these two were under an observer. So from the enemy's perspective, and you should be able to know this as well, we just showed two heroes on four heroes split up on two very different parts of the map. So then their last question is like, well, where's Spirit Breaker? Well, it doesn't matter where Spirit Breaker is. If we take a 5-on-3, let's say Spirit Breaker's here, that's fine. What about a 5-on-3 here? Also fine. So your team should have been really careful here. They didn't capitalize on it right away. So then there was some movement. But because we never pushed in any lanes and we weren't able to get deep wards down, I don't really know where the other heroes are. If they're like behind Slardar, if they're getting close, if Anti-Mage is on his own or not. So that's why your team needed to get some lanes pushed out, and supports ideally would have also rushed out to try to place a deeper ward than any of this, because there could be smokes. Even though we have this observer, there could be just smoked in this area. You were dead, not your fault. Rubik needed to go move out further. But that's why, like, when you guys go on this Slardar, oh, it turns out Line is now here, you know, and then Anti-Mage is running over. Necro is actually down here, but he does have the boot to travel, so he joins in. And we didn't really know if this could or could not happen because we didn't have the lanes pushed out and we didn't have deep wards to see this kind of information. I think maybe we move forward. How about you guys start submitting new replays? I think I will get more water. Boil more water too for tea. Let's start that early. Yeah, I'll be right back. You guys can give Spirit Breaker feedback for me while I'm gone. What hero has the best laugh and why is it Bane? Bane's is pretty good, actually. Damn, whose is better than Bane's? Itemization question on the Spirit Breaker. You do look like you have a bit of a hard game. Glimmer is not bad. Shadowblade is preferred, but Glimmer could have also worked. Especially if you're losing for like an early game, Glimmer at the end of your charge, and then hopefully they don't see you, so you still get land some stuff. And then the magic resistance is also still really good versus like 3 of their heroes. The barrier, good versus this. It would be a weird Spirit Breaker item, but it's maybe doable. At this point, I do understand the BKB. I think ideally Rubik would have gone Glimmer and you could get your Shadowblade if you were having a better game. I don't mind the BKB for where we're at. I'm trying to think of like what else you could do, but it really is kind of tough this game with the teammates you have. Yeah, maybe the Glimmer. Maybe that's like the early game item you could have done. Let's try this one. Okay, we'll do this one. Once I'll download it. I'll go pour my hot water and then bring it over here. Okay, let me adjust the timestamp. 3. Okay, this one. So you are position 1 Anti-Mage. You played with your friend. You had an extremely hard laning phase. How could we have made the lane better? Should I have gone Helm Dom for better recovery? Please feel free to nitpick. P.S. Used to be an ancient player, lost that account, grinding on this one. Finger wag, no smurfing here, guys, but that's been now forced. But it's no good. Don't do it. Let's get into it. Oh, where are we? Anti-Mage. Okay, I shouldn't skip that far ahead. Let's see what you guys do at the nighttime. Nighttime. You are what? You and Shadow Shaman versus kind of wacky, actually. I don't know. Skywrath, Hoodwink, Treant, Lena. 2 of those 4 heroes. I'm actually glad you swapped out some items to buy the Quelling Blade, because I was gonna say. I think it's actually worth getting that, cutting some trees. Okay, probably a Treant 5 now that we see him down there. That Wraith King is going to chase into a dangerous position on his own because he's definitely going to be able to get a solo kill. I would just chill, guys. Be careful. Like in a situation. Morphling. Not bothered at all by the fact that people chased his treant. Gonna walk right into here. Which the execution on this could have been a little bit better, but the idea is there. You should be very careful of running in like this because the rest of the team might be on their way when they see some of this happening. This is getting very strange. I would have just TP'd top earlier. All right, it does happen now. I like that you guys both teleport like facing each other because you're going to different spots. Okay, we are up here. I would come a little sooner after you get this rune, just like TP in here ahead of time, do a little body block on the creep to get like one forward, do a little trick to help yourself out, cut some trees. Let's see, we're gonna buy our tangos with the starting gold. There was a last hit there. I'm not going to worry too much about the timing stuff, but I'll point out a couple things, which is like you went for the trade on Hoodwink when there was a last hit coming up. Definitely try to prioritize the last hits, especially in the very first few waves. And especially when your support is taking the long way here, which I would probably have recommended your Shadow Shaman to just TP to lane. Because look how much has happened. You guys could have lost the lane already by this point, by the time your Shadow Shaman's getting here. So it's much better to just teleport, be here early. You guys could have 2v1'd the Hoodwink because Skywrath was also late, right? So you guys could have won the lane by just taking off half of Hoodwink's health to start. Could have made sure the camps were blocked in a way that helped you out. Could have just taken like good trades, deny creeps. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can happen in the first wave that determines how the lane will go. Okay, so now we learn it is Hoodwink versus Skywrath. There's going to be a lot of ranged harass on the both of you because you're a short-ranged hero on the Shadow Shaman. You're a melee hero. Shackles is going to do very little this lane because he has silence if he takes it at level 2 in preparation of that. She has bushwhack. So it's going to be very hard to take any kind of extended trade that Shadow Shaman usually likes to do. You can go for a couple trades like Hex and Burst, do a little bit. But mostly you're just going to have to buy enough regen, bring the lane back enough times. So Shadow Shaman should make sure, this is where like get this camp blocked because you don't want to have to walk out too much. But definitely make sure this one's available and then try to stack it if possible. So you have a lot to work with in terms of pulling to deny stuff to fix the lane. You could finish a Wraith Band. You sometimes skip this, but you are going to be taking a lot of right-click harass, so the armor on the Wraith Band will be worth it. I see you have this Orb of Frost queued up, but Orb of Frost is like, we're going to chase and we're going to get kills, and that's going to be hard. Technically, once you commit and you're on top of these ranged heroes, it will be good, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be in the situation where you're always less health, and they should probably just stand their ground and fight you. Like, do a little bit of harass, and at that point, you won't be able to ever get close enough for this Orb of Frost. Looking for that Guardian Ward. There's his. Guys, pass it on. Don't put these. They're useless. All right, that's actually not a bad trade. All right, you keep it outside. That's good. Okay, this guy walked too far. Man, good bushwhack. Just a little out of range of the shackles. Oh, damn. Not bad, all things considered, but a poor time to go because we lost a lot of creeps for this. So when this started, I think the Skywrath trade was good because you had enough time for this. You can go for this Skywrath, and then I'd probably have stopped with this bushwhack and just returned to lane. Because at this point, what have we gained? Skywrath is too low to show up to the lane anymore, right? If you come back to the lane and then you have Blink and you see Skywrath here, you'll just blink and kill him. So Skywrath is no longer a factor in the laning stage. He has to go home or he has to sit out of sight tangoing for a really long time. Even if Skywrath doesn't show up here where you can blink kill him, if he tries to do anything in this tree line, especially because we put the Observer, even though I don't like it, but it's here. If you ever see him in here, Shadow Shaman can go sneak through the trees and then just kill him. So Skywrath has very little he can do in the lane. It's not necessary to chase him anymore. I know he's worth money, especially First Blood, but what is the sacrifice? If we don't get it, especially if we extend too far, we're going to start missing creeps. This is 150 gold here. Let's take this creep out because he's kind of low. Probably should have been denied. So, like, there's 100 guaranteed gold here and good equilibrium to maintain here. If this goes under tower, we may end up shoving out the lane. So there is 100 gold now and then long-term farming there that I can guarantee. Fortunately, like, we did get a good trade on this, but then here's our missed money, right? If this hadn't been First Blood, I would say you ended up losing out because we lost. Let's see. This is about 250 gold. So if it wasn't First Blood, you can see most kills usually are between 200 to 300 gold. So the amount of gold you got on the kill would have been the same, just getting all the last hits. And let's say you had gotten the kill and lived, you'd be sitting at really low health. So then you can't even get all these last hits because you'll be zoned by the hoodwink. So there's just like some risk to it. I won't. Let's just move on from there. Shadow Shaman is now going to be in the position that Skywrath was, which is that Shadow Shaman can no longer do anything in the lane without dying. So even if you don't get the kill now, which actually it looks like they are, right? He could have never come to the lane. He could have never randomly walked in here. He would have died in every situation. So we got that earlier kill, but we lost equilibrium because of it. And now we are having a very poor time. Here's all the damage coming in on us. This Orb of Frost is great when we hit heroes and can run them down. But now that we are tanking damage and need healing, it is not doing much for us. All right, at this point, we just shove the lane in to get it to reset. All right, so here, you guys should be coming back to do your own pulls. This will resolve itself. If you were stronger, you could consider the dive. I suppose you still could, but again, the shackle should be really hard to get. You shouldn't get 2 points in it. It should be 1 point. It should be like a 1-1-1 build, if not like a 2-1 or 1-2 build. But I think 1 point in shackle is okay. You guys are trying to push it, but it's pretty tough. And we're going to miss all the pulls because of this. Looks like you may get a hoodwink kill. We may also just lose all our health and now die. And equilibrium will continue to be up here. Actually, no, maybe it will be shoving up. Never mind. I lost track of the creep waves myself. If you guys had more, if it was a different matchup and they didn't both have ways to stop shackles, I would say you could dive there. But I think for how I think this lane should go, I don't think it's worth diving there. Let's go back one more time to talk through it. So, one, the shackle is really hard. He didn't end up taking it. I do think he should have. If we dive, we're gonna get what, 200 to 300 gold. If you step back and you do a small camp pull and then connect the hard camp, this is 160 gold, and the entire time you will take very little damage. Like, you just have to do enough to aggro the camps, and then your creeps will tank the rest. So we will deny the enemy 150 gold from the creep wave, and we will secure ourselves 160 gold. That is very similar to like getting a 300 gold kill. By diving, you do threaten, like, she can't sit easy and farm these last hits, so that part is good. But it's so messy, right? Because Shadow Shaman has to walk up. For this to work, Shadow Shaman has to get the crowd control, And he is a short-ranged hero versus two really long-ranged, faster heroes. I think it's not bad to try, but I think it's really hard. And at this point, I feel you have tried, and you've now lost the window. Like, the dive is possible because of how many creeps are here, and now they're dead. So at this point, even though you didn't get the kill, I would say you were successful in that Hoodwink didn't farm any of this. She just missed out on like 200 gold from avoiding you guys. So I would say your dive is successful here, and you just leave. And although you missed the small pull, you actually can still do a hard camp pull this way. And I don't think you actually need to chase further here. Hey, Airmere, how you doing? Yeah, like We Go Hard said, when we finish with this one, I'll ask for submissions for the replays. Or if you want a guaranteed one, we do it for $5. I was kind of not looking at your lane in that time, but... Probably would have gone for the Hoodwink. I think Hoodwink was lower there. She's also the offlaner, so she's worth a bit more. I wasn't watching, and your question's about the laning stage, so I should go back and look. Let's see, we are farming. This is not a great time to sentry, by the way, for your friend, because he may need your help to remove it. Like, let's say they have a sentry in this area, and he needs your help, but you don't want to help him because there's a bunch of creeps here. So Shadow Shaman shouldn't be looking for anything like out here, fights or wards or whatever. Anything that might need your help, this is a bad time to do it because you're going to miss a lot of money. So Shadow Shaman right now should just help you deny anything that gets low. He can go for like little trades if he wants, but he might run into two heroes, which is then not a, like, then it's going to encourage you to have to come over and help him. So denying creeps is probably the safest, or like waiting in Fog of War for these creeps to all die off, and at the very end, like, Hoodwink is hanging around thinking she can go for like a deny, and then Shadow Shaman walks up and gets her, and then you're free to do to help out because all the creeps are dead. Otherwise, could be like just waiting for a pull or a stack, which, for example, could happen right there. You can kind of see here, the reason the equilibrium matters, like, if you guys do want to get kills, which you can, it's all around if Shadow Shaman gets close enough for the crowd control. And you can see, like, walking in the lane, even with this stuff, is extremely difficult. So the only way this works is when he pops out through the trees and is really close to them, because they're outside. He must enter the circle of safety, right? This is the circle of aggression has to invade the circle of safety. And because she is faster and longer range and her circle is bigger, it's much harder to do that. So you have to go through the trees to pop out when Hoodwink is standing here, and the trees help you invade the circle of safety. And that is much easier to do back here than here. So the more like equilibrium control that happens, the more chances you guys actually have to make plays. Otherwise, you're going to keep walking up like this and then just tank a bunch of damage. And now we finally get close enough, and then they're just going to kill you because you've lost too much health. You should just walk in here, by the way. So they're clearly moving towards that Shadow Shaman. You have a lot of creeps here, and even though I would like to get this farm, which is partly why I wouldn't go aggressive, I can tell that they're going to be aggressive. If they use abilities on you, then Shadow Shaman can finally get the shackle. He can hex one, shackle the other. So you can start walking towards them, like now, and if they turn to fight you, they'll draw all this creep aggro. These creeps, for this early game, and for the fact that Hoodwink has okay armor, but Skywrath has no armor, this amount of creeps is like you have a third hero here doing damage. So if they draw aggro in this situation, you're actually pretty good. So I would run in at this point, like right now, And that way you wouldn't feel the need to like blink over like this, which is a very short range blink, but also gonna limit your, like if you get this kill, great. If you don't, you won't chase again. So I think it would have taken you like an extra second to walk at the hoodwink. She might bushwhack you. Let's say she had it, right? Bushwhack you, sprint, and then you could blink after her. As opposed to blink in, get controlled, and then she gets away. Or every time you stand still to auto attack, she just runs away, and like you can't catch her because you already used your blink. You did have the wand there. I think you actually maybe could have done that, but I also mess up my stuff all the time. In fact, most deaths on stream I go, I didn't press my wand. Your friend is going very ham here. Right here, your friend should either go for the Wisdom Shrine steal or should be doing a pull to get equilibrium back so that when you come back to lane, it's in a good spot. Could also stack for you somewhere on the map. That's also possible. This is really aggressive for just a support to go in and do. And then you come in to save him, and now you're dead. Like, you've lost all your health now. At least Zeus is gonna come in. But this could have easily happened if you guys just pull the lane back, and then Zeus rotates in. Like, you could have gotten the kill on much better terms. Now we're gonna, like, walk out. Ah, did get it. Worth. You probably should have just ran out. I think if you just run and blink out, you would have made it in a similar time to waiting for that teleport. And then you'd still have your teleport. You're getting baited by how slow the bolts are. Observers in this area. He's already checking for it from earlier. This kind of sentry is extremely common. So observers nowadays, in the past, it actually used to be pretty good to like stick it here. But because of the way the lane has shrunk down and everything, most observers in this area are easily killed by something like this. That's why you see a lot of people moving to put their observers over here now, pretty far to the side. So you see just enough into the lane to be useful, but to avoid this really common sentry. And people feel the need to like check all this stuff, so it's hard to move it like too far to the left, lest you lose this area, which is true because this area is still good to put an observer for. So observers over here are really good. Observers on this section are really good, and we'll see very similar stuff. Observers here will lose out to sentries in this area, or if this guy had previously checked for this camp to unblock it and put something around here, anything in this side would also kill this observer for free. And every time you use your blink aggressively, you will lose. You have to have a winning fight every time you use the blink. So at this point, you guys should have shifted your mindset to be like, I just need to farm. You know, you'll be strong later, but this lane has, because it's been too close, you're not strong enough to just like force it. If you win the first couple fights cleanly and build a gold lead, then you can start doing what you're doing, which is like, we just go and we get them. But we missed that window for the trades, and now we should just be on back foot jungling mode. Kind of like this, but earlier. And then you asked about, should I get Helm of the Dominator or, what's it called? At this point, you kind of need to predict how you think the lane's going to go. If we go back in time and we say, I don't think we'll be able to get kills, this looks really tough, I would go straight for the Helm of the Iron Will. I probably wouldn't even get this stuff. I would just go straight for the Helm of the Iron Will to get the armor and the regen to tank through the ranged harass, and then get the Helm of the Dominator ASAP. If you think you can get kills and you're kind of like feeling it out, then you can go towards the power treads first. Get these power treads, and then see if the lane is bad. You go back for the Helm of the Dominator. It'll be slower, but it'll give you the chance to capitalize on pub games, which they mess up, and then you get kills, so then you're rich with these power treads. And then at that point, you could go for, okay, forget this, go Battle Fury. At this point, now it is awkward where we committed to getting kills, but we lost. And so now if we go back for Helm of the Dominator, I'm kind of open to it, but I think maybe it's just better to go for Battle Fury. I don't actually play much Anti-Mage, so I don't know how it feels. So I'm not 100% sure. I think at a pro level, you would have either taken the first route I mentioned, which is we just go straight Helm of the Iron Will, or we made plays up here. We started with a third hero, got kills, whatever, and then tried to like keep that going. Okay. I think that covers our laning stage. So I'm gonna pop this up. If you guys want your game analyzed, just type exclamation old habits. It's funny, I still bring that out every now and then. We haven't done that in ages. Just type the match ID, type the hero you're playing, give me questions, and then we'll just pick randomly. Or if you hate RNG, I'll do it for $5. But that is completely optional. Do not feel required to do so. We do these every Monday and Wednesday, so even if your RNG luck is bad and you don't get picked today, if you come into enough streams, like, you'll get it eventually. Anyways, a lot of you can still use the same advice from a different replay that's not yours. For example, the Guardian Ward, which has now shown up in 2 different games. Can I redeem a session? I guess I hadn't thought about that. I mean, if you want to, Ermiar. So Ermiar is actually a coaching student, which we're a little behind on. I mean, if you want, we could. I don't know if you want to be like, usually we're like in the call for the coaching. Usually don't do that on stream, but we've done it before, so we could do that. If you just want me to look at your game, we could also do that. Or if you just want to go the usual route of like the booking, we can do that. Although I am actually, this weekend actually does not work for me, but. Oh yeah, you did end up going back for the Battle Fury, so I think that's fine. A little behind, yeah. I gotta double check where we're at. I'm fine either way. If you want to demonstrate what the paid coaching is like, we can do it. I'll just need to make sure. We'll be at like, I usually use the timer of the recording to measure the time, but I'll just like keep track of it. I'm gonna sit down if we're gonna do that. Yeah, some math calculations are being done here. Do you always push to the river? I haven't really been keeping up with what's on the replay as I've been checking on the chat to pick like the next one. So I didn't quite see. But in terms of pushing out lane safely as the core, you need to get the lane pushing. It doesn't actually matter where the lane goes to fully. As safe as you feel to push, that's as far as you should go. The issue is people go too far a lot of the times. So for example, you're here and we are entering the cycle of like, I'm gonna farm, so I'm pushing out lanes. So when you push out the lane, you don't actually need to hit the tower. Like once the creep wave is dead here, like it shows up to your tower, it's at equilibrium, you kill the 4 creep waves and push 3 creeps forward. You don't need to move forward and get the next creep wave. You don't need to hit the tower. The lane is pushing and that will give you information as they move up. So that's done. You go jungle if you're scared. Back here if you're like real scared. Let's say this tower is down. Same deal. That same creep wave that meets here at equilibrium, it like pushed a wave in, right? So you come before it hits your tower, you push it out. You don't need to keep moving to catch the next creep wave to like push all the way up to here and then go back. Once you kill this creep wave and your creep wave starts moving forward, that's it. You're done. If you feel safe to go further, you can. But if there's any level of risk that you're not comfortable with, you don't need to go any further. Technically, any hero can fit this bill in terms of like safety of pushing, but for core, like carries, especially in the early game, you're more focused on farming, and you can let like a support who can take more risk, and like if they die, it's like whatever, right? Like they can go further. A mid hero who can get away can go further. Okay. Ermiar, can you send me a match ID? Maybe I have a couple. All right, guys. On the spur, I guess we'll do a live coaching here. Which if you're interested in your own live coachings, which usually don't happen on stream, I actually don't mind. It's usually I just leave it up to people's preference to keep it off stream for more privacy. But we'll do this one. I'm fine with that. But yeah, I guess you'll see what the coaching's usually like. It's more focused. So I'll probably not read chat very much because that's part of like being more focused on the coaching. For the replays, it's free for you guys. I don't care. You know, if we get a little distracted, I don't feel like I'm ripping you off at anything. Even for the paid replays, usually we give enough time that I think it's okay. But for the coaching, I try to make it like more focused. So I'll be more focused on this one. Ermiar and I have a stockpile we have been behind on. Okay, let me change some stuff to be. Let me get all this ready. If you guys have any questions, we can knock them out now before we start this coaching for an hour, and then I won't be paying attention to questions as much. Tinker support is still a thing if you want to, but it's not very popular. Oh, this was happening earlier. Maybe it's the same with the server issues. We just gotta like try again a couple times. I don't know why I went there. Maybe I didn't copy the right thing. Copy. Oh, that was my own game. It just didn't load, wasn't it? Let me try. Ermiar double check that it's the right match ID, but assuming it is and it's just Dota being weird, I'm gonna restart Dota because that has helped in the past before. Let me try. In your live coachings, do you track student habits and if they're working on them, like a teacher who knows all their weaknesses? To some degree, I do try. I guess peek behind the scenes. Usually, I have started the habit of creating. There's a separate. This is hidden in the Discord. There's a Patreon list of text that I have like every student has their own thing, and I will try to jot down like key lessons from each session in there to keep track a little bit for myself and for the students. A lot of people take their own notes or don't really need it that much. Like they have their own goals from the coaching that they have their own takeaways, but is this it? Only one medal. As long as we can download it, it's fine. Okay. I'm actually pretty excited to play more Chen in the future. We had some good practice in yesterday, but I'm excited to do more. Okay, let me type in this timestamp and then let's get the live coaching going. Let's see. Do I have Discord in this one? Maybe if I do a different tab, this is better. Hold on, I hadn't thought about this because I record the stuff in a different scene from the stream. I need to add Discord to this. Or what if we come to this tab? That could work, I guess. Yeah. I didn't realize the camera on this one's a little different, actually. It was in a slightly different position. Whatever, that's fine. Okay. Here we go. Hello, Ermiar, can you hear me? I can hear you. I think I need to... Hold on. Discord... I don't think the stream can hear you. How about now? Can you test?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Okay, I see I see the volume. Okay. Nice.
Cool.
On the fly. Let's do this. How you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good. Getting over being sick, but doing okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Just getting back from a long vacation. Noble. Oh, thanks. Here, I'll take a noble voice.
Okay. Who are you in this one? I realize I have anonymous mode on, which not usually.
Disruptor.
Disruptor. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, like, don't feel like you're gonna cheat me if you only want to do like half an hour or something either, right? I don't necessarily want to take up like all the time.
No, it's
this
fine.
Is supposed to be like a bunch of people.
I think it's fine because personally, actually, to be real, I feel like I cheat the coaching students actually a little bit because the replay analysis stream, which is meant to be free and random raffles, but then I'll do it for $5, but then it's random. Sometimes for $5, I like, oh, the question's this, boom, done in 10 minutes. Other times we just like ramble mode, podcast, and I'll give like feedback for like an hour. And I'm like, man, that does not compare like price value, even though there's like some focus stuff and like somebody's distracted. So you can get the full to screw these guys, who cares? I think you guys should get the most.
Sure. I do have a hard stop in like an hour and 10.
Okay,
so.
That sounds good then. Yeah, well, it'll be a full coaching, and then we'll make sure you have time to go. Okay, what's up with this one then? What are we looking here?
So honestly, this was kind of spur of the moment. I'm trying to page back in like exactly what's happening with this game. But since I was like on vacation, I took like a break just to like go off and do like other things. So I've been kind of getting back into it. So I think like what's going to help is like just focusing on like laning and then like early game because like set the good like foundational stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it looks like, is this Clink's carry?
Yeah, Clink's carry.
Clink's carry, Axe, okay. Yeah, okay. So it looks like the lane went fine, but then maybe we can just like improve it a little bit. Okay.
Oh, I'm sure you can find stuff to improve.
Oh, let me grab. I'll type the rank in here for people who tune in. Okay. Hard support divine. Okay. Cool. Okay, so you and Clinks versus Axe, and then I guess you don't know which Doctor or Venomancer.
Yeah, my guess was Veno.
Okay.
And I think that's actually what it ends up being.
Okay, you'll definitely need a lot of regen this lane, not only because Disruptor's a little bit weaker, but like if it's Venomancer and Axe, that's a lot of damage over time. If it's Axe, damage over time, and then like the burst from Witch Doctor. So you probably need to plan to buy a salve. Like I think like Tango salve and then maybe another sentry are some really good like follow-up items from the bounty runes. And then if you get information on like where people go, we can adjust. Like I would just do like more Tangos versus these two, and if Witch Doctor's there, I'm definitely getting a salve.
Gotcha.
You can still get a salve versus these two guys.
My concern about salve against Veno specifically is like you can get a surprise ward or walk into a surprise ward, so you gotta be like super careful with it. I think Tangos are safer. I mean,
yeah.
Just curious what your thoughts are.
So it goes both ways, where yes, you do need to be careful. So like if you're gonna salve versus the Venomancer, definitely sit like real far back while you salve. And it's a little annoying, but at the same time, that's the benefit of salve being short, right? It's not that long. And the idea behind it is kind of twofold, which is that Venomancer, as a damage over time hero, doesn't have burst, right? So when you just stand and fight him and you're both full health, most heroes, Disruptor does happen to be a little bit of a weaker laner, but most heroes would actually beat Venomancer in a direct one-on-one, because like even his first ability, which is decent damage, it's 15 seconds to finish like the full damage, you know? So you could probably kill him in like 10 seconds. So he has to leave, and then he takes some extra auto attacks. Once he gets the advantage through his damage over time, that's where it's harder to approach the Venomancer, because now it's not even footing. It's okay that he takes 15 seconds for the full damage, because he only needs 7 seconds to finish the job at this point. So then the salve, you step back, you heal all the way. Now we, again, have that advantage. Like, I beat him when we were all full health, but now I'm full health, and he's at like 2/3, half health, whatever. Now he has to like fear me, otherwise we commit to the full thing. So if you think you can play aggressive, that's where I think the salve versus Venomancer is good. If you think you're like just sitting in the lane, going for denies, doing pulls, and like we're never really trying to kill them, I'm just getting my carry through, whatever, then that's where I'm fine with just like all Tangos.
Cool. Okay, sounds good.
And then here we're probably just running. I don't know if you can really fight for this since they got the kill.
Oh, I think I die here.
Yeah, I
like,
think.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think they kill you. They killed. I forget who. They killed him soon enough that you probably just have to run out of here. I think you could maybe try to like run here and wait, and then like do the body block for your team if you wanted to. But otherwise, like just a full retreat. You probably have enough time to like twin gate over, so you don't have to like TP. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I was just being greedy and, you know, a little optimistic there, I guess, because I thought like, oh, I can just take the bounty rune because they're probably gonna just go for the one in the river. Yeah, just fight for this one.
Yeah, so this one, the TP I think was fine to get this. So this is kind of what I mean. It feels weird because we're like out here. If you stood and fought this Venomancer, I'm pretty sure you would win. Because full health, this guy's got 538. You have 676, right? Thunderstrike is a little bit of a longer cooldown ability as well, but the damage from Thunderstrike is kind of the same as Venomous Gale, and it gives you some like slow value if this guy tries to leave, but also the attack slow means you'll win the right click trade. You then had like stick charges from earlier plus the blood grenade. This guy only has this Orb of Frost, which does give him some extra damage because of his innate. But essentially, if you stand still and fight, the slow from his abilities and Orb of Frost don't do anything. And then you have enough extra health plus more to beat him. And if you don't have like real min max, you could like even swap in the mango for like zero 0.4 HP regen. So I actually think if you stand still and fight, he will be the one who's like, oh shit, I gotta run. And then as he runs, you'll land an extra auto attack. Instead, we had to like slowly run away, so we got more trades in, and then that's why you ended up losing this trade.
So I think I'm trying to remember this game now. So I think one of them is like, hey, I just TP'd in. So if I'm wrong on my calculations, it is a long walk back early in the lane. The other thing is like, I'm late to lane, and I know that I want to try to block the camp. So
Gotcha.
if I sit and fight with him, like it might be a good trade, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Either way. But I think what you'll see is, if I remember correctly, I'll place the ward like at 59
Nice.
and like just block it, and then I get pinged because it gets dewarded immediately.
I think that's okay. Yeah, if your goal is to block this first minute, that's the most important one. It sucks if it's killed right away, but like job done, right? So that's okay. You'll see that at the high level all the time. I do understand the nervousness, and I think I know you can do it because I play so much Venomancer. So if you're not sure, I totally understand wanting to be like, oh, well, I don't want to like grief myself, so I'll leave. And you have tons of regen, so it's not like your lane's over. So I think, yeah. I mean, it's one I know you can do just from playing so much Venomancer. But if you're not sure, that's fine. And then I think this is also a valid idea. But to counter that, let's say you did know you could beat this, but you were worried about this. I would say, well, I'm not too worried about this because if I actually beat him in the trade, then when they do a pull, I won't be afraid to contest either, right? Like even if this is up, because I took the winning trade, I'm stronger than them and they'll back off from us. And that's why, although I still like the idea of blocking this, if I miss that because I took a good winning trade here, it works. This is a weird spot, don't get me wrong. I'd much rather do it like by the tower or something, but he also TP'd down here though, if that adds into your calculations, right? If he's over here, he probably also TP'd. I actually don't know that for sure, but okay, he did. Right. I think for him to have been top the way he was and then be here, you've both TP'd in. Yeah, so he does unblock it, but right, job done. It doesn't spawn. This lane's pushing, but you actually should have your small camp because he was unblocking rather than body blocking. So unless he bought 2 sentries, he can't have blocked this and unblocked this. And because he was top first, I don't think he did it earlier. He might have actually...
He blocked it.
He may have done it from TPing over. He did?
He had 2 earlier.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he blocked it. I don't quite remember in the game, but I remember when we were just checking stuff out, like, he did have 2.
Okay. Gotcha. To be honest, I actually think that's a bad build from him, but it does work out. I guess it does work out here. He should get some stats rather than 2 sentries. Okay, well, in that case, he did block it, so we'll have to be in the lane a little bit more. I think it's okay, though, because this is the trade-off. Because he spent more money on sentries, like, this is his inventory, right? So I feel that's now where we need to punish him. If it's not through this kind of stuff, it's through trading against him in lane, especially before his Poison Sting comes online, because now he's going to have even more damage from the innate and the Poison Sting.
So, like, I don't feel like I'm a super strong laner as Disruptor. So like I'm hesitant to like kind of go like too hard. But so one of the things is I was trying to harass the Axe, and I think if you did this like by Thunderstrike in here, I think he dies. So maybe I should be focusing on the Veno. We bully the Axe out after the Veno is kind of pressured.
Yeah,
this is gonna be much easier.
So I think the way I would approach this depends on like what Venomancer ends up doing. And again, I know it's hard to like judge this right off the bat without like having played a bunch of Venomancer, or because you're just coming back, after a break, it's a little rusty. If you can engage Venomancer 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, you can take him out of the picture, and there's not a lot for Venomancer to do once he's like really low. And with his build, like he's gonna be low for quite a while. Once he's out of the picture, you two are actually double ranged. So now you can just keep poking Axe and focus him down before he gets too strong. If Venomancer is off to the side, and you can just default to that. You can just 2v1 the Axe with constant pokes. And the biggest danger is they target you, Battle Hunger, Venomous Gale, and run you down. So you do have to be careful with your positioning. but it requires Venomancer to like run in to do that. And so as long as you, okay, I know he's on this side, so I stand on this side and I just like poke axe a little bit. And for Venomous Gale to connect on me, it's gonna have to go through the creeps. I might die, but it's gonna do enough damage that it pushes the lane back, and then Clinks is gonna farm under the tower, and that'll be kind of okay. Okay, do you end up getting it? I think with the Clinks, it's not too bad if this camp ended up spawning at 2 minutes, because he should get a second point in Death Pack, and then he'll just be able to like eat most of these hard creeps.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I actually do think you can kill this guy. Nice. Okay, and then here is where it's tempting to just like start rushing stuff, but I do think like we still need more regen to finish getting through this lane. So either definitely get a clarity here because we're so low. I wouldn't mind a second mango, but you don't have to. And then if you have enough money after that, if you want to get this, I'm okay with that. If blood grenade's available, I would get that, because I need to keep helping now, like before Axe gets too strong. And if we, like, let's say you just bought out this stuff or bought boots. This is another one where like people get like a big chunk of money and then they'll buy boots, but then like, well, what am I gonna do? You know, I've got like no mana, and then like, okay, one more tango, and then I'm out, and then they start whittling me down, and then I don't get to roam because we're losing the lane, and I have to be here. So that's why you still have to go up front on the regen, which, let's see if you do. Okay, looks like you were trying to get the Lotus. Ooh, we got 2 mango purchases.
It was funny. There was more suspense for me there because I couldn't remember, and there's like just that little second delay on like the stream. So like, oh, what did I do?
Did I do it? Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to share with you through Discord.
No, it's fine. This stream's fine. Don't worry.
Are you
about
sure?
It.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I completely forgot about that. It'd been funny just talking into the void. You're just looking at a black screen.
Oh yeah.
This should also.
I can imagine how the game's going.
I think you can glimpse him back there just to get a bit more damage in. Yeah, this is where Axe is gonna starting to become a problem.
So I think part of the problem with not glimpsing there is like I have 2 points in queue, right? So my thought is like the lane is kind of going rough, so I kind of want a little bit more damage over time trade-off, right? I wasn't sure we would be able to like run them down because like with glimpse, right? Like you want ideally the ideal thing is like they're running away from you, you glimpse them back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the defensive way is like, you know, they're running at you and you glimpse them away, so you could do that. But I've been trying just to go like the 2 points in queue early in the lane if I don't feel like I'm going to have good glimpse opportunities, and I wasn't sure we were going to get them here. Could be misreading the lane though.
No, I think that's fine. Ignoring this matchup in particular, 2-1 is perfectly fine when you feel exactly what you think. It's like, I need more upfront power in the laning stage. Then you do this. And if you feel you're already winning the lane and you don't need more, you go 1-2. Or if you think this lane sucks and there's no amount of saving it and you need to make plays sooner around the map, then you go like 1-2 as well. So I think that's the right call. I've seen you kill the Venomancer. We've also seen the damage they deal. So it feels like a playable lane depending on how the fights break out, at least for a little longer. So I'm okay with the second point in Thunderstrike. Okay. So this may work out in the end. Close. But I just want to highlight for anyone watching who plays versus Venomancers, and then for you the next time you run into it. So right here, 538 health versus 400. I'm ignoring like the other heroes who are about to get involved in this. But like when you end up like just standing and fighting, like if we just imagine you both stand still and fight here, with his build and for how low health hero Venomancer is and for his damage over time elements, you need to do 250 damage and then like the 8 stick charges because he's built him up at this point. But you have like more health than him by default. So this is where if you are I guess this is maybe not the best example to point at, but essentially, like, when you stand still and just trade, like, it ends up being pretty close, you know? So anytime you have a little bit more health, it becomes easier. And why at the start I could see, like, oh, if we actually just fight, like, right here, you're stronger than him with the build he has. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong too. Maybe my calculation's wrong, but I think you can do that one. So a lot of times with the Venomancer. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, if Axe was not here, I think I stand and fight and I win that fight. But it's like I could see him coming over, and I was like, oh, I need to start leaving.
Yeah, I think in this one it totally makes sense. I was trying to find just like a micro example of why versus Venomancer, like, when you can stand and fight, that's how you actually beat Venomancer. Anytime you're forced to run is like when he finally gets the damage over time plus extra auto attacks to whittle you down. That just, yeah, that one's not the best example because Axe does make it so, like, you should just run. Nice. Be a little careful here where if it's really close, sometimes you want to help your carry and it's like, oh, let me hit Axe, but you may just be proccing spins faster. So in cases like this where there's no way we kill Axe or get him low enough where he's too scared to dive, so I'd be careful of hitting him here and probably be more like, can I get in there to body block him off of this Axe? That's probably more useful for you than hitting him here and getting him closer to, like, the next spin to finish the job.
Yep, totally fair.
Okay. From here is where the laning stage starts to break down, I think, and you can start, you have enough regen, so I'd be okay if you went for the later stuff. I'd be okay with the Bassi first, because it helps you use your Thunder Strikes, and then, like, also helps Clinks with his mana needs. Also buy an Observer Ward. You might have one on the courier anyways, but I don't know when I'll get to leave lane, and when we do, we need the Observer to help him be safe. But right around here, I actually think if you wanted to leave, especially if you had the Observer, so as you leave, you, like, plant it somewhere, like maybe here. This is a really important rune matchup for both these heroes. So if we can help with the 6-minute power rune, you might just, like, win that lane / win the game off of tilting someone. So if you can make an excuse to leave, I think now is good. Clinks is a little lower than I would like, but I mean, it's under tower and he has tangos. So I think he could deal with this himself and then come over here and pull, or just, like, farm it. You know, like, if the pull timing doesn't work out, by the time you get here, you'll be able to run back, TP back, whatever. But you might have gotten your Storm a big rune, which maybe you help kill mid, or maybe he, like, helps one of the side lanes with it. So for you, I know we don't always say, like, especially depending on the rank, whether it's worth it, but for Divine, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there are times when it is not on my mind because I don't know if it happens in this game, but there are times where it's like I'm doing stuff at like 11 minutes and getting pinged by my carry saying, "Hey, why aren't you in the lane?" Like, so yeah.
Classic carries.
Yeah. But you got to do the right play. Ignore them.
I'd probably skip the Winlace. Sometimes a casual Winlace fun. I'm guessing your idea is, like, they have so many slows that you're trying to help yourself out with that, or were you thinking of something else?
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, it was like I was ferrying regen, and it was like I got extra like 300 gold or something like that. I was like, I don't really want to get, like, the ring for Bassi. I don't think it's the right call right now, or the mask for Bassi. It's like, but I can't get boots. What do I need that's going to help a little bit? A little bit of move speed might help a little. So that was my thought. And it's like I can use up more of my money, so I don't have like 200 net worth just, like, sitting around doing nothing. That was my thought.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea in general. I'd say for Disruptor, it would have been okay to get the Sage's Mask here, especially because we went to 2 points in Thunder Strike, so we need a little bit more mana to sustain this, to use it in lane. Because the whole reason we got 2 points is like, oh, it's a tough lane, right? We got to use this more, which means we need more mana. I know you got the mangoes, but, you know, if I don't have to use them, I can save them a little bit for later. And we're going to build this anyways, so I think it's okay to get it. And then if we get the Bassi sooner, then Clinks will also benefit from it to use more spell spam. So I would have been okay going for like the Bassy or for saving up for the full boots. I don't mind the casual Windlace for most supports, but I feel like Disruptor actually doesn't usually need it because Glimpse ends up being so long ranged that it's not usually like what tips you over the edge of like, oh, I was able to use my spells or not because I had like a little more move speed. It's usually more mana related if I had enough mana to do stuff, which is where like this comes in.
So it could be like confirmation bias, but I've definitely like noticed was like, oh, if I was only just a little bit closer, and then like with the neutrals taking like the move speed, what enchantment or whatever, I can't remember what they're called,
Mm-hmm.
like getting that as well, and like noticing that makes just a little bit of difference sometimes. But again, it could be like confirmation bias.
No, I mean, that's not wrong either, though. Like, there are cases where a little bit more move speed does matter. So, I mean, if you like it, I don't think it's, like, bad. I prefer rushing this a little more, but, like, of your choices, I don't think this is, like, you're going, like, way out of left field to go Windlace instead. Especially if you then combo it with, like, the neutral item move speed. Like, I kind of see where we're going. I think...
It was a choice. I don't know whether or not it was the right one, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can definitely be wrong. I'm just trying to think of how to articulate why I feel it's not necessary. I think some of it is that it won't, if we choose the right places, it won't matter as much. So like, let's say we play with the off lane. It's like, okay, I'm going to push up to this tower. I actually don't really need move speed in this case because I'm just here, you know? So like I'm already in position, and if someone's running away, I'm going to glimpse them back because I'm like behind trees. So I'm using the trees to make up having to like run through vision, but fast to glimpse them back. They just like stepped in further than they should because I was like hiding in the trees. And if I don't get the opportunity, I just don't do it. But if they do go too far, then I can do it without the Windlace. Or because we force a tower and we're fighting around here, I don't need to like chase someone back to get the glimpse. Like we're fighting here, so I can just like stand here or here and then like static storm. I also think Disruptor right now has like a really ideal greedy build, which is like, I want these arcane boots, maybe one support item, and then I want to get to blink Ags. So the less I have to spend on other stuff, the better. Which I feel that's where like the Windlace kind of fits of like, it's that other stuff, which is nice to have, but I think I also just want to get my other stuff 250 gold a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. Let's see if it ends up playing into this game. Also, if you end up getting a blink, then you don't need the Windlace because like you almost always have the range at that point. Maybe that's some of it too.
You normally go blink and then eggs, or eggs and blink? I've been going eggs first in most times.
I think it depends on the game. In this case, I would do blink first because it's what'll let you catch the puck. You can blink static storm him. If you don't have heroes who are like super elusive like Puck and are especially melee heroes who have to enter your range and you don't even have to like catch them, then yeah, you can just do the Ags into the blink. Oops. Okay, around now, I think this is a good time to head to the 8-minute rune again. Just looking for any case to get to the runes. Klinks is at the point where he's pretty much fine, like 3 points of death pack. So like, oh, they did a pull. He's going to walk up, eat this hard creep, and then, like, you know, he didn't really lose anything for the pull. So he should be mostly okay. And if he has to jungle a little bit, again, with the Death Pact, I think he's okay for the time we're gone. I think now is a good time to head out, go get the wards down, if we have any, and be there for the power rune.
I can't remember if it was this game or it was a different one, but one of them... I think it's way too late to try to go for the wisdom, but I thought maybe Venno tried to make a blade top. There was one game, I might be confusing it with a different game. No, this is a different game then.
Yeah, we can also kind of see like what we're doing in the lane is not that much, right? It's a lot of like, I'm watching Klinks and I'm here for moral support, so maybe they're not diving as much as they would potentially, but at the same time, That's why I will preferably walk away and then TP back for when they do dive, which is actually exactly what Disruptor likes, right? They like dive the tower, you TP, and they're like, oh shit, try to run away, and then you glimpse them back under the tower. So it's almost like working against you a little bit when you're here. Like, they really shouldn't ever do that, which means we never get what we want because I'm showing myself down here. So I think 6 minutes, I might have still come back to the safe lane. It depends exactly like what happens, but I think the 8-minute rune was a great time to head out and then hopefully just leave, right? Just keep going, go mid, go top. And for example, actually, it could have worked out this way where 8 minutes, I come over, I help Storm secure this one, and maybe we go bottom together and then we leave. Maybe I came here, so Storm felt, okay, I'll go top. He gets a rune. He ends up top in the way he is right now, which I think is actually what happened. I didn't see exactly where he grabbed it, but he has a rune and he's making the play top. I could potentially follow him, TP up, walk with him, whatever, smoke if you have that. Especially if you start making this a habit, buying the observers and the smokes so that we can all in one fluid movement. Like, I leave, I observer, we get a good rune, we smoke, we make a successful play because we go through a ward undetected with the smoke, right? I'm all prepared for like the whole movement. But if I don't go, then boom, I'm sitting here and like support players like, oh, I kind of want 6, so that's why I'm still in the safe lane. But because I help the mid laner have the tools to move or to maybe he just jungles with his rune, whatever, then I get to sit here, and then I get the level 6. And then maybe this guy like pushes me too hard. He's like, oh, it's just a support, I'll get him. And then that's where I finally get my glimpses as my mid comes back. People TP and it's like, oh, he runs away. We glimpse him back. For puck, probably not getting the puck. But for most other mids, you can get them that way. So it kind of just like all connects in when we move this way.
Yeah, I'm definitely like looking top because I'm like, oh, I want to move, but I feel tethered to bottom lane still. Maybe we just need to like feel more confident to go. Yes, yeah, TP in here. After the fight is kind of already over, and
Storm
I don't really
pushed it a little
do
hard.
much.
I think it's the right idea. There was a big fight. I think your team just could have left a little sooner. So like,
yeah.
One, if we were here, maybe it resolves a little faster before the rotations come in. Up to here though, honestly seems good without you, where like the Clockwork Cog actually kind of worked backwards there. But like, you guys got Wraith King, and if you just retreat now, it's fine. They're all still pretty healthy. They back out. Maybe these guys feel pressure to chase, and then you're here, and then there's a good glimpse. It just ended up like Puck got here a little too soon, coiled everyone, and then it was like the dream wombo combo response.
Yeah. And if I like was soaking mid, get my 6, like this can go quite a bit differently. I can drop a Static Storm too.
Yeah.
Even
Also,
just like cover the escape.
Yeah. Also, if Storm didn't go in here, I would also say at this point, like, the carry for the offlaner's fine. Plus, Puck TP'd here, so Storm can now like leave first. And if Clockwork gets out, great. If Clockwork dies, I still think it's okay because like everyone came top, so Clinks is farming fine. Axe is probably still farming fine, but like our carry is doing better than their carry. So I still think the rotation overall is okay. Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, if we had left, like we said, maybe we're at least getting mid. Maybe we're here sooner. So it can go a little better. But for where it is, I still think this is actually not that bad until Storm then goes in for like a Witch Doctor and then dies.
I mean, honestly, like this pattern happens over and over again where there's like a break in the fight where we can disengage and like the fight's won, but it's like, no, we gotta go more. We gotta get more. And it's like, then it ends up going bad. Like, I'm trying to be more cognizant of like when that's happening and call it at least, so there's a chance that it goes well. But yeah, it's like one of those things. I don't know if you see that where it's like there's a one fight, like a very good exchange for us, even like offlaner for like 2 heroes or like whatever. And then it's like, oh well, there's still more heroes. We can get more, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the harder things to call. I think that's where there's a lot of experience of how we're getting kills. Like in this case, the call to get out is because the reason some of this worked is that we used RP, right? We're like using big abilities and Storm's mana to get the kill. And then if the fight continues, it's like, well, do we have the same tools? Like, oh, we don't have RP and we're out of mana, and they have like just brought in new heroes with spells. So that's where you like over time can feel that out and be like, okay, we should leave at least until like maybe it's not such a big ult, right? Maybe it's like lower cooldown stuns, but they're still on cooldown for like, 10 seconds, whatever. You should back out a little bit. And then once they're up again, it's like, okay, maybe we can look for something. That's what I think a lot of people are bad about is the upfront engagement really baits people in multiple ways. I'll give you one is your example, right? Of like, oh, we killed one guy, we're strong, let's keep going. Forgetting like we killed him by using abilities, so it's like we can't do that for the next guy. What gets people in the laning stage a lot, Lion is like the number one example that comes to mind for this. He stuns you, he auto attack, stun, auto attack, starts mana draining. That's actually the time to fight him because he just used everything, right? And he's literally standing still, mana draining. He can't even auto attack anymore. But people see the upfront damage and then they get scared and they back away, even though they have spells, they have auto attacks. And if they actually just stood and auto attacked and threw their spell and then auto attacked, they would just even the trade immediately and then win if you kept trying to sit there and mana drain them. Like you just keep auto attacking him. But a lot of people get scared by like that first outburst and then run. So I actually think what you brought up is a good point. Oh, go ahead.
I find it funny you brought up Lion as an example when we were talking about Venno.
Yeah, that's another
idea.
one. Yeah, he's like, he scares you a little bit with the first spell, so you're like, oh, I better run. But actually, it's like, oh, wait, I do way more damage than him now, like, over time, compared to my burst stuff. Yeah, that's another perfect example. And it's, I think it's a good point for you to recognize, because I do think that's a skill Dota players need to learn of, like, don't panic, stay calm, and evaluate, which is hard in the moment, but like it is a big skill. And why you see pro players pushing, you're like, how can he be here? Like he's got 100 health, how can he be here? But he knows like that ability is on cooldown. I came to 100 health because he used it. He can't kill me because like I have 7 seconds to be here. And it's staying calm under pressure and knowing what you can do, which you got to feed a little bit to like learn, but it is what will get you to win trades. It's also why for people who wonder like, oh, why can't I just smurf? Because the smurfs will identify this. They'll know how to do it, but it's a lot harder for the average pub player to just start doing. But it's what you do to like keep getting 100 extra damage, 200 extra damage, and like you win your lanes off of that. Okay.
Yep. Little things add up. Dota's Dota match is what, 30 to 60 minutes in that time frame, depending.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. There's a lot of little things that can add up in that time.
You could maybe get him if you surprise him with the Static Storm. Oh, I like the Sentry to try to find him. Get him! Oh, I didn't realize he didn't have this. I would recommend, even if you go the 2 points in Thunderstrike, go 2-2-1 at level 6. I know we usually like to max Glimpse as fast as you can. Some games I think you can do that actually, and maybe with a Clockwork is one such example, but I think a hero like Puck requires you to be able to kinetic field trap them in Static Storm. Otherwise it just like, the second he steps out of it, there's no like pushing him back, glimpsing him back. He's like, he's gone, you know? Maybe with heroes that aren't really as mobile, you could choose to skip kinetic field, but I think it's really safe to have this by level 6. So if you're going 2 points in Thunderstrike, get it at like level 5 or level 4, depending on what's happening. If you're skipping Thunderstrike or like 1 point, then yeah, you do like the 1-3-1, and that feels a lot better. But yeah, I think it's still worth having it.
Yep, and I'm definitely doing the greedier thing because I really want the glimpse range. But
it did work out here though. You did get the Puck. Actually, thanks to the Clockwork, who you're just saying. Like, it's the Clockwork cogs that will help you keep people in there without the kinetic field. Good stacking, by the way. I didn't really, like, mention it, but I'm glad you're doing a lot of stacks. It fits the team, helps them recover. You guys are 4K behind, but when these stacks are down, it'll probably be, like, 3K.
Yeah, Which is good.
No, too bad.
Yeah.
Alright, it's fine. We didn't need it. This one, for any power rune spawn, if you only want to stack once and go for the rune, I think that's fine. If you're too scared, then that's also okay to like just do this. up to you, I guess. If your team is gonna fight, I would have gone there. But that might have happened without much team communication, so you may not have noticed.
I'm trying to remember exactly what happens. I do think there was communication afterward about like, well, why didn't we go, sort of thing. But
That's a classic.
Yeah. I don't know. It felt like Venno had already like established himself there, so we're fighting into like Venno, Axe, and maybe Puck. I think Puck was off map. So I don't know. It just seems sus that we would just counter push.
That's fair. I would say, actually, I think you're right. By the time you guys looked, there were too many Plague Wards. I think if you go sooner, then the Plague Wards aren't set up, and then you can do it. Yeah, maybe at that point it would have been better to like stay top. And in fact, Clinks, so who's like, I'm just watching my tower die. Carry players out there, you can just go. You can come over here, take this tower. You know, just balance it out. Need like one more power cog balance. This is kind of why I think you guys could have maybe gone, because I do think Clinks is strong, even though he's maybe not like, you guys didn't crush the lane, but Clinks just has a lot of single target damage even from behind.
Yeah, I think I was scared of Puck, right? Because I think Puck was off now. It's like yeah.
I thought it was Puck. Gotcha. Replays, we can we know the truth.
Whoop. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep.
Actually got him somewhere else though. A neutral creep got him. How did that even happen? Where is he? Wait. What was he farming? Oh, your team was trying to get him and a neutral denied him. Unlucky. What happened here in that time? Okay, up to that point, that's fine. Alright, yeah, can we get this tower? Actually, yeah, I don't know if you need that sentry there. Because they don't have the invis hero. They might be like centering defensively, but they're actually not there yet. So if you guys don't get on that push, I would do it next time if you're worried about it. So many stacks. These have to be farmed, guys.
Yep.
Team. Team.
Yeah, I thought with like Mag and if I remember correctly, the other team does get them.
Oh, sad. Got him. Alright, worked out in the end.
That's the puck kill.
Clinks Deso. Alright, so if we keep making plays with Clinks and Storm, like RP when it's up, and then otherwise, like, these two are very low cooldown heroes, so you guys can keep going together. Trying to find something. Oh no. Axe, don't do it. Oh, that is funny though. Almost worth having 1,000 gold stolen from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really your fault. I do think it's important to try to fight that, so you guys tried to come in. Ah, I still get Wraith King at least. Okay. Helps a little bit. Ultimately, the game plan doesn't change. If we had managed to secure our stacks, it would just feel like a more even game. This feels a little bad. Like it'd be like a 3K gold difference game if your team had just done the stacks. But it doesn't really change the game plan, which is that, okay, we're still going to try to get pickoffs with our low cooldown heroes. So try to like push out the lanes, get some deep wards spread out, and then some of the smokes, not that it was like, I don't think you were the one that smoked, but at least once, and I feel twice, I saw like you and Clockwork smoke and then just kill a Witch Doctor right here. If you're going to do that, you actually don't even need the smoke. You can just like walk in and do it, especially with hook shot. But I mean, it's a right idea to like do something with the smokes, but a lot of times people don't. But this is actually where you would use the smokes of like, okay, let's move as a team. It's blind, so like let's at least smoke and then try to get something. But you do have Clinks, so like Clinks can go first in the smoke while invis to scout blind, and then you like deep ward on the way so that the future ones are easier. Storm not able to just zip through that? Was he silenced? Oh, what a hook shot.
It's a really good hook shot.
When, I mean, this one's not really on you, but when playing with like this invis kind of hero, and any of you watching who like to play invis heroes, the most dangerous points will be the most common sentry position. So like it's really common to have sentries in the mid lane. If you're worried about invis heroes, a sentry like right here to see them coming in would be really common. Over here, right, something like here. Those are the most dangerous entry points. And you want to avoid them. He himself should avoid them. And then you, like when trying to organize movements, should draw a line that does not just like walk through here. It's much safer. Like say you want to come up here. The safe way to do it as an invis hero is to go through here or like through here. And then take a peek at that point. It's like not to go through here, but to go like all the way around through here, through here, through here, which is part of why like pushing out this lane and getting the deep wards is important. If we go to their vision, right, like without even like having looked at what they had, 2 sentries here, sentry by the tower. I guess that's the last thing I didn't mention. Sentries in front of like towers you're defending are very common. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's something right here, but if you looped around, I would be very surprised for stuff to be like over here. In the back is sometimes also common to do, depending on like these areas are common to sentry. But if you can help coordinate plays that don't go through those areas, which is exactly why Clinks like dies here, because like they know he's here in the sentry, he doesn't. But like if he had just passively avoided these areas, it would never have been a risk. Like this was also a dangerous breach, and then when he goes for this Venomancer. It's extra dangerous because it's also low ground, which means he like starts this and then there's like a blink call immediately on top and it just kills him. Even though actually that one was after he revealed himself. But that's what gets invis heroes. Like invincibility is like a joke. It's kind of true, but it is still like, it's mostly a joke. Like if you get caught, you will still die. Magnus loves to cliff people.
Yeah.
Okay, for you, I want to go back. I was rambling about other stuff. Let me see. How did this fight break out? Okay, so we lost Clinks. I think you are just in full retreat mode at this point. I would say run this way. But I do see Skeleton King is down here. So actually, if they push up too far, we have 4 heroes. Maybe we can fight. I think you still need to be like moving back this way, though. At least until like Storm Spirit gets closer, if we're gonna do it. I don't think you should actually walk forward to Thunder Strike this guy. It's too dangerous. Which is part of why we then get caught and found. I think if you walk this way and like stuff is happening, now as this happens, right, then we can just walk up and Static Storm is now available, so then we can like Static Storm drop everything. Storm Spirit is focusing a different hero. If we had lined up there, I think you guys actually, you could probably kill both. If you first focused on Axe, and then this guy, that would have worked out for you. That's not really on you, but sometimes I will yell. This is actually really common for bounty rune fights. Pick the target for your team. Be like, get this guy, next get this guy. Like, don't let people split up. Like, just be the voice who says it. Sometimes even if you're dead, you can be like focus this guy. I understand not wanting to though, like let them do it because they're alive. But if you see it happen too often, then I would start doing it.
Okay.
Ruh-roh. He's done. What happened here? You guys wanted this witch doctor maybe? I think this one would be hard to do because you should actually have a more defensive mindset here. If we go back, we just lost a bunch of heroes. They also called through here, so you haven't actually dewarded this area. I would prioritize that. But actually, I would also be really scared right now because like they're all still up. I know a couple are low, so they're probably backed out. But I'm still scared of like Skeleton King. I'm scared of like some of these other supports. So I actually think your team should just be waiting for these guys to respawn, and this is where, like, if nothing else, you just like jungle safely on the side, or you move down a lane, and if no one comes here, then you like start pushing it for your team. I don't think you should actually be looking for the Witch Doctor here. If you saw more on the map, I think you could. I guess you do see Puck like literally right now, but it feels like this was called for before even seeing the Puck. And then, unfortunately, I don't think you saw the Wraith King based on where your camera was. A little unlucky on that.
Yeah, just, I don't know, some desperation plays. Obviously, there's some stuff that's getting missed.
Yeah, I don't think, not that you know the gold difference. 10K is a little rough here, but I don't feel you guys are in full-on fight. I don't feel great, but I still think your team has enough power to get individual pickoffs, which is what you got to lean into. So right now, you would really want to, okay, I gotta go with people to push these lanes out, and I gotta find a place to put some deep wards, especially because we ended up getting pulled into a lot of fights. So we now have a bunch. So warding is our next objective, and I don't want to take full team fights. So I don't want to put too many of like, oh, we're gonna like team fight around this one, we're gonna protect it, you know, like this one. We're pushing up, you know, we're gonna fight around this one. Nah, I feel we're losing. I want pickoffs. So you can maybe have like one that's on like a common cliff, but the rest should all be scattered. And I'd probably just put them all scattered. There can be a couple defensive ones because we've been losing, so they've been invading us a lot. So we can have some defensive observers, but I need at least one further out. And because I stockpiled a couple, I'm gonna try to get two further out on the map. Right now, my default might be run down this edge, go this way, and see. Another option is to go through bottom and then twin gate. Like while you're bottom, you can put one defensively, like around this area. Maybe you can put it in the lane and then like keep going, twin gate, cut through here, and then like place your deep ward somewhere in here. Reevaluate what you see at that point to decide like where you can go.
Gotcha.
All right, so team dewarded top. If you want to like go as a team, you kind of can. Like right now, if you as a team push top, because we're already top, right? I know Wraith King can't be there too quickly. He actually could go through the twin gate, pop out and join. He could TP. Either way will probably take him about 10 seconds. So if you can kill Axe within 10 seconds, you're good to go. If you can take whatever fight is up here within 10 seconds, going back to your point about like, it's tough sometimes the start of a fight seems good and then we should back out. That would be as I make the call to like, let's go for Axe internally, and I see Wraith King here. I guess I'd, excuse me, sorry. I don't really think in terms of numbers of like, oh, it's 11.5 seconds, you know, but I have a rough feeling of like, okay, if Wraith King is responding, these are his fastest routes to get here. And my internal clock is like, I haven't seen him, you know? If he keeps pushing, then I know I'm good to go. And if this guy disappears as soon as we start this, that internal clock should be going of like, we have till X amount of time before Wraith King starts showing up, and we should be backing out with whatever we got at that point if we're scared. Unless this was awesome, you know, then like keep going. But
yeah, I mean, to your point earlier about like cooldowns and things, like what did you have to commit to get the kill, right? If we drop 3 ults, then it's a 4v5 on their part, right? But they have all their spells, right?
Yeah.
Even then, it might go poorly for us.
Yeah. And especially if it's like, who was missing? Like, oh, it's the carry showing up late. You know, like, they're still going to have a lot of power behind them. So it does look like the team is moving Tom, and it looks like Puck is coming up here. So I feel a little differently. Even though I just said, like, oh, let's go for Axe. It's now been a certain amount of time, right? I don't see the Wraith King anymore, and I see Puck moving this way. Does he know I'm up here? Is this by coincidence? I really don't know. So I'm very worried about this continuing to move forward, and then especially because it turns out Magnus never really joined us. He's over here, and a fight could be about to break out right now. So I don't feel great about this. If I was you guys, I'd be trying to leave Clockwork. Unfortunately, I don't think it can get out of here fast enough, but it maybe should be like trying to hide around a tree or something as Puck is maybe about to sprint through here, because this is completely out of my control of whether it works or not, because who knows how many heroes are here or not. Witch Doctor top, Tormentor gets dropped. Okay, so that gives you the information to know that there's no way they could do this without the Wraith King. So to me, like, Wraith King is up here. And you see Witch Doctor, you see Puck coming, so I actually think they're all up here now. They might be low from the Tormentor, but...
I remember correctly, yep, yeah, Storm's just zipped right in. Trying to get... low heroes that are low.
Magnus, finish this for us. Trying to keep Puck out of the fight, I think, is a great idea. That wasn't the best initiation, but like, let's do the best we can now that it's happened. So I think you guys keeping Puck out was pretty good. If we were gonna nitpick, I'd say only you are needed to keep Puck out with the Static Storm and Kinetic Field, and then Clockwork actually should have looked to like Hookshot to join these guys, especially to see if he could help Clinks. At this point, retreat, like, in terms of what we got, right? This guy's low, but he still has his ult. Turns out he may not have the mana to use the ult if you didn't click him and you're like, oh, I don't know where he's at, but he should have it. And we've already used RP, Static Storm, Hookshot. You guys actually push it enough to get his ultimate, so props for that. Maybe this is why nothing... I was wondering why are they just letting Wraith King die? What are the other 2 heroes doing? He's disconnected. Yeah, I mean, you guys don't die right away, but yeah, this is, to your point, right? Okay, should have backed out. Should have realized, like, what we had to use to get the first good fight. Okay. I know we're approaching the end of an hour, and I know you mentioned you had a hard cutoff. Is there anything we didn't get to that you were hoping to like see and talk about and all that?
No. I think we covered like everything and more. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember like how we got here, right? So like right now we're on the back foot. We're down 12K. We can still kind of, if the fight goes the right way, have it turn out all right, but like 25 minutes in, down from 12K, not a great position. It's like trying to remember how we got here, what we could have done differently about it.
For you individually, I would say looking for those movements where you leave sooner could have had impact. For example, we come help get power runes more. Has he always made the best jumps? You know, maybe somewhere kind of bold like this one. But if he's doing better because we helped him win the mid lane with our rotation, so Puck couldn't get some runes, had to go back. You know, maybe he's just doing well enough where it works. Maybe where we help him get a rune and we smoke, we make the plays faster. So like one play eventually happened here that kind of worked. It was like kind of even, but if I'm more involved, maybe it's faster, you know, it goes better. There were a lot of fights that just kind of backfired a little bit on you guys. that had just like progressively gotten worse, and either being the ones to initiate first before it got out of control could have won you the fights, or learning to cut your losses faster once you started to fall behind could have helped limit this like decline down to 12k.
Gotcha.
And then there was one more thing I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so moving forward from here, not that you know you're 12k behind, but I think you probably do have a feeling like, man, we've been losing a lot of fights in a row. What would what's your game plan to like try to win this? I don't know if did you win this?
I mean, no, we don't win this.
No. Okay, I just see it.
The game plan I think should be, it's like, so right now we're kind of starving for vision. Like that's my first thought is like, if we can just get vision, and we can feel that we're kind of behind, right? Like the map kind of is pushed in, that sort of thing. They have more towers. There's like all the indicators of like, yeah, it's probably not going exactly how you want, and how you can turn that around is take like advantageous fights. Like vision's super helpful with that. Like if you know you can take a 4v3 or a 5v3 or like stuff like that, right? Just get clear advantages and win. And I think Clink's, because he could be like a really good split pusher, like really siege down like some of the towers we don't have. Like if he knows like, oh, the dangerous heroes are on the other side of the map, I can't get caught, I can easily take like a tier 1 tower, no problem.
Yeah, I think that's all that sounds good to me. That's actually one of the last things that did get us to this point is I think you kept getting pulled into fights and you had a hard time like, oh, I should just like let this go. So yeah, we've lost some vision, which has led to like some of these fights where we don't have enough information, especially with Clinks, any invis hero, any assassin type hero, any high mobility hero. Definitely try to get deep wards down early. Going back to like, okay, we're 6 to 8 minutes thinking about leaving. So maybe I have 2 observer wards. I could put 1 here to protect my safe laner, and then this could be my chance to like run in here, place the first deep ward, somewhere in the triangle. Later on, maybe we leave earlier, we come top, we push, they don't want to fight, so that's my chance to like move deeper, place one in here, whatever. Like start getting the deep wards down early so you can keep doing it. That'll make it easier to keep that vision going. And that will give Clinks and Storm Spirit direction on where to go to. Even someone like Clockwork, who might snipe someone with like, rocket flare hook shot, because they see things on the map. They're like, oh, this guy's low, that's an easy target. And then you can start putting that fear into the enemy of like, God, this invis hero just keeps going around like killing all of us. We need that deep vision to do that. So again, going back to now, like, where do we go from here? Everything you said is true, right? Trying to find the 5v3, 5v4 fights. But the big thing that I just want to like call out as part of that calculation is that you do have a hero who can actually do the damage. Because there are some games where you're losing and you just can't kill anybody. This time we're losing because their team fight has been going a lot better than us. And depending how it breaks out, like they can kill us, but we have the power to kill them, especially around this Clinks. So this is the guy you really got to play around. And if you guys are making a play, it's got to involve him. Like Magnus probably does not have enough damage. Even if you make a move with him, you're probably not getting a kill. Storm Spirit, maybe, especially with a good rune. This is actually like a high damage build. He's just at risk, but that's okay because we're not taking a full team fight. We're going for pickoffs. So Storm Spirit could be enough, but Clinks definitely has enough damage to get kills. So whoever is in your game, like when you have that guy who can get kills, like one person's doing well, like you've seen it where like one guy's up here, everyone else is down here. You've got to be focused about like, I only take fights with this guy because there's no shot outside of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other thing I forgot to mention as I was like rattling off like ways to play it is like we have pretty good high ground defense, especially with like Mag. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
So you've got Mag, he can skewer people in. We take fights under tier 4s, that sort of thing. And with me, Disruptor, right? Like if they take a bad fight and try to run, that's where Disruptor shines, right? Just glimpse people back.
Yeah, and that'll also work. So again, having the vision down to help avoid stuff. So then when like, oh, they're pushing our tier 2, we don't want to fight that. your team should be pushing other lanes to try to like prevent the gold difference from building up too much. And so that they can't feel free to just go like, oh, let's do this, go straight high ground. Let's do this. Oh, there's another tier 2. Let's go straight there. Every time they take a tower, because they group up and you can't stop them from going like this, they should then have to go, okay, we got to go all the way back and like start again, right? It's a difference of every new push takes an extra minute as opposed to like, oh, we go here. And because they were all sitting in their base scared, like, oh, we go straight here, right? It's like, oh, 10 seconds, another tower. Like every tower should have to take an extra brand new minute of like going home, pushing out. Oh, now I got to do, go home, push out like every time. And that's how you extend it from like they're pushing our high ground at 25 minutes to it took them till 30, 35 minutes. And now the 12K difference isn't as big of a deal. Even if we never close the gap, it just doesn't mean as much the later the game goes on. And then you hope they throw. At some point, they will get to your high ground, right? But
yeah,
you hope it's your best shot at that time.
Right. Cool.
Okay. Well, thank you for being involved in the live coach. I can't remember if I've ever done a live coaching. Maybe once or twice, but it's been a while.
Did you do Slacks? Or you talking about just like
Oh yeah, I did it with. I've done it as like a content thing with like people who like Slacks, who's like a content figure. I've never done it with like a private coaching. But do you feel fine about it? Like, is this a thing we do in the future?
I'm totally fine. I'm just
Fine?
yeah. I'm getting even more advice because I'm getting like all the comments in chat too.
Extra. Oh, maybe it's extra value. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. See, get although there is the too many cooks in the kitchen sort of thing that can happen too.
That's okay. You gotta. At some point, you do have to filter it for yourself. This, I mean, not just for you, but for anyone. At some point, if you do have like a try hard, I want to improve mindset, you do need to like. This not coaching is still helpful, guys. Still, listen out. But at some point, it is good to like challenge yourself and be like, here are a bunch of different ideas being thrown at me, especially Flame, in games. But like being able to like parse through it yourself and be like, okay, he said it in a very hurtful way, but he wasn't wrong. Like he was right about this. I do think it's important to like try to parse through a lot of information and come up with your own ideas, even if it's against like what I say. But you're like, well, I still really like this. Really intrigues me as an idea. Go for it, try it out. You could be right. It could also let you learn like, oh, this is why I was wrong. And then it makes sense. Like that's perfectly fine too. Never take just like. I know you don't. I know you do think through this, but for anyone watching, like, don't just take what I say for like this is the absolute truth. Don't take what a pro says. Like, feel free to explore a little bit. At the same time, there is a reason usually a lot of high ranked players will say like similar stuff because it is like the tried and true type stuff.
Yeah. That being said, though, there's a reason why, there are pros that are better or worse than other pros. Some of it's mechanics, some of it's knowledge, some of it's like approach to the game, right? There's all sorts of different things. So Dota's a super complex game, and there's like a lot of different ways you can slice it. There's stuff that like is objectively better than like other things, right?
Last hits are good.
I mean,
Don't not
yeah,
get last
exactly.
hits.
Like, yeah, there's stuff like that, but some of the value I get from coaching is that different perspective from someone who has spent a lot of time with the game, much higher MMR than I am, like that sort of thing, and getting just a fresh perspective. Because sometimes there are gaps that you can't see because that's just how you've always done it. And getting someone else to be like, hey, actually, why are you doing it this way is super helpful.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I'm glad. I don't want to hold you too long. I know you have a hard cutoff, so make sure you have enough time to head out to do that.
No, this has been great. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'll see you the next time. I'll type in the notes later off stream and all that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
This is an ad hoc one, so I'm not gonna. Nothing. If things don't go exactly how they have been before. But no worries.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you later. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Where is that? I gotta close this. Okay. What did you guys think of that? People watching? I don't know if I would. I don't think I would like suddenly switch all my coaching to be live coaching, but yeah, maybe it's something we can work in for the people who are willing to do it if you guys find it helpful. Usually the coaching recordings are paywalled behind Patreon. So I guess you guys don't usually get to see that, but now you do. Here's kind of how it goes. You notice a lot of the advice isn't really that different from like what we usually do in the replays, but we can do a lot more specific stuff because it's like in a call. So it's a lot easier to have like the instant back and forth as opposed to me ignoring random chats and sometimes you guys chatting, but I'm like locked in on what I'm talking about. Good demo for your service. I have actually in the past, I did. Now that I think about it, I think I have posted a couple coachings. Oh, DMZ, thank you for Prime subbing. I missed that. We're on a different thing, so it didn't play the alert, but thank you very much. Let me switch back so any alerts do come through. I think long ago there were a couple coachings posted on the channel so people could see. Maybe I should do something like that in the future again so people could know what they're kind of getting into. Okay, guys, let's move back to you all watching. Type in a match ID, who you're playing, any questions you have, and we'll pick a next person. I need to refill all my water and stuff. I finished that while we were doing that one. Walker, thank you very much. I'm glad the content's helpful. I'm trying to see what else you guys said real quick because I was trying to focus. Yeah, it was a for these replay streams, we typically don't bother with the Discord call. It's just a pain to set up for like every individual person. Plus, I don't know like who will show up. Most of you I think would be fine, but like we might get some like, who knows, someone says something bad or like it's awkward, whatever. I do happen, like I've done coaching with Ermiar before though, so I know he's like, it would be fine to be on stream and he was up for it. So this one worked out, but I don't think I'll be doing it going forward in terms of like every person will be in here. It's just like a lot to set up. Wait, our alert should have gone. Wait, that one didn't go? Let me play yours again, NPR. I took my headphones off, so I didn't even hear it. Wait, why isn't it going? Where is... How come that one didn't play? Wait, does it play on this scene? Let me try one more time. Wait, what happened to it? What happened to my alerts? They're supposed to be on. I see them right here. I'll turn it on and off again. A classic. How about now? Well, NPR, thank you for the sub. I don't know why you're getting scammed out of your meme message. It was playing it earlier today, wasn't it? Okay, I'll look into that in a second. I'm gonna go get the water. Again, please join the chaos replays. Type in your stuff. Oh, it didn't play. Okay, something must be bugged out. I'll double check this in a second. Let me go to the page where the notifications are usually read out. Because the alerts are actually, there's like a stream elements page. That's where you can set things up. So the overlay is like just it's like a browser overlay kind of thing. Maybe that got messed up. Let me go see if it works at the source. We must read the memes out loud. Let's see. This one. Let me emulate. Is this test?
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Okay. The test one worked. Thanks, Madeline bot. Hates you, NPR. I don't know what to say. It just doesn't like you. How weird. Okay, won't go. What the heck? What in the world? Oh?
Testing.
Maybe the replay feature didn't work. All right, well, it seems to work now for that. You heard that, right? That wasn't just me. I do hear it because I had the thing open, but I think it also played on stream. Maybe message is too long. Maybe. Is there a limit? All right. Anyways, let me pick a replay so we can at least get the process going, and I'll try to sort out these alerts as we go.
Only cool people get their alerts read.
Oh damn. Joy K, officially cool enough to have the alert read. Thank you. Is there a profanity filter through the stream alert? I don't remember. Does it read out other profanity? Maybe it doesn't like one of the words in here. Okay. How about... Let's do this. Let's do this one. I do my timestamp. Where are we? Oops. All right. We don't do too many Immortal replay analyses. So let's see if we can do this carry one here.
I saw Zach at a grocery store in Dallas yesterday.
It's working.
I told him how cool it was to meet him in person, but I didn't want to be a peanut and bother him and ask him for photos or anything. He said, "Oh, Like you're doing now? I was taken aback, and all I could say was huh, but he kept cutting me off and going huh, and closing his hand shut in front of my face.
I would die of cringe doing that to someone, guys. I can't imagine actually doing that to somebody outside of a joke. I would start it and then I would cringe so hard at myself. Like, who am I? What kind of asshole do I think I am? Huh? Something's going on with the Dota servers. It's having some trouble loading the games. I was gonna try to pull this one in, but it's not even loading my own match data right now. I don't think I even set that profanity filter, to be honest. I think it must be part of stream elements. I'll double check it later. I don't really care about profanity too much. I mean, obviously there are some words that, you know, like, should not be said. General profanity, I don't really care. I keep it relatively clean for the stream. I myself am like a sailor in terms of profanity outside the content usually. That's right. I'm a Puritan. That's the American way. They all came here for their Puritan values. It's taught here. That's what living in Texas for 3 years will do to you. How come we're not loading this? What's going on? Come on, Valve, get your servers in. Slowly getting there, looking for replay. We were gonna do this Nature's Prophet carry game. If Valve can... I mean, we're definitely within the date. Yesterday there were a bunch of server issues. I wonder if it lost some of them. I'm going to try restarting Dota again. Maybe it'll help. Pull this up. I don't know. It'd be a shame if we can't grab more replays. I guess we could just switch to variety for a bit at the end of the day. If Valve continues to have some server issues here, but hopefully restarting will help. Had some issues with CS tonight. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe there's some stuff going on. Castrofolly, if you do want me to look at it guaranteed, yeah, it's $5. Otherwise, I just like kind of pick randomly. I don't try to do any like favoritism or anything like that. It's just a little bit of like, this seems interesting, or I don't think I've done one for this person. It's kind of a spur of the moment. It may not matter, because we seem to be having some problems. Let's try yours. I guess whoever's loads is who we will do next. I am trying yours. Let's scroll up. Who's next? We'll just go down the list of match IDs and see which one loads in. Boop. Well, while we resolve this, whose was this? I was just going down the list. I said we would do whoever's loaded first, so here we are. We'll try some of your the other ones we were going to do but wouldn't load. We'll try loading them again later. But looks like Valve has decided we're gonna start with Gafford's. That was yours, right? Yeah. Let me fix the timestamp then. 30 Void Spirit mid for Herald. See if we can give you some laning advice. That's where I would usually start with Herald, but you also asked, you made a mistake, died once to Luna ult at level 6, and then couldn't really recover, didn't know what you should do to impact the game from there. Yeah, it sounds like you realized you messed up to the Luna ult, so that's already a learned moment, but one death shouldn't be like the end of your game, so there should certainly be things for you to do. Let's see if we can find a couple for you. Valve has chosen you as our next replay. Mid Herald. Okay, there we go. And here, where are you? Okay. So for Herald, I recommend focusing in on the laning stage, just doing the best you can to improve your last hits and mechanics. Game-wise, looking at your team's draft, you actually have a pretty reasonable draft. Actually, theirs is not too bad either. Maybe this, I'm guessing Luna mid. Luna mid is a classic for Herald, and Luna off lane. People like Luna. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I like Luna, don't get me wrong, but I don't know why of all the carries, I feel Luna as a mid lane is the most common one to see. Your job this game will be the main initiator, because Dawnbreaker wants to follow up with her ultimate, make sure she has it, but she mostly wants to do that. He's not someone who starts things. Disruptor can, but actually Disruptor should be playing to like mess with Ursa and Axe. Will he? This is Herald. I don't expect everyone to know their jobs correctly, but for you, that would be the ideal, that you would be the one going in, kind of making space, starting the plays, getting the reaction so that your team can then follow up on that. And so even, I don't know exactly what will happen yet, but even if you die to Luna, I still think you can play that way. Just like work towards, a Spirit Vessel opener is fine with me. Yule's looks okay this game. It's really good versus 3 of their cores, gives you a dispel to this. BKB, Ags, stuff like that, all generally good. The Ags this game does not seem as useful, so maybe get pushed off. I'm not that worried about your exact build as long as you're buying like reasonable Void Spirit items, which the fact that you're queuing this up, I think you've done your homework. So let's just keep going and see. Okay, we get some damage in, and yeah, let's just get back to our lane. Let's maybe just swap this Iron Branch back in. You mentioned making a mistake versus Luna. If you run into more Luna mids, or in the future, Luna carries, more likely, as long as you have either Dissimulate or one charge of your ultimate available, you should pretty much never die to Eclipse. So I really recommend just try to save that ability against Luna, like one of them. I'm sure you'll see her again in the future. She is pretty popular for pubs. How much actual specific laning advice do we want to focus on? Your question was more about how to play the game after losing, so I kind of want to look at that a little bit more, but here, try not to fight too much here. So Luna has already gotten her second point in Glaives. She really won't be able to do much besides shove the lane in. So even if you don't go for a ton of denies, like it'll come into you, and then you kind of like move aggressively here, but you really could just let the lane keep moving in further towards you before doing any of this, and it would just be easier. Most mids will not chase you at this bracket. A lot of people are scared of the tower. They won't really like tower dive too much. So you could have pulled the lane further back, which would have then made this stuff easier to do. Wouldn't have had to tank. If you have to, by the way, so partly this could be fixed by just backing sooner. part of this can be fixed by just waiting to tango till later. But then also, if you ever do have to Iron Branch to tango, the best reason for this is so that you don't have to leave the mid lane because stuff is happening. And if the lane pushes back, it is okay to eat these. But for range creeps, it's kind of worth to like do it, right? So like as these are being focused, I know I need to get them. So stay in this area, especially because your tango is actually still going. So you can stay here, get these, and then you could go back to tango after. You actually overlapped your tango a little bit, so there's a little bit of wasted value there. Okay, with that said, your actual last hitting is decent for your rank. And as you continue to improve it, that's when you'll start to pull ahead of your opponents. So let's keep zooming. You fumbled your Remnant trying to kill her and was out of Astral Steps later at level 6. No problem. We definitely make these mistakes as we improve. So if a slip-up does happen and you already know it, I'm not gonna worry too much, besides maybe give advice on like how to prevent it from happening going forward. If you're a little minor thing here, so seems like Luna backed up a little bit and then you decide to start like killing this quickly. And I think your idea is to push the lane before the runes spawn, which I'm all for. If the mid laner has backed off for no particular reason, you're not sure why, the most valuable creep, especially when you're melee versus ranged or in a bad matchup, whatever reason, get this creep first. So right here, you're just like beating the shit out of this melee creep. But if you're, which is fine if they're like here pressuring you. If they're not, step up. Get this range creep, you know, finish the job, use a nuke if you have to as they return. But then you can get this and then back off. And you've gotten the most valuable creep while they gave you the space. But also in terms of pushing your lane before the water runes spawn, that range creep is... the range creep does the most damage to the creep wave because it has piercing attacks. So when you kill their range creep quickly, that will help reduce the damage your creep wave is taking so that it will then build up and push a little bit. She has glaives, so it's, you know, not the best case example, but... Ooh, look at this! I like it. Very nice. You buy your wand and raindrops. I guess it's okay. I'm a little torn on these raindrops because I actually think she's gonna chew through them kind of quickly. I kind of feel like maybe you skip the raindrops, but depend on like, you did some backpack with the bottle, which I liked. I think you just keep doing that. I think you buy your boots so you can walk faster to like these bounty runes and then use the regen from those to do what this raindrop is doing without having to buy a raindrop that's gonna break. You know, like you're gonna get boots no matter what. So then we can use those boots to not have to get this raindrop. I don't really play Void Spirit versus Luna, so I don't have perfect knowledge on that. Maybe it's okay. Want to look at that again? I see what you mean. Okay, here... So, if you had landed the spells, I think you could have done this like you said. If I could recommend one of two things, one of three things. First, if you're gonna go for a kill and you're throwing out the remnant, just let it go and see if it hits. If it hits, you go. If it doesn't hit, you don't go. And that way it's okay to fumble, and then it won't cost you anything. Because like, oh, I missed. Not a big deal, right? Because I didn't jump in. I'll just step back. Remnant is up again, you know, in a bit. So you could chuck it out first. The other thing is to jump first. Because actually, if you do land the Astral Step, she has less movement speed, so it's easier to land the Aether. You were kind of doing both, where you throw it and then hit her with the slow, which is actually really high level, but it can lead to mistakes like this where, oops, I missed. And then if you're full health and there's not a real cost, then it's okay. But if it's like, oops, I missed and I die, you might want to be a little safer. But the third thing is that this creep wave is pretty big and it's pushing in. So it's a little dangerous to go right now because, one, if you do get into a drawn-out fight, she has more creeps to kill you. But then in the worst-case scenario, which is, we mess up and we die, not only do we die, now I'm also going to miss a bunch of creeps. So in this kind of situation, I would say it's okay to just wait for this creep wave to push in and to farm it, especially because it turns out she had 12 wand charges. I guess a little less before you started the jump. Before you commit for a kill, if you can build the habit to like click an enemy and look at their inventory and then go, oh, wait, like if I had landed all my abilities, she also has like, probably at the time 10 charges. So 150 extra health that I'm going to have to deal with. Can I actually kill her, right? Let it affect your calculations at that point. So here, I would have been okay. I appreciate going for it because I do think if you land your abilities, you could get it. I also think if you didn't go, it would have been okay. And then especially because of some mana calculations, right? We actually don't have enough to use all our abilities here. Even if we did land, like this is your most leveled up ability, and then we didn't have enough mana to use it. So with that in mind, when I look at this, I'm just like chilling, letting these creeps push up so I can farm them, and then going for the power rune. Maybe I'm even just waiting for the power rune to try to get that. And then if you kill her like 30 seconds from now, doesn't really matter, right? If you kill her now versus 30 seconds from now, the value is the same, but the creep wave may have been dealt with, and then like the power rune may have been secured by you, which would then give you enough mana to more safely kill her. Better and easier to climb and win as Witch Doctor and Lion support over Marcy and Axe offlane. Oh wait, over Marcy support and Axe offlane rather than Marcy offlane. Wait, I'm kind of losing it on the end. At the end of the day, whoever you like the most would be the best to climb. Personally, my preferred play style for gaining MMR is people who can do a lot on their own. I think Marcy is a good hero to gain MMR on your own, whether it's support or offlane, because Rebound and Dispose are two abilities that capitalize on very common pub mistakes, which is positioning. So when you get good at learning what is good positioning, what is not, what are the fights where like, oh, I jumped in and threw them back into a big creep wave, right? Once you can identify those, a lot of people are really bad about it in pub games. So it's really easy to start getting a lot of kills. And then Marcy, because she can be a core, she scales up really quickly. Whether you're playing support or because you're playing off lane and you're farming CS, and then you still do the same like, oh, this is a good fight. Jump in, dispose them back, right? It's like the same, but you just get more farm. And so whether you're getting kills or just farming, you reach that point where you're like solo assassin, bop, 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 bop. And that's also really good. So I'm a big fan of Marcy. In pub games, she is tricky, right? It's harder on you. Of the heroes you mentioned, she is the hardest one. Because if you commit and you're wrong, you're going to feed, and then you're going to lose, right? So she is a snowball hero. The better you learn to identify your opportunities and you capitalize on it, then you're good to go. But if you mess it up as part of the learning curve, you'll probably lose a bit. But that's okay. That's part of learning. So do it, screw up, and then you'll learn which ones are good and which ones aren't. And then you'll be able to only pick the good ones. Axe is also fine. Witch Doctor is good. Lion, I think, is an okay pub support. I don't like him because I think his laning stage is not that strong, and he needs a Blink Dagger. So I just feel like it takes a long time to feel really strong on Lion. A lot of pub games do go long, though, so you'll get a lot of finger charges, which helps you be powerful in the late game. So if you're okay with that, you can do that. But anytime I am genuinely trying to gain MMR, I prefer strong laners and playmaker type heroes. But that is my preference. It is perfectly fine to be like, I'm a late game guy. I like that, you know? Then that's okay. Go for that. Okay, let me go back. So Void Spirit died. Not to hash on it again, but let's back up and then see what they can do. Buy your own observer if it's available. Sometimes supports buy too many too quickly, so make sure you are sneaking in there. Grab yours as your first one is dying, so you can place a new one. And it wouldn't hurt to place a sentry as well. So like, come out here, sentry check, and then place your observer. But you are a Void Spirit, so you really want help with power runes, because you can make a lot of use of them. So having an observer to help you see it will be great. If you play blind, you're not so worried about ganks, because you're one of the more elusive heroes. You got like Dissimulate and Astral Step especially to get away from stuff. So it's less about you needing to stay alive, like you're a sniper who can't get ganked. It's more about, I want this rune, I need it, you know? Of course, we will never turn down getting a little bit of extra help staying alive from vision. So either way, grab that observer, help yourself out. And then I do think farming to the urn makes sense, but if a play shows up, especially off a power rune, we can try to move over. And it looks like you get this, find a shield rune, and then decide to head top. That seems fine with me. I mean, I'm looking at this. Dawnbreaker seems low, but your Weaver is still relatively healthy, and these guys are kind of low. So I'm up for this. But now as I get closer, I am less up for this because they kind of went back. So here you can't force it too hard. Okay, hang on. Wait, let me see it play out. Okay, straightforward ogre kill. Great. Let's make this a little easier for you execution-wise. You start with the Remnant, but what if this guy had sidestepped? Right? Then we would just miss the Remnant and feel bad. So let's ask ourselves, why did I Remnant? Oh, well, I want to stun him, you know? I want to control. That's not a bad idea. But in terms of initiating on this guy, can't I just walk up to him, right? Like, what is Ogre's escape? He doesn't have one. He's not an Ember Spirit who's going to Remnant out of here if you don't stun him instantly. He's not a Puck, Queen of Pain, who's like, oh, you didn't get me, I'm going to blink out, right? He's got to waddle. And where's he going to waddle? He's got to waddle into the tower. That's no good. He's got to waddle this way. You know, it's going to take a while to get to safety. Bugs can come out. No bugs. Too bad, right? He could go this way. Most likely, he's got to run directly backwards, which is where you are. So you actually don't really need to start with the Remnant. And in fact, if you're worried about him teleporting out of here, you should save the Remnant for a little bit and just start by walking up to him and attacking. Or for you, because you have 2 Astral Steps and I'm not that worried about him escaping, you can just Astral Step to him, which again will slow him to make it easier to land the follow-up Remnant if you want. If you're worried about him escaping, like say it is a Queen of Pain type hero, walk at them, see where they blink, Astral after them, and then use your Remnant to buy time for the rest of your team to like catch up, right? But whether it's Void Spirit or various other heroes, you don't always need to just start with your stun. Try to just walk up to people, I guess, right? And come up with reasons with why I can't just walk up. Like, why can't I just walk up to Luna? Oh, what if she eclipsed us? Oh, well, that is a problem, right? So maybe we do need to crowd control her and then, like, get the kill. Or if we're here, like, oh, I don't care if she does it, you know, like, oh, then I'll save it, you know? Axe, Ogre, I just walk at them and they can't do anything until they get, like, Blink Dagger, stuff like that. So that's when you can save your stun for a little bit. Okay, you get the kill. You could Twin Gate, but notice we don't have Astral Step charges, and notice the mid lane is going to get pushed in a lot here. The next creep wave is like right here. I think now is a good time to just return home, return to lane and farm again. But also, like, if you show up, you just, like, won't have your charges to attempt to kill. Okay, you do end up walking back. And you get your bounty rune. We end up losing the tower pretty early off that mistake we made earlier. But you already know where you messed up there. A power rune did spawn. Did Luna get it? Because I don't have an observer helping me see that. So that's where that'll help you out. You rotate to make a play, but the guy's not here. Right, Wraith King. You see this coming up here? Wraith King's not here. So let him come back before we bother going over. Because what if they just leave like this, right? Then it feels really bad to have teleported, especially because I'm waiting for Wraith King. So instead, I could just walk over, and then if I see he leaves, I'll just jungle. It also gives Wraith King time to respawn and teleport in. Or you could just keep jungling, and then if a fight does break out, then you teleport, and then you join in. That's the nice thing about having, like, Astral Steps, right? They could just start with a Disruption, and then you TP, and then you, like, gap close with the ults. Now we're here, and they back out, and then this is where it feels bad, right? Where it's like, I'm just waiting here watching, right? And I teleported for this, so now it's weird. Okay. I was going to say we didn't die, but then we got us. So let's go back to this. Let's talk through this initiation. She is full health, so actually killing her will be quite difficult. Again, starting with the Remnant, but we don't quite have to. I think it's okay to just farm. She actually walks into the Remnant. I think it's okay to just, like, Resonant Pulse, trade a little bit, and then back off. I don't think you can actually kill her, especially because you ult and you actually miss her. It didn't quite hit her. If you step a little bit down and then ult out, you'll at least get some damage in. But we've used our abilities, right? So, like, I used Remnant, I used Resonant Pulse. This is my best one, 4 points in it. I have one more charge. I know this guy's TPing it. Also, you don't have any earn charges. I know he's TPing in, but, like, I really don't think you guys can kill her. So I'm just like, just chill, you know? And we kind of see, like, okay, we throw out our abilities to get her, but that means we're using Dissimulate to get closer and try to do damage, which means I can't just dodge Eclipse now. And then Shadow Demon's in a bad spot because we don't have any creeps here. So you gotta be really careful about going on Luna when there are no creeps around. And then we try again, but, like, Resonant Pulse is still down, right? So they get us. So you are a very ability-based hero. And you gotta try to play around that. Like, if this is down, this is where all your skill points are invested. You're a lot weaker than usual, especially because you're off to a little bit of a rough start. If we look at this, right, she's been farming pretty well off these kills. So we also just farm, and we are very interested in the side lanes where Luna is not that strong. Coming up here is kind of okay because they pushed up here. She kind of went in a little early. I don't think you need to just, like, jump out like this. I think you should stick your head out so you can see it and then jump. Again, these aren't heroes with instant escape. So if you see them first, you can then react. You don't have to, like, surprise them from Fog of War. At least not yet. We won't worry about this missing, but now that it does miss, this is probably where you just go, kind of tough, right? Like, Dawnbreaker's low, my opponents are pretty healthy, I'm down to one charge, I've already used Resonant Pulse, and now this is missed, right? So I think doing the rest of the damage will be pretty tough, especially because they're pretty high armor. Like, Axe has Vanguard, 5 armor, Ogre has 7 armor. It's just a tough kill to finish the job. Even though he doesn't, like, kill you, but yeah, we do see, right? I'm not really getting much out of this. In fact, I'm getting a little scared. Getting kind of low here. So here is where, this is the hard part. When can you make plays versus jungle? The more you play a hero, the better you'll get a feel for this, right? Of, like, how much damage can I do? which for Void Spirit, you can actually math this out because you are a heavily spell reliant, right? You can do, okay, 90 magic damage, 120 magic damage, 210 magic damage. Factor in some magic resistance. Let's say you've got about 200 damage of magic burst, 400 magic burst, and then let's roughly 25% magic resistance, so about 300 damage. And then actually a little less, because most heroes have a little bit above 25, but let's just keep the math simple. So you have about 300 magic burst from your abilities. Then we have the earn charge, if we've got that, which is another 200 magic damage, but then resistances, so let's say like 125-ish, depending on that. And then ult, right, if it hits or not, should hit, as long as we see them. So you can kind of estimate like, oh, people need to have about like 500 health for a relatively straightforward kill for me. If they have more than that, you alone can't do it. You're going to need teammates to help you push it over the edge. And that's where kind of depends how well different people are doing. But when I look at Axe and I see you like running at him and he's mostly full health, right? We do that math calculation. We go, wait, this guy has way too much health, right? When he's at full health, like it's going to take me ages to kill that guy, especially with the Vanguard then blocking some of my right click. So you need to see people already low, like say Luna. Okay, now she's at 700 health and only 4 stick charges. So if I get a little bit more magic damage from a teammate and I blow everything on the Luna, actually, yeah, I think we can do this one. You know, disruption into disseminate, and then I throw everything at her. That one is maybe killable if I'm not worried about Eclipse. Ursa, you know, if you see him at about 2/3, same math question, like what is that threshold? How much damage can I get from my teammates? Boom, we can do it. And if people aren't in that range and you don't think teammates can help you, then let's farm up a little bit more so we can increase our levels to get more magic damage on our abilities, or to get like a Spirit Vessel, which will give us more damage from that, or get more stats so our right clicks do more, right? We gotta farm up a little bit more. That's not saying you gotta wait for people to be in like easy kill steal range before you make a play, but that's part of it. It's like it either has to be an easy kill steal, or I have to set up and I have to know my teammates' damage is going to be enough, which is easier said than done. I realize I'm saying this like obviously just know it, but that's what you're hoping to improve on as you play a hero more and you learn the game. You try to have a rough understanding of what are my own damages, what are my teammates' damages, and that'll help you know when should I go make a play, when should I just farm up to increase my damage and get, you know, money and items, whatever I need. What about the 114 skill build? Honestly, I don't play Void Spirit. I think this is fine. Is this like an atrocious build? Do you not max this? I thought you did for the laning speed and the AoE. Oh, people are doing like the Q and the shard now, right? Is that a thing? Or like, I don't think you have to max it right away. I think you do this for the lane, but then later you get this. It kind of looks like people max this. Sometimes people skip Dissimulate, but I think you should get it versus a Luna. Should do it at like level 5. Go like 202 into the Dissimulate. Didn't really go with you. But the job will be finished now. We went a little too soon on Resonant Pulse. Oh no, mistakes have been made. Resonant Pulse would have finished that. Okay, that was a little funny because no one came, but you can kind of see the math that I was talking about, right? Where we see Luna at just about 900 health when this starts. Maybe a little more, but right? You actually throw and land all your abilities. And then is she dead? No. But we did about that 400 to 500 chunk of damage we talked about. She lifesteal a little, which is why she's a little higher. And then at this point, you have to either stand your ground and finish the job, or your teammates need to throw in the rest of the damage. I don't know if abilities weren't available, but yeah, your team could have maybe thrown in the stuff to help you out. You were just a little short there. If you're not gonna miss a CS, try to... You can use like one Astral Step to help with farming when you're in farm mode, but I would try not to use all of them too quickly, because you never know when you'll need it. What if easy kill TP happens, right? Or they jump you, you need it to escape. So if you can just walk to the creeps, that's usually better. And then when you're sitting at 2 charges, then you can use it to hit like all the creeps. You can try to stack here, maybe. You could have maybe stacked this if you, like, ran right away, and maybe you have to throw a spell. You could have stacked that camp and then farmed it for yourself. I guess this is an okay idea from your team. It looks like most of you are on the same page to come and fight, so I'm kind of open to this. Ideally, you would teleport a little bit later once it actually starts, and you just keep farming. Because if you start a fight, you're actually outside your tier 2, and I really only want to fight under the tier 2. Ideally, you guys would just keep pushing lanes, and then once they dive, you would teleport in. But if your team is communicating, like, let's do this, and you see Luna mid, I am kind of open to it. It just ended up being really awkward in terms of he didn't start with a disruption. Oh, he doesn't even have it right now. So that's part of it. We're, like, just waiting. We're running in. Thank goodness Axe doesn't have a blink yet. But we end up committing pretty hard on an Ogre. Maybe you didn't know you needed a Glimmer. You can buy Detection next time. But then after this, you guys like ended up focusing different targets, right? You guys are in the back, you guys in the front. Usually you'd be able to do that, right? Like you'd be having a better game, so you can just like threaten Crystal Maiden on your own with a little help. If you are losing and having a bad game, try to focus the same heroes your team is. Because you guys are lacking damage, so you gotta like combine your weak damage to finish one guy, and you can't be splitting your weak damage between multiple strong heroes, because then you won't get anyone, which is what happened here. From here, outside of the Axe, who I assume is getting a Blink Dagger. Here it is. And some Tangos, why not? From here, they should have a hard time killing you if you are pushing. So here, if you just start split pushing a lot, you can force them to scatter while getting yourself a whole bunch of farm. Oh, the Battle Fury got 2 of you. Damn. There was ways to use the skills a little safer there, but I'm not going to worry about it too much because that's part of learning Void Spirit. Hey, Black Devil. Yes, we're still doing free coaching. We're going to do another one after this. Though, actually, I think we're going to go back to... we were trying to load in some others and weren't able to because Valve was being funny. I might go back to those first. Okay, for you, I think, yeah, we talked about some laning stuff, emphasis on the power runes, and then doing the math to know if you should be making a play or farming. And from here, just trying to like push in a lane up to tower repeatedly and then jungle near there is good. So like, if you're about to jump this Luna, let's run the math. Like, does it make sense to be using all your abilities on Luna? Because you use your abilities to farm. So if you're using them on Luna, you're not farming. And you can't make a different play because your abilities are also like how you make the plays and then they'll go on to cooldown. So if you can't really do anything to Luna, especially if she's just going to lifesteal it up afterwards, we are doing stuff and she's not going to care. It's not really worth our time. We should go jungle. Pushed up to mid, this is good. It helped you get a power rune. So now we go somewhere else with that power rune. We go look for an easier kill. Your team is losing, so you guys don't have any tier 1s. So starting with the safe lane is the best. Technically, any tower works, but mid's the hardest, second hardest, easiest. So if you default to just keep pushing this one in and then jungle while you wait for the next wave and you keep killing creep waves and then jungling, or if this tower's down, right, we shove it in, we jungle, the wave comes out, we show up, kill that creep wave, go back to jungling. That's what I want you to do here. And then when you see enemy hero missing, you wait in the trees, you hide, bring your own observer to help make you safer. That's what you're looking to do now as we like farm to recover. All right, you didn't end up going for her, which is good. And then you don't need to like jump at her and farm there because like, yeah, it just pushes up. So now you just farm here safely. And Dawnbreaker can help out too, I guess. That's fine. Because you use this for a creep on Dawnbreaker. Like when you were both there, you used it. Now you only have 1 charge for this. This is also hard without more teammates coming by. Maybe you're calling it. Otherwise, you could have saved that Invis rune, just farm this stuff, and tell people to come over. And then if they do come over, you walk over with the Invis. So I know 2 heroes are here and Luna's here. She's pretty under vision and we have several heroes around here. So going for the Luna might be okay. Otherwise, with the split push in mind, leave, start split pushing, right? And then be ready to teleport home. But like, if we can walk over and do it, great. Twin gate over, you know, whatever. However you get here. Or whatever lane you push. Like if you push top, sure, but top's a little scary. Your Spirit Vessel limited. If you don't think you can get a kill, don't throw it out for harass, because there's no guarantee you're going to get more. If you have a shit ton, it's okay, but 3 is not the level I would be throwing them away for nothing. Although maybe it worked out. Got her low enough that we did end up killing her, actually. Okay, I like this. Moving around to the back to try to get her. Though, again, trying to... You are now strong enough to kill these supports, so it's okay, especially with Weaver helping you. If we were still at that point where you need to focus your damage, you should see what these guys are up to. Help them out. Ursa's on the way, so I think it's time to retreat. I don't think you've noticed him, though, so... Right into him. That's okay. I don't expect you to have, like, perfect map awareness. If you can build the habit to look at your minimap in the middle of fights, that'll help you navigate this stuff. But it is tough. Started okay, ended up a little rough because of the Ursa. Well, the creeps did get this, so same deal. Just start shoving out would be nice. I see a bunch of heroes here, so start shoving in top. Crystal Maiden, these 3. So 4 heroes are accounted for in the bottom half. So if we start moving in top, push this in as fast as we can. We will force people back. We will get farm for ourselves. If we jungle, we're going to miss this window where they're going to start something and this lane's not really pushing. You are trying to keep an eye on what's going on while you farm, so that is good. But this is what I mean, right? So they eventually start something. However this fight ends up, this creep wave could have been pushed up by you, and they could be taking the tower while you engage in this fight. So now we're getting 2 things. Hopefully a winning fight, and then also a tower. But by pushing top, instead of being here into who knows how this will go, maybe Axe, Ursa, Luna, maybe one of the supports, maybe they saw, oh, big creep wave, let's TP here. And the team still takes this fight, because that happens all the time in pub games, right? So now you show up, and we may be 10k down, but now it's a 5 versus 4, because you baited one of them to come TP top, and then this fight will be easier, and you'll be more likely to succeed. That's why it's so important to start pushing out waves as soon as you know an area is safe, and then especially as this mobile hero who's really hard for them to kill. In the end, we get into a 5-on-5 in a decent-ish spot on our half of the map, but yes, that is where the 10k gold lead then comes into play, so we ultimately lose. So we really want to take whatever advantages we can when we're down, either in defensive spots like tier 3s, tier 2s, especially the tier 3s, but if we cannot take 5-on-5s and split them up on the map, that is the best. Okay, I'm gonna try to grab one of the other replays we were going to do. And see if they'll load in now. We've covered some helpful advice here. This was Catastrophes, I believe. What's Ricky's Twitch channel? I hear him referenced, but I don't know his stream. It's the same as his casting name, R Cryptic. I'll type it in the Twitch. The R is technically silent. Like, he'll just say cryptic, but for the case of spelling it out, there's an R in the front. It's the same way I put a Z in the front, and it is technically ZQuixotix, but the original username in my head was just Quixotix. I added the Z as part of like separating the username when I started to create content from all the other Quixotixes, because I'm Zach. But in hindsight, that was not good for easy branding. Or like separated, it was the unique brandness part, not the convenience branding, which I didn't realize was important at the time. Just like Django, the D is silent. The what? It's not Django? That would have been a fun one. Keep it at Django. It looks like it did load in. It took a while, but we got here. Catastrophe. Did you say... Oh, here. Position 5 Invoker. It got scattered a little bit. Hard support. Legend. And then where is... 04. Okay. Oh, I just realized this is too old. The game has to be from the last week, otherwise it can't be downloaded. So this is I will not be able to download this one. In this game, you guys randomly queued into each other. That's funny. Unfortunately, we won't be able to watch it. I can look at the scoreboard and all that, but can't really do much more than that. If this is hard support Invoker, though... Oh, no, it's mid Invoker. Okay, that's fine. Did I misread that when I was typing it? It was an Omega shit show. That is how it goes, isn't it? Sometimes it happens. This game draft-wise, let's see. I may not be able to review it, but I mean, both teams have things going for them. Chronosphere is obviously a pain. And you kind of need to deal with that. But you do have Pudge Hook to save teammates. You have a couple different ways to set up Cataclysm, either through Ringmaster's ult, Shackles, Pudge ult. So for you guys, you probably want less of a team fight where the Chronosphere probably reigns king. It's not always the easiest to get like the perfect chrono, but I think you want more pick-off type plays, especially around Pudge Hook. Pudge has to do a lot this game, which is always iffy with the hooks. But find the pick-offs with Cataclysm, avoid the big chronos until you have the numbers advantage, then you'd be able to fight. But yeah, you got some like instant catch with like the blink hex to help set up things as well. So you just gonna need like good vision and then play the map, get them to split up. That's way easier said than done. But I think that is how I would approach this for your team. Okay, let's try this one then. This was another one we tried to do earlier and it was unable to load. Is this the right match ID, Rebrewer? Just double check if the copy paste or whatever is right. It may just be Valve servers, but I'll ask just in case. How many heroes do you think we should focus on a role to improve? You really just need enough that you can't be banned out. So you're like, panic, I can't play my one hero, you know? It depends how meta of a hero. Like if you try to play Nature's Prophet, oh no, it just loaded. We can't leave. If you try to play Nature's Prophet, it's going to end up being banned quite a lot. If you play an unpopular, like if you're an ET player, you're almost playing ET guaranteed every game. So depending how meta of a hero you play, I would recommend like 2 to 3 heroes at least, like the bare minimum. And especially when you start, it's okay to have a small hero pool because like you'll build things into habit. You'll play those 2 to 3 heroes, you'll spam it out, you'll play like however many 100 games. It'll enter the point where you're like so comfortable with that hero, you can stop playing it. And at some point you'll see like, this is a really good hero for this game. Now I pull it out. So for example, I have played a lot of Clockwork. If I'm playing a lot, of course it's going to be better. But even if I don't play Clockwork for like 100 games and then I have to pull it out, I'm still going to be a pretty good Clockwork because I've played a lot. So you want to push heroes into that realm where you're so comfortable that it's okay you haven't played it, you can pull it out and still give like a 90% performance. So when developing a hero pool, if you want to get like real try hard about it, I would start with some stable picks, things that you think are good, that fit a lot of drafts, and then start moving into like some more unique stuff. So like maybe a cheese type hero. like a Silencer. Not that he's strictly cheese, but like you play a lot of Silencer, you get good at him, and then if you want to stop playing him, you stop. But at some point, you're like, this is a good Silencer game, pull it out, right? And you'll feel good about it because you've practiced enough to that point. Okay, so this one. Okay, so the Nature's Prophet carry did not quite work out, but in this time you're playing Silencer in, what is this? EU West, about 7K average. Okay, that should be fun. Let me change what I wrote down. Silencer 5, Immortal. And here we just have to change this to Immortal. Is there any questions you have in mind in particular? Draft stuff or whatever? Or are we just getting into actual gameplay? Lala Vegas, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to our replay analysis stuff. You're the shot caller for this team game. You guys were playing in Discord. Cool. Okay. All right, what time does this actually... Let's put the timestamp correctly now that we slowly loaded this in. 26:40 should work. Okay, let's take a look at this team one then. Let's load in. Let me know if you have any particular questions. I won't worry too much about the draft. You guys are, for a 7K game, you guys should have fairly broad hero pools that are relatively meta. That's not always true, but like, you know, if we compare you to like a random Crusader stack, you should be able to fit a proper draft a bit more. I can share some thoughts on that. At the same time, even at this rank, I know it won't be like perfect, so I don't care if you're not, and we like just skip forward. Welcome back to Dota, Lala Vegas. I'm glad the videos are helpful. I appreciate you. I know sometimes you watch on YouTube, you're not necessarily a stream watcher, so I appreciate you dropping by. Hopefully there's even more content here, especially on the Mondays and Wednesdays when we do these replay analysis streams. A lot of these don't become videos, but they have a lot of the same knowledge drops. Okay, not sure if there are some mistakes, but draft analysis could be good. Cool. Both teams know each other really well, so it's personal bans. Oh, gotcha. So you guys play against each other a bit. That's cool. Okay, so I won't worry too much about the bans then if you are doing like a little bit more personal bans. We might revisit it towards the end. I think Beastmaster as an opener is great. It's a very safe pick, in my opinion. You see the Snapfire and Dark Willow. Pretty strong support duo. Dark Willow can initiate, but she's a lot better at being follow-up, and so is the Cookie, right? So to me, they are currently lacking instant catch from their heroes, which I'm down for the Juggernaut for that reason, right? If this guy is fast on the spins, if you pick other elusive heroes like Puck, they should be able to dodge out some of this stuff, which will just make your life easier. Getting ahead of ourselves there. The Silencer response to Snapfire, I think is really... Oh, sorry, they were actually first pick. So they picked Snapfire. You guys got the Beastmaster. I'm actually okay with that. I think these are both good heroes that you'll see teams first pick. And then you grab the Silencer after to deal with the Snapfire ult. And I think that's good. So then they respawn Dark Willow, Gyrocopter. So Gyrocopter is to deal with the Beastmaster. So it'll probably be Gyro Snapfire because she's a better 5. Dark Willow is usually a 4. And because of that, you guys respond with the Juggernaut, which I like for these guys. And then Omni Slash is good versus Gyrocopter. Flat Cannon, you can help deal with that with the Healing Ward. I don't mind, especially because they revealed their own safe lane. Most likely, I guess there is a world for Flex, but I think that's okay. Let's see, what you guys need here, you probably want to save your last pick for mid rather than your soft support. So you are pretty flexible. A lot of soft supports here can fit with Beastmaster. either if you think you can take the lane matchup, you can go for something there. I do think Gyro plus Snapfire is pretty strong. It would be tough. Like, even if you pick the strongest 4 you can, it's still going to be a little bit tricky. I'm down if you pick a roaming support, especially some kind of initiator, because right now Silencer support doesn't do it, Juggernaut support doesn't do it, right? There is an ultimate that, yeah, we've got global, but I'd also like help dealing with some of this stuff, so it's not just global that is controlling this. Roar could be used on this, but I'd also like to save it for like a BKB carry. So someone who initiates and then you just creep drag in that bottom lane, and then stack for the Beastmaster sounds good to me. Or I guess this is the top lane, actually. And then you just stack a lot for the Beastmaster off lane. Maybe you guys play Beastmaster mid, in which case you could actually pick a new off laner here to deal with the Gyrocopter. I'd be really up for that, actually. But you have to play Beastmaster mid, which I don't know if you guys do. You could also save it for the end, right? Pick your roaming support or strong laner. Because if you pick someone who is strong, like let's say, I'm just going to use Muerta right now. Muerta pairs with Beastmaster, cool. But then if you also pivot it to like, surprise, it's mid Beastmaster and then an offlaner who's good versus Gyro, then Muerta will fit that. So if you want to go for that route, I'd be okay. You guys end up going for the Lion. It is an initiator. My worry for you with the Lion pick is that Lion needs the blink and Beastmaster needs a Helm of the Iron Will into Dominator into Overlord. This last mid pick, I want you to feel free of like, we can pick whatever we want here because I see everything and then this is the best hero to counter all of their heroes. But if there's a gap in your draft, now I also got to fill that gap. Your draft is kind of filled, but one weakness is that if the Lion and the Beastmaster, who are in the same lane, unless this is the Beastmaster flex, you guys are in the same lane, and it's a tough lane in the Gyro Snapfire. If you guys mess up, and your mid laner's not an active hero, you're not going to be able to do anything for like 10 minutes post-laning, and it's going to feel really bad. Now, if you're confident in your laning stage, then it's okay. You know, you can go for it, and I'm open to the Lion. But that's like one potential weakness I see with the Lion pick. Compared to who's an initiating 4 hero we could have used. Clockwork has tools versus Snapfire, although she has tools versus him. Spirit Breaker kind of fits this build. The Tinies. I kind of like Tusk, if you guys play Tusk. That type of hero that doesn't really need anything. Tusk is not like, maybe doesn't always want to initiate, so that's kind of iffy. But some of those heroes, I guess, come to mind. I don't have my like drafting sheet up, so I'm sure I'm forgetting someone that's like good. Sand King. Okay. They could flex this mid or off. But I'm pretty sure Juggernaut is pretty good versus Sand King. So I'm pretty confident this is mid Sand King. If you guys wanted to pivot the Beastmaster mid, I feel like that's fine. I feel like it's just a farming in the mid lane at that point, and then you pick a new offlaner that is really good versus Gyrocopter. Or if you have someone who shuts down the Sand King, then that works. Up to you guys. I do think like Shadow Fiend, Queen of Pain would have fit that bill. Lina. Okay, so then it does end up being Sand King off lane. Okay, I feel like your safe lane should be good. Maybe this has changed since last, but I feel like Juggernaut just spins through this. Like, you win the Vision War, you throw some slows, and then you, like, spin him. Lina mid is annoying. I feel you can either go for a farming draw lane where you just like both do your own thing, or you lose the lane but you pick the playmaker that we still wouldn't mind having. But this is why I do like the Lina pick for this, because like between Well, I guess you're not really flexing the Lina. I guess some people do. But Lina shuts down a lot of the playmaker mid heroes. You guys banned Storm. I don't know if you need to ban Storm, actually. Although they could use more initiation than Sand King, Sand King does cover them on that front. And then he would have to play into like Silencer and Lion. I think you've kind of dealt with Storm. Plus, there are more counter picks to the Storm. For example, Puck. If they did go Storm. I like the Lycan ban if you guys felt like you couldn't deal with that, especially because you get like Silencer. But I feel banning to protect your mid picks of like ban the really stable mids, because they should be worried like, oh, we're gonna get counterpicked here, so who's really safe? Someone like Lina is really safe. I think she might have been a better ban, especially because she doesn't care as much about like global and like instant catch because she's not like initiating. She's sitting in the back. And then you guys get the Pudge. Was this Pudge mid? You have good damage to start with the denies. And I guess as long as you hook her in, that's good. Does seem a little tough.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, so you ended up playing Silencer, so then let's now get into it. Would a Bounty 4 be better than Lion? For the record, I don't think Lion is bad. I just think it has that potential weakness, which is like we lose that lane and then we have a really bad time. So if they want to go for it and they're confident in their lane, it's perfectly fine. I wouldn't have minded the Bounty Hunter if they want to play that route. You would need a very active mid, and your goal would be like, because we have the counter pick mid, we're definitely going to win that lane, and then Bounty's going to be able to work with that. It's just a different style. In the end, I think this is a very cohesive draft. I don't know how I feel about the Pudge mid quite yet, but I'm up for it. I think rather than a direct approach, you guys could have maybe smoked around the edge for a for a hook play. I think you guys are pretty strong level 1. Their level 1's not bad either, but you have the Pudge. I think you guys could have taken like an aggressive route if you want, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, for you, we're going to do a sneaky tree cut into Sentry. You know what? I think you taught me something. I didn't know you could tango this one. So, pretty cool. Does cost us a tango, which is a downside. So, if they're paying any attention and they know that spot, they should... they have the tools to know about it. You also had a Jug, so maybe Jug could have cut that tree for you, but I already forgot. Did he TB down here? No. So, when he ran through, maybe he could have done that for you. Dark Willow has a slower attack range than you. You should have an easier time just sitting in the lane and hitting Sand King. So just like avoid her. She does know about it. I guess if you're confident that Juggernaut will beat her in the one-on-one, it's okay. I do think you need your Sentry for Sandstorm. If this guy can now just Sandstorm in the lane, it's fine. I think you should probably... Like, you need to be able to just hit him when he does this, what he's doing right now. I think she just... Even if that was blocked with a Sentry... I think her being, Sand King being able to just Sandstorm in the lane is what will now save him. Oh, amazing half pull there. Lion's coming in. You guys wanted this second Dark Willow kill. I'm up for that kind of play, especially because Beastmaster was in a good spot. I think you guys split your focus there on different heroes. All right, around here, if you, yeah, we can actually think about this. This is a pretty high ranked game. So because you want to come mid for the runes versus Lena, but then there's like a giant ass wave that Juggernaut, like they'll dive him. That's kind of why you're like, oh, I guess I got to stick around. If you guys start clearing this, then it'll help you out. So like for you, you could just like auto attack. So like stand in the lane, auto attack a bunch, or like, oh, let's go aggressive. You know, as spin comes up, just throw your spells onto Sand King and then spin in the wave. It'll trim down the wave while doing damage to Sand King. So then as you leave, they're less likely to do anything. And then Juggernaut doesn't have this massive wave he has to deal with. Like here's where I think it's okay to actually hit the creeps with all your AoE abilities. And in the end, you do end up sticking around. And I think that's okay. Line was able to go. Oh, okay, it did work out. All right, let's look at total team view. Okay, Juggernaut is reaching the point he's okay on his own. We can start to leave. For example, when you de-aggro this onto the Jug, you can then head for the mid rune. Looks like they got Beastmaster. What happened here? Stepped up a little bit and Snapfire was on the side. Aw, and the courier, sad. I would use that haste to go top. I mean, Juggernaut's fine. He doesn't even need to do this. I'd say, like, this stuff's safer, but... yeah, we're sticking around, getting kills. Okay, this is great. 7 minute. If one of you had a smoke, you could maybe, like, bring the Pudge to the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Okay, yeah. Just kidding. I'm out. That's fine. You do see them stacking. Unfortunately, you don't really have the best heroes to steal stacks. I think you guys should have gotten that rune. Oh, unlucky. Aw. Would have been a really good play overall if the Omni Slash had stuck. That's why Lotus matters, kids. This is a... I actually don't know. An amateur league? It is a coordinated, like, 5-on-5 captain's draft game. I don't know what the league itself is. Don't think you should come to the Beastmaster. You guys should be playing around Pudge. You and Lion should just follow the Pudge around, smoke, and then like stack in between. Because your Beastmaster just needs to go... Well, he is going Ags. I actually don't know if I agree with this. I guess I'm open to it. I think Helm of the Dominator and Overlord is a little better, personally. I know Gyrocopter can kind of deal with it, but... well, I don't know. Either way, it doesn't really matter. The build, whether it's Helm of the Dominator, in which case you can play with him, and then when he wants to go for Overlord, you kind of let him finish that. Or if he's going for Ags, you mostly want him to be on his own, make a play with Roar and leave. But even if you don't make a play, like, you just let him farm it, and then you play with the Pudge. Oh, went a little deep over here. I'm not too surprised Gyro's off to a good start. But your Jug also is off to a relatively good start. Just in time. I feel like there's a couple instances you guys are like near the runes, but a couple seconds late. Oh, nice. Lena was trying to be sneaky with an Invis rune, but considering Sand King has laned bottom, this is actually a dangerous place to come to because there should be sentries just left over here versus the Sand King, which is not actually what got her in the end. You guys actually placed another sentry to find her, but I think it is worth considering when you like move around with the Invis rune. We had a mega kill streak. Yeah, you should probably just give up that tower, but now we have the Ags on Beastmaster, so now we can get a little bit more involved with him. I think that, like, it ended up being like an early lane swap was kind of funny. Because actually Beastmaster has a way better time farming this stuff than Juggernaut does before the Battle Fury. Anyways, it's like a okay spot in the game. We're down a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. We're close to global in 15. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was a long time to take to get a Dark Willow kill. I think some of this is that I feel you guys picked Pudge into Lina, which is like okay, but then like you have to make use of the low cooldown Pudge plays, and I think you guys have missed that a little bit. I see times where he's like on his own, or only some of you are with him. But especially around like the Juggernaut's farming Battle Fury and the Beastmaster's trying to get to Ags. We gotta go with the Pudge. Because we expected him to kind of lose lane to Alina, or at least not be able to stop her from doing what she's gonna do. So then the hope is like, oh, but after, we're gonna hook her and get kills and all that. But like, he's not gonna be able to do it on his own. Or wherever he goes, like, he'll need help. Going for Ags. Now you can go with the Beastmaster if you want. I guess he's getting close to BKB, but like now you have two people. And you guys have your global, so ideally we'd be going already. Lina, not enough other heroes are showing. Juggernaut's got top pushing in though, so I think the rest are bottom area or near her. The only Sand King's top right now that we've seen. Juggernaut keeping the lane pushed in is pretty good now, because they don't have an easy way to deal with him. He should always be able to get spin TP off, unless they bring like 5 heroes to kill him. Nice. This is why Snapfire struggles so much into Silencer, and if you're gonna pick her, I think it's worth banning, because it actually should have been an easy fight for them. Like, even though you guys initiated on Gyro, if Mortimer's was able to just come in, like, they still would have killed you guys, but it's so hard versus Global. May have gone too far though. It's overall probably a win because you guys got the gyro and a buyback. Yeah. Okay, we chill again. We have a minute. So like farming and stacking time. I think you can probably just be heading top right now. This will like be easy enough to deal with. You guys, I think if you had snuck your way top and just like farm from the trees or keep making your way in to place a deep ward, you guys are, this is actually a coordinated team. So Tormentor would have been good. So right there, you could have like made your way top, do some warding ahead of time for this, ward somewhere in this area to prepare for like the Tormentor. Now we're going to smoke up, but we don't have any like, I don't have a target in mind because I can't see anything. Gonna bring the Beastmaster. We should go top at least. You're leading the charge. I don't know if you really want to be the guy. I think you should let Pudge do it. Pudge or Lion, glimmer them. Here's where, okay, so you are gonna place it now, so this is gonna work out, but this is where earlier if you had like came up, this might have been easier. It's kind of working. And split on some different targets there a little bit. But you do win the fight, and you're going to get some Tormentor kills now. Alright, I think with a little better spell casting there, you guys could have gotten 1 extra kill, but it's still pretty good overall. You got some wards down while we were up here. You guys continue to play in this general area and then like shove in top and then go collapse mid where Juggernaut is. Get this. We can think about Roche. Actually, that was something we could have thought about with the Beastmaster Ags too. Oh my god, that was close. Okay, we did kind of collapse mid. It was a little awkward, but we got here. Their team always plays on Torm on 20, as they should. Don't head up there just because they do it. Head up there on your own as well. You also should get Torm at 20. But it's good you smoked and you made that kind of play. I was reading the chat. How did we... What was this? Okay, you guys are on different pages here. Sand King is dead, but you guys are missing some big abilities. Like Roar is down. There's no global because you just used some of them. If you hook out, I think that's okay. I think jumping in is pretty dangerous. Or just like harder than it needs to be. Does this actually work out? Mortimer's comes in. Yeah, they get Pudge and Lion, and then we actually are forced to BKB. Here's where if we had Global and Roar, right, we could just turn, but you guys are pushing pretty deep without your big abilities. I think you should just be happy, like, coming back here. Again, if you hook out into a safer place, you can do this. But otherwise, let's say you hook and you miss, you should still be pretty happy. You have top pushed in, mid pushed in. You're going to be able to farm through here, and they're not going to know if you warded or not in this area, which you're free to de-ward or ward as you see fit. But then you guys can also just, like, collapse bottom and just, like, dive this to finish it if you want. Otherwise, you just, like, go farm down, get this, and do this. You can also just go Roche, like, with Sand King dead. You can just put an Observer here and go do Roche with Beastmaster Ags. I think that would have been a much safer play. Instead, we're like going way too deep. This is the Snapfire ult is because we don't have global. So, yeah, Roche there would have been better.
The silence deepens.
Now they're actually going to get Roche as the worst Roche team. I see some lines being drawn now. Yeah, I guess it feels obvious in hindsight now, but Beastmaster Ags, like, if you can finish this, as soon as it's done, you can do Roche. It's not as good as it used to be, so you may need, like, some extra heroes than before, but you can do Roche before the Tormentor, even. But if you do it after, then, like, that's fine. But it should definitely still be, like, one of your top objectives over getting kills, like, here. You should be further back. All right, let's go back here. So it looks like we're trading towers, but you never know. People may come back to defend or not. Because I see this many heroes here, I guess it's okay to just, like, rush up. In fact, I don't even know if Beastmaster has come towards you guys. I think he can, like, keep pushing this. As heroes start to back off, which, by the way, guys, I think Dark Willow and Snapfire should just be, like, out of sight right now. They should not be showing here. As they start to go missing, I think you're kind of far up, and you should probably be... You and Lion should, like, swap spots. Like, you should be back here, and Lion, with the blink out, can be further up. You just need to global, and we don't want to buy back in global. Okay, like, right now. So if we want to say, okay, we saw them, that's fine. Now... They could all TP back and smoke at us. So we need to be in fight position. Beastmaster has his blink, so he can be a little further up and blink out. if he thinks he's fast enough versus Burrow Strike, which is kind of close. But you should definitely be back. You cannot be caught. You have to global. And I think you're in prime caught first territory. In the end, they do go back. Okay, we kind of scattered as we left, though. Okay, so I think it's fine to leave because it seems like they're coming back. But right here, okay, you guys did just see them smoke, actually. I didn't realize you even saw this. Okay, we all need to get out, or we need to, like, group up if we're fighting or not. I don't know if you missed them smoking, but yeah, you guys are, like, still out here doing this stuff, but they could be coming anywhere. Maybe they was just faster than you thought. I think once you see this smoke happen, you guys have the tools to fight. I think you could get together. Like, if everyone gets together and either sits around here, put something here, and then, like, prepare to fight here, or, like, you could also go here. It doesn't really matter. Like, wherever your team can get in position together, because you saw them smoke, so you have an element of surprise. But if you're going to stay scattered, then you all need to be, like, retreating faster. Okay, 2 more minutes on Aegis, right? Okay, you see them coming top. Can probably leave a boar back here or here to look for this. Yeah, there we go. I don't know that Juggernaut should be the first one back. In fact, I think he should be one of the last ones back. What is this farming pattern? You guys were worried about maybe a twin gate, but the boar's watching it. I think Juggernaut should be actually farming towards the twin gate so that if they keep pushing, he can twin gate and then send mantas through here to clear the top creep wave. I think he should be the last one to be here. Because now if they push, it's like, sure, he's here. But if they don't push, he's, like, wasting his time here. And it's, even though we're saying he's safe, it's not like he's going to walk into 5 heroes. He's safe in the sense, like, it forces a lot of rotations to get to him on their side. So it's not like he can go in here. I think that's a little reversed from you guys, team movement-wise. Idea is to split push while they have Aegis. I'll let myself die so they can others can push out the lanes. I don't mind that idea if you think someone's got to die on that smoke. I also think, though, I think your lanes were in an okay spot and they're smoked up. So if they're all smoked and they don't find anyone, I feel like that's also a wasting of their time. But maybe I don't remember correctly, and maybe their lanes were in a better spot, so someone had to die. Sneaky. Oh, I think you should stay here. This is scary. You're trying to get the next wave. Enough time has passed that a fight may be about to break out. They may have twin gated and they'd be like in this area right now. Or they all TP'd home and they're coming in this way. We need to be in battle formation. Lion. All right, they did end up coming through here, through this way, and you guys get out. You guys go run bottom. The Aegis is down now, so you guys are capable of fighting, and Aegis is gonna be, the respawn's gonna be here soon, so I do think you want to, I think with Global, you're quite strong. I think Snapfire still really can't contribute to anything. Oh god. With your ult. Okay, nice. Alright. We won, we did it. Nice juggle. One person go check Roche, everyone push. Other support who doesn't have wards. Support without wards should go check Roche. Support with wards should go deep ward. Did anyone check Roche? I don't think anyone checked Roche. When they respawn, they will be stronger because they have... You don't have global. If Roche is up, they'll be able to go for it, and you guys won't be able to fight. I know Gyro is still dead. I do think we should be careful about pushing up like this. Like, he could buy back. We lose Beastmaster. All right, I would say if Roche is up, it's probably theirs. So we're gonna get Barracks, but we're gonna lose Roche because we went too hard there. Fortunately, it's still not up. Thank God. Are you getting an Ags, by the way? Was I looking at the right? Oh, we've been seeing... Is this what people are... I feel Refresher is better. Did I miss some kind of development? Because we have seen on a couple games replays lately here, you guys going for the Ags. Is this something the pros are suddenly doing? It's pub popular, but I don't think I actually believe in it. Scepter's good to cancel SK Blink and ulti. That's true, but he can still burrow strike into the fight, and he also has dispels. So if your team goes in first and you try to like use it to do that, they can dispel and then still go in. Plus, as Snapfire approaches the point, she should have a dispel. Now, like, once you use yours, she'll be able to use her dispel and contribute. I feel that the Refresher will give you more. Like, you'll doubly remove Snapfire ult, no matter dispels, like all her stuff won't matter. You can prevent him from casting it twice because you, like, if you do see him. I'm a much bigger fan of Refresher in these coordinated team games than Ags. I do think canceling the blink is like a nice element of it, but I think if you preemptively cast ult for that purpose and they have dispels, you're gonna end up taking a lot more damage from, like, they'll use dispels afterwards to then use their abilities, especially like now Snapfire ult will be a consideration. I actually think Snapfire should have picked up a dispel rather than like this. She's getting close to Lotus. Oh shit, a hook. I don't think you global for the Aegis, by the way, but let's see what happens. So like here's the Snapfire ult. I'm actually surprised they're not fighting on the respawn. Oh god, another hook. All right, that works out. I actually think as he respawns, they should have sent it with like Eclipse, not Eclipse, Epicenter. Right, God hooks here. Probably shouldn't have gotten hooked anyways to begin. Should have stood there. Like, I feel you should... Well, I guess you don't have to jump. You can, like, pump the epicenter so that, like, right now you see what happens, and then, like, okay, Beastmaster goes, we finish the epicenter channel, then go. Oh, you guys are letting him leave? Then you cancel the epicenter. I think there should be an epicenter, like, going through. And then I can't believe another long-range hook like this. And then here it is. Yeah, I think this had to like start a lot more preemptively. Is the Scepter no blink? Let's see. All right, so like hook first. He blinked to Lotus the gyro, so then he gets silenced. So now here, like, he could Yules himself, but Yules himself. I think he should have been channeling this sooner, because Burrow Strike, like, this is how long Burrow Strike is. You know, that's why I feel he doesn't even need the blink if he's close enough.
The silence deepens.
Lucky? Yeah! Bowie!
I think if he started it, it could have worked, but... Oh, well. I think the Pudge hooks won that fight more than anything, though. And then you're like, your team had great follow-ups, but... Two crazy hooks on the Gyrocopter, who should have been standing more in the creep wave, honestly, but... I also think they didn't even have to force that fight, because when they did it, they had, like, so much time on Aegis. What'd they have? They did this push with 3 minutes on Aegis. They should have just played the map longer. They should have looked for a pickoff on you guys before going. I guess because Beastmaster was dead, so they were trying, but, I mean, yeah, there's the buyback, so... That's why I think they should still just look for more. I suppose if you hadn't been hooked twice, though, on the gyro, they do make this work. But I do think with the buyback and then, like, all the spells available, like, this is what'll happen, so.
The silence deepens.
Okay. Do you win this? Looks like you do. I can't see the graph, but
Lucky.
from here I feel you guys are good. I guess it's still a pretty close game, actually. Then we go, right? No Mortimers, group and go, find your own fight. Okay, you guys have to shove in top to make them come back and then go take Roche position. Oh, Snapfire's here early. Aw, can't land them all. I don't think you should scatter here. Are we like super close to an item or something? We're trying to win the game here. I don't think there should be risk of splitting too much like that. Maybe if you used boots bots a little sooner. Oh, amplify damage, easy Roche. Okay, we get Roche. You guys got 5 minutes to find a pickoff. Probably go deal with top. Or like run cut stuff. I think you could run this way, cutting waves, and then see if someone is like coming into vision and have a smoke ready to like sprint back to get them. Or like all start TPing and then get them. I do not think you need to go for this. Alright, we got a really good Omni Slash. Still no answer to the spin TP. Kind of worked out. I don't think you guys need to do any of that though. I really think you should just have Jug hit this with Aegis. Like if you are gonna force it instead of look for a pickoff, I really think Jug should just hit this and then you guys like respond. I don't think you should be blinking in the Pudge to catch anything. It's harder than it needs to be. Die back. Oh no. Oh, things are tense. Clutch your butts. Gyro went a little too far there. Oh, we didn't force stab him. Ah! Ah! Okay, thankfully they went a little too hard in their dieback, so it looks like you're gonna win here. All right, I think it's a good. I'm down for the like go for the end kind of call, no pudge buyback. Why is Gyro running? This is enough. This is where Gyro should stop. This is Gyro's circle of safety. He's hitting the buildings. He's getting too far. He's like a full 4-staff distance different. He should be like back here. Then Lion has to like jump here. And then these guys could have stayed smoked. Like only Lena also needs to hit. These guys should be smoked back. And then they could actually fight here. Before, like if Lion jumps in, they could start going. And then Silence would have to immediately buy back in global. And that feels bad, like buying back these last few seconds. I think he had the Yules, right? Should Yules them. That was a close one. This is where it comes down to like the executions and moving a little too far forward or not. Ah, good thing we have Aegis. Woo. Snapfire teams ban the silencer. It's too good. They lost several early fights because of you. All right, that was a fun one. The old butt clencher for the ending. What time is it? I think we'll stop. I have a couple things I gotta get ready. There won't be a stream Friday. We'll see if there's a stream tomorrow. I have to finish some stuff. Next, Monday and Wednesday we'll be back. So if you didn't get a replay analysis today, we'll do them Monday, Wednesday for sure. And then we'll see about tomorrow. If we do stream tomorrow, we're going to be practicing some Chen. We're going to play Chen tomorrow if we do. But I got to make sure we're going to a wedding this weekend. So I got to make sure I'm prepped for that. And that's what I was debating. If we go stream longer now, or if I save myself time now, maybe I will be more ready. And then tomorrow we can definitely do a stream. So I will stop for today. If you guys have any like random last second questions, we can talk about that. Ended on a fun one. I would say try to do a little bit more emphasis on Tormentor and Roche. Like if you guys can set that up ahead of time, especially like Roche. I think there was a time when you guys like were pushing tier 2s instead of going for Roche, and I think that's like the safer play. But otherwise, I think it was pretty good. I think you had generally rough ideas of like, we should do this at the right time, like waste out Aegis, stuff like that. I think the draft was mostly cohesive. The Pudge pick, I am open to. I think you got to do a little bit more around that Pudge pick in the early game. But otherwise, I think it does work. Do kind of see where, like, if it doesn't get the help, then Lena farms quickly and he doesn't. And that was a little dicey. But you guys did manage to find some stuff to fix it. In what situation should you push your lane? Like during the laning stage as position 1 while the enemy is there. Generally, if you maintain good creep equilibrium near your tower, that's like the safest play as position 1. But At some point, when you're winning the lane or you're feeling safe or you can farm fast enough, if you maintain equilibrium, it takes about 30 seconds to deal with the creep wave. So you're sitting in front of your tower, you're safe. Every 30 seconds, you're getting one creep wave. But you can't get more than that, because by maintaining equilibrium, you're waiting for creeps to get low. You're only getting the last hit. You're going for denies, right? So all your time is there, and you're capping out at one creep wave every 30 seconds. If you start pushing in the lane, and it takes you 5 seconds to do that, you now save yourself 25 seconds to do something else, which would be farming the jungle camps nearby. So you can increase the amount of money you get by shoving in the lane and then jungling. So once you are in that position of, I'm winning, I want to accelerate my farm, or I'm losing and I'm likely to die, so I just need to like get as much as I can, you should just start shoving the lane and then jungling and farming up. Before you reach that point, if you want to go for a kill off of a level timing, like let's hit level 2, let's hit level 3, and then go for a kill, and or the Lotus is about to come up, you can shove the lane for that to get the creep advantage and the enemy is distracted by whatever. Those are the most common situations. Otherwise, defaulting to like keeping the creep wave near your tower is a safe bet. Trying to think if there's any other cases. Oh, if you think they just did a pull, like for whatever reason, sometimes creeps build up, and so they shove in some creeps and you're laning near your tower, but then they're pulling the next wave. If we sit at equilibrium in our tower, we're going to miss those creeps by the jungle camp, and I want everything, right? So that's another case where you would shove the lane so that you're free and you can make it over to that pull camp, hopefully without missing too much, and then fight over it and the creeps there. That could be another reason you do it. If you're losing and you would die doing that, then you probably don't. You probably like sit near your tower. But yeah, I think that's probably a safe way to think about it. Like, when you want to start getting more farm, you need to start pushing the wave to have time. It's like a time equation. Balancing the wave is 30 seconds. Pushing the wave is about 5 to 10 seconds, depending on like who you're playing. Your friend wanted us to build a creep numbers advantage so we could fight better. Yeah, if you want to go for a kill, then that's not a bad play. It's a risk reward, because if you shove the lane and then you don't get the kill, now you're just laning in a bad spot, right? So it's safest if you have a fallback plan after that, which would either be your support goes and roams and jungles and whatever stacks, while you jungle what's near your lane, or you do feel comfortable like pushing and diving a little bit. That could also work. Oh, the 7-minute shrine is also a great time to push. This is around a lot more coordinated team efforts, but say the two of you like shove in a huge wave to the tower at 7 minutes, that could give you the freedom to like walk through the tower to get the shrine, to kill them, whatever, especially if your mid is rotating over. That could be another great way to do it. How would players counter Meepo or Arc Warden? It seems lower ranked players don't know how to play against them. They are pub classics for Smurfs for that reason. It is tough. For Meepo, okay, actually, regardless of this, for Smurfs, one way you can deal with it, this isn't even tactical, like related to Dota. This is like human tactics, mental tactics. Smurfs are often like really arrogant and really angry at everybody, including their own team. They're there to make themselves feel good. That's why they're smurfing. It's either due to money reasons for like selling boosted accounts, or just because they're there for their ego to be like, I'm awesome, everyone's garbage. That's why I had to make a second account at a lower MMR, because that's how I have to prove that I'm a really good player. But it's all there for ego. So if you can mess them up once or twice, they're very likely to implode. And like, my team doesn't deserve to win. I'm smurfing and these guys are so bad. Like, they don't deserve to win. Like, oh, you think you're good because you're ganking me, or you're a piece of shit. Like, I'm a smurf, you know, like, it's very quick to break the ego. So if you the game starts 250 win streak, like, the guy's a smurf, I really recommend you put some pressure on him. So try, and you have to, because if you play a normal game, he's going to beat you. He's a Smurf, right? So you have to do things a little different than usual, and you have to put a lot of attention on him. And the sooner you gank him, like once or twice, get the power runes, get up the deep wards, because he's going to jungle. The Smurf game plan is like one of two things. One, crush the lane, get a bunch of kills, and then keep getting a bunch of kills. Or two, win the lane and farm incredibly quickly to build a massive gold lead and then get a bunch of kills. Arc Warden is usually the latter, where he can get kills in the lane, but if he's just farming up to like all his items and then multiple clones and stuff, he's happy. Meepo can do both, because that's Meepo. He can like crush the lane, get kills while farming. So it's tough. Depending on what hero the Smurf is playing, they may lean one way or the other. Deep wards in the jungle, if they're a farming type. More lane wards to see them rotating. If you can dodge the rotations, if you can punish them when they're low, because Smurfs will play with a lot of arrogance. Like, you're such a piece of shit. You'll never think to kill me with 100 health while I jungle and I push the limits, because these guys are bots. They're animals in my game, so, like, they'll never get me, right? They tend to play with a lot of arrogance. So you set it up, you punish them once, and they'll start keyboard warrioring. You're like, you stupid tryhard. You think you're so good because you game me one. You're a piece of shit. I have 7,000 MMR, whatever, right? Like, you do it once and you're good. So that's my recommendation. You got to break their mentality. But also, if you gave RTZ like a level 1 Arc Warden and you made him fight against 2 Crusaders with like whatever 2 heroes, 3 Crusaders, 4 Crusaders, he can't do it. There's only so much, like no matter how much MMR and how many TIs and tournament money and whatever you've got, if you're a level 1 hero, there's only so much you can do. If you're a level 2 hero, there's only so much hero you can do. So when you pressure Smurfs early before they have a bunch of net worth and items, and that's where they can express their skill and outplay you because they're faster at blinks, they know the fights, everything, right? That's where you're screwed. But if you bring the heroes early, what does 7,000 MMR over you mean if you all press your stuns on the guy, right? And he can't do anything. There's not much he can actually do. So that's why pressuring Smurfs, and especially Arc Wardens and Meepo, it's about going early and breaking that momentum and then breaking the mental spirit. That's how you'll beat Smurfs. Will you win all the time? No. I mean, they're Smurfs for a reason. It's going to be tough. But you just have to win a couple to help your MMR, but also just feel really good about yourself, guys. If you ever beat a Smurf, you should feel really good about yourself. Baker, how do you deal with unkillable offlaners with good leads like Tide? You probably ignore them, to be honest. A lot of offlaners that win lanes are not the best tower takers. So if you have someone who can just delay losing the lane, like anyone with AoE, especially supports, you sit them there, make them waste the most time. If you can't do that, the carry should probably go jungle, and then, or like someone was asking about like why we shove the lanes. Habanow, you were asking about that. That's another case. Oh, we're losing. If they could tower dive us, that's bad. Shove the lane, go jungle. Shove the lane, go jungle. The carry can do that if they feel safe. And then the supports should go make something else happen. If the offlaner's unkillable, the carries and the supports, they're probably killable. So let's head over there and then make this unkillable offlaner who's like, yeah, this is my lane. No one can be here. His team starts flaming like, we're dying up here. We need your help. He's like, okay, I guess I got to go up there, right? You're making him move around, and then you avoid it. You're like, oh shit, this guy's unkillable. You know, like leave. So make him move around. You have to go make the plays before him somewhere else to get him to move. And over time, he will no longer be unkillable. You just need to bide your time through that. My issue is their team 5-manning behind him, so then you definitely avoid them. This is a really tough concept for a lot of pub games, but think about it. 5 heroes in one lane off of a good early game, right? Even if it's a little later, 15, 20 minutes, how quickly can they take tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towers, right? For that entire time, 5 heroes are splitting 1 creep wave and a couple jungle camps by sticking together. Totally avoid them. Go push mid, go push top, whatever 2 lanes they are not in, whatever jungle they're not in, you will get a lot more gold. And then by the time they make it to your tier 3, then you defend. And you're hoping that you have recovered the gold lead and now have the high ground defense advantage to take that fight. This is hard to show. My recommendation to you, next time you feel you run into this game and the enemy is grouped as 5, go watch that replay, go to free camera perspective and look at the whole map and realize when you were feeling boxed in, like, oh, I feel like I have no space, right? Now look at like full vision on the map and realize, oh, there's a whole shitload of map that's empty, right? So I just need to see them starting to group up in an area. The thing is, if you identify it too late, that's where it sucks. So like by the time you realize there's 5 people hitting your tier 2, it's a little too late to do anything about it. You need to see them moving to that lane, starting that push, and immediately go somewhere else. Go to the top lane, go to the mid lane, and start shoving those out. That's how you deal with it. If you identify it too late, it feels really bad. It's easier said than done. We've actually covered this in some replays. I don't know which ones to link the VOD to. If you have some examples, come on Monday, and I can show you. But for your own games, you can go look at this. You can look at the free cam and realize like there's actually a lot of space on the map. If they're grouping this early, you can still do something. Even as a position 5, anybody can push a wave. Some people are faster and safer at it, but anybody can do it if they are truly 5-manning down a lane like you're saying. That's an empty lane top. Like, you can do it just by auto-attacking, and you'll be getting gold, you'll be getting experience, you'll be pushing to the tower. You will be 5 times more efficient if you think about that, right? Like, you walk top, because maybe your team still tries to take the fight, and you have to be ready to TP, sure. But when you walk top and you push in a lane, you are 5 times more efficient than a team that is 5-manning. And you just have to keep doing that. Pub games lose because everyone keeps trying to deal with it, and it's not possible. You can't deal with it. If you can't deal with it. Sometimes you can deal with it, but like if you can't, you can't. How do I deal with constant blink cancel like quap daggers during team fights as an off-lane players? I feel like even BKB doesn't solve the issue. So staying out of sight is your number 1 tool. If they can't see you, they can't use abilities on you to cancel the blink until you need to do it. And then once you're in, the blink has done its job, so then it can be canceled. If you have cast range type abilities or force staff, that could be another way to deal with this if those make sense for your build. So actually it came up in the last replay. Sand King can have his blink canceled by the Ag's silencer, but if you take the Burrow Strike talent and then position yourself a little closer, even when your blink is canceled, you just like Burrow Strike further through it. BKB early can be a way to deal with it. It does feel bad, but sometimes that's what you need to do. Shadow Blades used to be a little bit more common for this reason, actually. Like, if it's a bad blink game and you still need to initiate, you could do Shadow Blades. It's not as common. For a pub game, you could probably do it. But the actual answer is staying out of sight, moving in the trees, fog of war, smoke of deceits, only revealing yourself when the time is right so that your blink does not get canceled. Johnny Rotten, I watched your Axe video, IDK what to do with helm creeps. I think I saw you ask this and I actually I meant to go respond and I forgot and didn't do it yet. Or someone else also asked and I also didn't respond to them. There's a couple things you can do with the Helm of the Dominator creeps. And if you need ideas, you can go look at some pro matches of Axe where they're doing the Helm of the Dominator build. One, use it to help you take the towers or jungle camps just faster, right? It's just like another creep. It hits hard. It's got some abilities. So it can help you jungle faster because the spins will kill the like creeps and the small things fast, but sometimes there are big ones like the big centaur, right? So you can help it kill that faster. You can send it to another creep camp to stack it for you while you are doing this. So it can stack things on the enemy's half the map that you're near, or you can send it to your triangle, do that. You can just use it to scout for you. So like, oh, I'm kind of scared creep cutting here, right? Put your creep in the path where the mid laner would come from so you can see if he's coming over. Put it where teleports might come from so you can see someone teleporting and you have a creep just sitting there to give you the heads up. You can just use it to make yourself safer. After creep cutting and dragging to the like creeps, you can send it to the tower to help you kill it faster if you want to do that. And then you like go join fights and you like bring stuff in. All sorts of things like that. If you wanted to use it for farm, then the stacking is probably your best bet. If your jug goes Battle Fury Mjolnir, am I allowed to flame them? It won't help you win if you flame them, but you can be disappointed inside. Keep it inside. If you start saying it verbally, it's just gonna hurt your chances to win. Keep it. I'll tell you what, right? It feels bad, but man, that guy's gonna be farming fast. Okay, so like you drag this game out, he's gonna have a lot of farm. So just bite your tongue and hope he puts that double farming item build to work. Okay, guys. I am gonna start wrapping up for today. We didn't cover that many games. We did a lot of longer replays today, which I think is okay. But anyways, I'll be back Monday for sure, and we'll be doing more replay analyses at that time, Monday and Wednesdays. Hopefully tomorrow we have a chance to play some Chen games, but we'll see. We'll see if I actually do get around to that as I finish up some other stuff. Oh, I just saw your thing, Fahim. Sorry. I need to look into. We'll come back on Monday. Okay, cool. Let me. I'll download the game so that just to make sure we don't miss it. Hopefully it'll load. We've been having a little. It's been a little slow lately today. I'll make sure to download it before I disappear. I'll write it down right here. Yeah, it's having some issues. Okay, I will keep trying. I'll do it offline. Eventually they show up. As long as you have, if you're sure the right match ID is here, I'll just keep trying. It's been a little buggy today, but at some point it usually loads in after trying a couple times. I'll download it so that by Monday or Wednesday, like if you're not able to show up, I'll have it for sure. Or you can just bring a new one. I don't care. That's fine too. When I play 5 and I have nothing to do but rotate, my carry has a cry because I'm not with them. What's the solution? They gotta cry. Let them cry. You have to do your best, leave a ward for them, try to get the lane back before you go, and then walk away so that you can teleport when you're needed. That's all the right steps by you. And then say, I am leaving, please be careful. That is everything correct from you if you do all of that. A little bonus step, if you want to throw some spells at the enemy before you go to get them a little low, you can do that too. At that point, you've done your job. It's up to them. They're like, if they're gonna cry, they're gonna cry. And if you try to sit around, if they're playing bad this way, like I can't even leave them alone, Zach, we're gonna lose. They're gonna lose you the game in another way. When you do the right thing, or like you do the wrong thing, you babysit them to get them their farm, they're gonna throw in a different way. Ultimately, like if they're that bad of a player that you set them up with everything and you ask them to be careful and they don't listen, they're going to lose you in some other way. So you might as well build good habits. And okay, Zach said, observer in a good spot. The lane's in a good spot. I'm telling them I'm leaving. I'm doing everything right. That's the most you can do. If you lose that game because the carry like rages out, so be it. But you will, with the good players who listen, you'll win doing the right thing. With bad players, you'll still sometimes win by doing the right thing, and then you will lose some games where they cry and wah, 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 all that. But I think it'll build good habits for you, and so that's better. Okay, with that one, I will now end. I will keep trying to download this one, Fahim. I don't know why it's having some struggles and troubles. But I'll keep trying, and if worst case, I'm sure you'll play another one. We'll grab that replay at that time. Okay, thank you, everybody. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not, everyone have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll be back on Monday.